The Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunication is now called to order. Good morning to my colleagues, staff, testifiers, members of the viewing and listening audiences, and most importantly, the people of the Virgin Islands. Welcome to this hearing of the committee in which we will address important issues regarding telecommunications, roads, and public transportation. Before we begin, I would like to acknowledge a few special commemorations as this week marks, number one, National Crime Victims Awareness Week. We are proud to have assisted this Saturday Victims United in the Virgin Islands by participating in a bucket drop in which we raised hundreds of dollars for the organization. And we would like to thank all those Virgin Islanders who gave generously from their hearts to support this most worthy cause. And it's also Global Intergenerational Week, where we recognize the contributions of our elders and also we commit to strengthening the ties of care and communication between our generations. The month of April is also Sexual Assault Awareness Month and National Child Abuse Preventative Month. And we want to not only support the survivors of sexual assault and child abuse, but to help to empower our women, our children, and our entire community to mobilize and fight against this scorn of our community. April is also National Move More Month. And of course, we know that many Virgin Islanders will be moving more this month, as a matter of course, because it's Carnival, baby, as we all know. and we celebrate our music and dance, our foods, and the joy of meeting our friends in the village and various events. Let's remember to be safe, especially on our roads, to consider and be considerate of each other, and to remember that we never have too much fun to do the right thing, and please don't overdo it. Lastly, I would like to take this opportunity to introduce, well, my students, but they are not here at this moment, so I'll move forward, and I'll introduce them at another time. Madam Clerk, please read the agenda into the record and call the roll. Please read the agenda into the record and then call the roll. Thank you.
Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunication. Block 1, Telecommunications update on status and future of provider operations and services, status of broadband implementations, and future of telecommunications in the territory. Invited testifiers, the Honorable Derek Gabriel, Commissioner, Department of Public Works. Mr. Stephen Adams, CEO, Virgin Islands Next Generation Network. Mr. Rupert Ross, Director, VI, Bureau of Information and Technology. Mr. Bala Balakrishnan, General Manager, Liberty Mobile VI. Ms. Geraldine Pitt, CEO, Vire Inc. Mr. Mark Hodge, Legal Counsel, T-Mobile VI. And Mr. Douglas Canton, Ms. Rhea Hodge, and Ms. Rosa White Cromwell, St. Croix Government Retirees, Inc. 12:30 p.m. to 1 p.m., lunch break. Block 2, 1 to 4 p.m., an update on public transportation and on road construction and repairs from the Department of Public Works. Invited testifier, the Honorable Derek Gabriel, Commissioner, Department of Public Works.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Are there any correspondence to be read into the record?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Please proceed.
The Honorable Samuel Karyong, Senator, April 24, 2023. Honorable Marvin A. Blyden, Chairman, Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunication, 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, Capitol Building, Charlotte Amalie, P.O. Box 1690, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, 00804. Dear Chairman Blyden, I will be late to today's Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunications meeting, scheduled to begin at 9:30 a.m. in the Earl B. Otley Legislative Hall on the island of St. Thomas. Please accept my apologies for my tardiness and record me as excused. I look forward to participating in the meeting upon my arrival. Your patience and understanding will be greatly appreciated. Sincerely, Samuel Carrion, Senator, 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands.
Very well. Do you have any more to read?
No, Mr. Chair.
Okay, please mark Senator Carrion as excused. I know that in our previous hearings, we heard from various agencies and stakeholders regarding housing issues in the Virgin Islands. And today we are going to do the same thing regarding telecommunications and transportation. All great civilizations have rested largely on their abilities to transmit information and to transport goods quickly and reliably. We will begin to address the current status of the future of telecommunications in the territory, with a focus on ensuring that all Virgin Islanders have access and can afford high-speed, reliable communications, thus enabling our people to fully engage in a global world of social and economic commerce. We will hear about plans to utilize unprecedented amounts of federal broadband, equity, and infrastructure funding to expand affordable access for all Virgin Islanders. We'll also hear from our customers and consumers, particularly our elders, who will relate some of their issues that we as consumers are experiencing in an effort to better resolve these issues going forward. Lastly, we will hear from the Department of Public Works on our transportation infrastructure and the status of public transportation, as the department reports on the progress of the many federal funded road and infrastructure projects underway and forthcoming in the territory. Madam Clerk, you can call a roll at this time. Thank you.
Senator Maurice James. Senator James, absent. Senator Angel L. Bolkes Jr. Present. Senator Bolkes Jr., present. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, absent. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, absent. Senator Ray Fonseca. Present. Senator Fonseca, present. Senator Carla Joseph. Present. Senator Joseph, present. Senator Marvin Blyden. Present. Senator Blyden, present. Mr. Chair, we have 4 present and 3 absent.
Thank you very much. We do have a quorum. We will proceed. I see our testifiers are already in the well, so what I will do at this time, I would like to welcome you. Good morning to our testifiers, and please state your name and title for the record before we begin, starting from my immediate left. Mr. Ross, proceed.
Good morning. Rupert Ross, Director for Bureau of Information Technology.
Thank you.
Stephen Adams, President and CEO of VINGN.
Morning. Thank you. One moment. Can we tell the mic to the testifiers, please? We can barely hear them. Okay, you can proceed.
Geraldine Pitt, CEO for VIA.
Good morning. Derek Gabriel, Commissioner, Department of Public Works.
Good morning.
Good morning. Bala Krishnan, General Manager for Liberty, VI.
Good morning.
Mark Hodge, Legal Counsel for T-Mobile.
Good morning, Mr. Hodge. I want to welcome all testifiers here this morning, and thank you for being present. And in respect to your testimony, I know we received some of the testimony this morning, but most testimonies came in this weekend, and we really appreciate that. Okay, so I will start with Mr. Gabriel. You can begin your testimony. Okay. Public Works.
Thank you. Good morning, Senator Marvin Blyden, Chairperson of the Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunications, committee members and staff, all other senators in attendance today, as well as those in the listening and viewing audience. My name is Derek Gabriel, and I am the Commissioner for the Department of Public Works, DPW. With me today is Mr. Jomo McLean, Program Manager for the Office of Highway Engineering, and we are here to provide this committee with an update on the status of broadband implementation territory-wide and the department's role in the process. The Department of Public Works is statutorily responsible for the maintenance and upkeep of all roadways, highways, and transportation infrastructure in the territory. As such, we are responsible for the review and approval of all excavation requests in and or near our roads. All applications must be accompanied by several due diligence documents, such as design drawings and trench details, maps, traffic control plans, road repair details, and contracts, just to name a few. I have included a copy of the permit application for your review, and it is also available on our website, dpw.vi.gov. These reviews are performed by DPW's existing staff from local and highway engineering. In some instances, depending on the extent of the project and route, we rely on assistance from our consultants and colleagues from the Federal Highway Administration. To date, we have not added staff to focus solely on this gargantuan task. There is a tremendous push in the territory to underground critical infrastructure for WAPA's distribution system and our telecommunications partners. Since 2021, we have been working with AT&T and now Liberty VI to expedite excavation permit applications to keep their ambitious and aggressive project schedule. As we all know, phase 1 of this project had significant challenges for which our motoring public bore the brunt of those issues. To kick off phase 2, we initiated meetings with Liberty VI to share our concerns and suggested lessons learned, especially given the significant investment we have made in our transportation infrastructure since 2021. I commend Bala Christian and the entire Liberty VI team for being receptive to our suggestions and keeping consistent open lines of communication to include participation in our regular utility coordination meetings. In the current phase, Liberty VI has proposed using microtrenching as a minimally invasive way of accomplishing their objective. While this application has been used in the VI, our experience is very limited. To this end, our team operates with careful consideration and insists on receiving adequate information from applicants when approving permits, especially when using this method. According to the existing policy, the applicant lines must be buried 18 to 24 inches below the roadway to prevent future conflicts with planned road maintenance or reconstruction. Given the fact that applicants expect to install shallow in the pavement structure above the 18 to 24 inch requirement, there are inherent challenges, and every application must be scrutinized and considered on a case-by-case basis. The department must also consider previous telecommunications failures in phase 1. Therefore, we will only accept applications that meet a satisfactory standard. The potential of being liable for any errors after installation that aren't identified early on can present conflicts for the department. Considering this, we have included additional special conditions in our telecommunications applications, including a 5-year warranty and agreements for line relocation when necessary. Our goal is to mitigate risk and minimize our liability in this regard. The need to relocate a line or multiple lines may arise for the purpose of emergency road maintenance or an upcoming planned project. It is important to have these items in place upfront, as once installed, these lines effectively become a part of our built infrastructure. Another inherent challenge is accommodating future utility undergrounding plans. We know that both WAPA and the Waste Management Authority have plans to replace their respective lines, both underground electrical for WAPA, replacement and new potable water lines for WAPA, as well as wastewater lines for the Waste Management Authority. Typically, wastewater lines are the lowest in the trench because it is a gravity-fed system, with all other utility lines following above. In this case, we will have to find ways to avoid disruptions to Liberty's lines when it is time to accommodate all the other utilities. Before closing, I want to make it clear that we are dedicated to working with every infrastructure partner, public or private, as we all seek to improve, enhance, and strengthen our infrastructure and networks for the benefit of our residents and visitors. We will continue improving our own processes through this effort, as we know undergrounding will become the standard instead of the exception. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and we will remain available to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Gabriel. That was quick. But we have a lot of questions anyway, so it don't matter. I see we have two testifiers in the St. Croix conference room, can you please put your name on the record? I apologize, I did not see you guys on the screen before. You may proceed. Senator? Senator Compton, please put your name on the record, and then the young lady can go next.
Douglas Canton Jr.,
Thank you. Good morning.
representing the St. Croix government retirees.
Excuse me? Mr. Compton, you need to speak up. Don't be shy. To the mic.
I know us, man. I ain't a new house and thing, you know what I'm saying? I ain't invited here the first time. Douglas Canton Jr., here with the government retirees.
Thank you so much. Next.
My name is Ria Hodge, representing the government retirees.
Thank you so much. Good morning to you guys. Next up to testify. Do we have anyone else in the St. Croix conference room? Okay. Very well. Thank you so much. Up next, VINGN. Mr. Adams, you may proceed with your testimony.
Good morning, Honorable Marvin A. Blyden, Chairman of the Committee of Housing, Transportation, Infrastructure, and Telecommunications. Honorable Senators and the listening viewer audience. I am Stephen Adams, CEO.
Excuse me, Mr. Adams. Please, 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 and all testifiers, speak into the mic. You have the mic over there, and you speak in here. You got to speak into the mic, please, so we can hear you. Twist it, and you can do it.
Test, is this better?
Much. Thank you.
Okay. I wish to start my testimony this morning with a recap of VINGN's mandate to include why we were established and how we were funded. I would like to tell you how we are achieving our mandate. I will conclude with VINGN's vision for the future and how we intend to leverage an unprecedented amount of federal broadband funding to close the digital divide in the territory and empower our residents and businesses to be competitive in the global digital economy. VINGN was founded as a corporation solely owned by the PFA. Our primary mission is to provide open access wholesale bandwidth through local internet service providers known as ISPs. They in turn provide end user services. VINGN has 10 active ISP partners that serve a wide range of markets. VINGN's secondary objective is to earn enough money to sustain the company as well as reinvest in technology. Since our founding, VINGN has not sought additional funding from the legislature. We have been self-sustaining. VINGN is nearing profitability for the first time in our history. Once achieved, VINGN would be poised to repay investments made by PFA and WAPA. This includes repayment of PFA's original bond, which is now a $36 million loan on VINGN's balance sheet. VINGN was established by the 29th legislature to close the digital chasm that existed in 2011. Although this chasm has narrowed to a digital divide, VINGN's mission is still relevant today. Our aim is to bring the territory to parity with the U.S. mainland in high-speed internet accessibility and affordability. The federal government, PFA, and WAPA undertook the imperative of establishing VINGN after considering a 2011 national broadband listing which showed the U.S. Virgin Islands as dead last in terms of broadband speed among all states and territories. Although we have made great strides in closing this performance gap, the USVI still remains at the bottom of internet speeds and affordability in the nation. For historical context, the 29th legislature sponsored Bill 2938, which I encourage you to read. It is an act authorizing the funding for broadband expansion project. This act recognized PFA and WAPA's exploration into developing and operating a territory-wide broadband network to expand access and better serve citizens, businesses, and public institutions. The bill also authorized PFA and WAPA to apply for and receive 4 grants to finance part of the broadband expansion project. This became the genesis of VINGN. As a condition of the federal broadband grant, and as enacted by Bill 2938, PFA was required to provide $29 million in capital and WAPA $15 million in in-kind contribution as a match. The in-kind portion of the match came from WAPA granting VINGN poll rights and maintenance services, whereas the PFA was authorized to issue up to $42 million in gross receipt tax bonds. This historical overview of VINGN serves to remind this legislative body that your predecessors had the wisdom and courage to invest in VINGN to address a glaring broadband inequality that existed over 12 years ago. Then, 10 megabytes per second was considered high-speed internet. Today, high-speed internet is 100 times greater at a fraction of yesterday's cost. So, what can VINGN do to influence internet access and affordability in the territory today? Well, we're making significant investments in upgrading our core infrastructure to handle a far greater amount of internet traffic to enable distant learning, telemedicine, remote government, and e-commerce activities, all while enabling a household to simultaneously stream high-definition video, play real-time Twitch games, and participate in Zoom conference call. VINGN has applied for several grants to continue upgrading and expanding the reach of our infrastructure. This will enable our ISP partners to offer greater, more resilient bandwidth services at lower prices to consumers. Although VINGN is a 100% fixed fiber optic network, the future of the internet is increasingly mobile. VINGN vision aligns with this transformation. Case in point, VINGN is actively deploying free community Wi-Fi throughout public places in the territory under a $10.8 million ARPA and $152,000 CARES Act grants. We have installed 68 free Wi-Fi hotspots with over 200 access points and counting. This initiative is a top priority for Governor Bryan, who is VINGN's chairman. I attach Exhibit A, which is a list of the hotspots in the territory. VINGN will also leverage its Wi-Fi network to build fiber to underserved and unserved communities. This is critical given the territory's challenging socioeconomic condition and small population that is dispersed among 4 islands. This will lessen the capital costs for our ISP partners, which in turn will incentivize them to offer lower retail pricing for those citizens. VINGN has a valuable role to play, empowering all Virgin Islanders with the ability to participate in the global digital economy and connected society. All grants that we are awarded will be used for the sole purpose of achieving this aim. Thank you for your attention to my testimony today, and I look forward to taking your thoughtful questions.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Adams. Madam Clerk, can you please mark Senator Maurice James as present and Senator Dwayne DeGraff as present. Thank you, Senators, for being here. Next, we will have Mr. Rupert Ross, Virgin Islands Bureau of Information Technology. You're recognized for your testimony.
Good morning, Honorable Chairman Marvin A. Blyden, Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunications, members and staff of the 35th Legislature, listening and viewing audience. My name is Rupert Ross, Director for the Bureau of Information Technology, otherwise BIT, or the Bureau, and the Chief Information Officer for the Government of the United States Virgin Islands. Also representing the Bureau of Information Technology is Mr. Jonathan Tucker, Deputy Director. Thank you for the chance to update on our ongoing projects and challenges and plans related to telecommunications in the territory that may interest the committee. BIT's mission is to improve lives through innovative technology solutions and services that are secure, reliable, and efficient. We work closely with stakeholders to identify their needs and deliver technological solutions that positively impact the lives of individuals in our community. The purpose of creating BIT was to establish a centralized and coordinated approach to information technology management and services within the government of the Virgin Islands. Act 6634 recognized the importance of technology in improving government services, enhancing efficiency, and optimizing costs. Before BIT's creation, each department or agency within the government operated its own information technology systems and services. This decentralized approach often led to duplication of effort, inefficiencies, and disparities in technology resources across departments. By creating BIT, the Act sought to establish a single entity responsible for the development, implementation, and maintenance of technology services across the government. The creation of BIT was intended to promote a unified approach to IT management and governance, enhance cybersecurity and data protection, and improve the delivery of government services to the public. With many recent advancements, BIT continues to mature into the organization conceptualized when it was formed. BIT has also been charged with the operations and maintenance of the Land Mobile Radio LMR system that provides critical voice communications to emergency responders and other subscribers to the network. The LMR network is operated in both districts. The 12 tower sites are connected using microwave backhaul and provides 86.4% coverage throughout the territory. As growth continues, BIT has also added to its portfolio project management. Some examples of the projects include planning for the FirstNet implementation in the Virgin Islands that was funded through 2021 by the National Telecommunications and Information Administration. The implementation and upgrade of the computer-aided dispatch and records management system, the implementation of the Public Safety Camera Initiative, and the expansion of the Public Safety Mobile Data Network. Looking ahead, the Bureau has several initiatives in the works that will help improve and expand the services it provides. Some of these initiatives include the expansion of the Public Safety Camera Initiative in collaboration with VIPD and Sports Parks and Recreation. This initiative involves installing additional cameras in strategic locations across the territory to help improve public safety and security. Augmentation to the Public Safety Mobile Network. BIT is currently working on adding more vehicles to the Public Safety Mobile Network to ensure that first responders have reliable access to communication tools when responding to emergencies. Expansion of the program and service management offices within BIT. The program and service management offices will help ensure that our technology solutions will meet the needs of our stakeholders. We are working on expanding these offices to better support our ongoing project initiatives. Continued focus on cybersecurity. As cybersecurity threats continue to evolve, we remain committed to improving our cybersecurity posture to protect our networks and data. We will continue to invest in cybersecurity training, technology solutions, and best practices to keep pace with these threats. Collaboration with territorial partners to leverage cybersecurity grant funding and maximize the state and local cybersecurity grant program, which provides funding for cybersecurity projects that improve threat detection, incident response, and information sharing. By collaborating with our partners and leveraging these funding opportunities, we can better protect the territory from cyber threats. The GVI is in transition from a federated network to an enterprise network, which includes common use IT consolidation, single service providers, and building cybersecurity resilience. This strategy will decrease network silos, optimize IT management tools, and realize economies of scale. It is critical that the infrastructure that supports the expansion of the enterprise network is resilient, scalable, and elastic. As part of our ongoing efforts to modernize our technology infrastructure and improve the delivery of government services, the Bureau has been actively exploring the use of public and private cloud solutions. The implementation of cloud technology can provide many benefits to the organization, including increased flexibility, scalability, and cost savings. We have made noteworthy progress in our cloud adoption efforts with the recent deployment of our Nutanix platform and adoption of Microsoft Azure. These solutions provide us with the ability to easily scale our infrastructure and to meet the needs of our growing organization and to take advantage of advanced features such as machine learning, artificial intelligence, and advanced security tools. Our private cloud implementation efforts have focused on developing our network operations and security center and a network redesign project. These initiatives aim to enhance our ability to monitor and manage our network infrastructure and to identify and respond to security threats and to improve overall network performance and reliability. We recognize that the implementation of cloud solutions also present unique challenges related to data privacy, security, and compliance. We are committed to addressing these challenges proactively and to implementing best practices and industry standards to ensure the security and privacy of our data. As we continue to expand our use of cloud technology, we remain focused on identifying opportunities to improve the delivery of services and to provide our users with the technology tools they need to be successful in their roles. We are excited about potential benefits of cloud technology and look forward to sharing our progress and achievements in this area in the coming years. BIT has implemented a multi-tiered strategy for communications to ensure that our critical systems and networks remain operational during emergencies. This includes redundant systems for our public and private cloud infrastructure, as well as backup power supplies and satellite communications. A multi-tiered strategy for communications includes terrestrial and non-terrestrial solutions. It's important to maintain connectivity during emergencies. As an insular region, we must be resourceful and resilient in the face of challenges. We have also established communication protocols with our key partners, including other government agencies, private sector providers, and community organizations, to facilitate a coordinated response during disasters. These efforts are critical to ensuring that the government continues to function in times of crisis. In continuation of the efforts started from the FirstNet planning grants, BIT continues to work with the FirstNet Authority on their commitment to meet the Virgin Islands requirements for implementation of the first responder broadband network in the territory. FirstNet was created by Congress to fulfill one mission: provide emergency responders with the first nationwide high-speed broadband network dedicated to public safety. The implementation of FirstNet in the Virgin Islands began in 2018 when the territory joined the national network. During stakeholder engagements and through the efforts of BIT, the Virgin Islands emergency responder community identified their key issues to include geographical coverage areas, interoperability, deployable solutions, resiliency of system, and quality of customer care and support. More specifically, the emergency responder community recommended that resiliency and redundancy of the network be addressed, deployable solutions be pre-positioned in the territory, and solutions for maritime areas, especially between islands, are considered. Interoperability with the British Virgin Islands be taken into consideration, and that the FirstNet customer care and support recognize the challenges of the territory. The implementation of FirstNet in the Virgin Islands has provided several benefits to first responders. These benefits include improved communication capabilities, enhanced situational awareness, and faster response times during emergencies. The network will also provide first responders with access to innovative technology such as video streaming, mobile apps, and other data-driven tools that can help them better respond to emergencies. The implementation of FirstNet in the territory has been partially completed, but the 8 new site builds intended to improve coverage and capacity are still pending. As a result, the network coverage and quality of service of public safety officials in the territory are lessened. BIT continues working diligently with FEMA to move pending projects forward to permanently repair or prudently replace the LMR system. The expected outcome of that effort will be to transition to a more interoperable system with better security features and coverage. In the interim, one of our recent accomplishments has been the implementation of the scrambler feature on the VIPD radios. This feature ensures that radio transmissions cannot be intercepted by unauthorized scanners, providing an added layer of security for law enforcement officers. The use of the scrambler feature has been well received by VIPD officers as it allows them to communicate sensitive information without fear of interception. We are proud to have implemented this feature and will continue to explore new ways to enhance security of our communication systems. Mitigation is an essential aspect of our disaster recovery planning efforts at BIT. BIT continues to work with the public and private sectors to ensure that our plans are effective and we can respond quickly to any situation. To this end, BIT has invested in portable communication towers that can be rapidly deployed to areas affected by disasters. These measures have been put in place to ensure our communication systems remain operational during and after any emergency or disaster. Thank you for the opportunity to provide this testimony, and I'm available to answer any questions you may have and look forward to a positive discussion.
Thank you so much, Director Hodge. Next, we will have the General Manager for Liberty Mobile VI, Mr. Balakrishna. You're recognized for your further presentation of your testimony.
Okay.
No, I said Director Ross. What do I call you, Hodge?
It's called him Doctor, I think. Dr. Hodge.
No, I didn't call him a doctor. I said Director. Director Ross. Anyway, Mr.
Thank you, Chairman. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the 35th Legislature Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunications, senators, legislative staff, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Balakrishnan, General Manager of Liberty Mobile USVI and Broadband VI, collectively called Liberty VI. I appreciate the opportunity to appear before this committee to discuss the status of telecommunications in the territory. I take this opportunity as well to introduce Luis Mendez, Senior Regulatory Manager, and Victor Vera, Director of RAND Engineering, who can take your questions later. I will address the topics as outlined in the invitation for the hearing. Number one, status of present infrastructure projects and plans for future development. Liberty has already started construction of the Connect USVI program, which requires us to bring fixed broadband service to all locations in the USVI with speeds of 1 gigabit per second. At the moment, we have received 8 approved excavation permits from the Department of Public Works for construction in St. Croix and St. Thomas. In addition, we have submitted 13 permit applications that are still being worked on by DPW. We are continuing to work on additional design and permit application packages to enable us to construct fiber for at least 10,000 homes in 2023 that we plan to submit for approval within the next several weeks. These projects, as designed, will provide underground fiber optic cable in a majority of the areas and will protect our infrastructure from natural disasters and make it more resilient. This construction will also improve telecommunication broadband services, increase broadband capacity to existing mobile sites, provision service to new cell sites for FirstNet that provide coverage to first responders, and provide broadband services to all homes and businesses within the permit-designated areas. Liberty started out underground construction on Sally's Fancy Road and thereafter in the following areas: Green Key, Claremont, West End, East End, St. Croix East, Smith Bay, covering Point Pleasant, Sapphire, Pineapple Village, and so on. The locations for 2023 were identified along with DPW and to a large extent recommended by DPW based on work planned or desired by other utilities, paving work that is taking place, and the sequencing of those based on coordination with other utilities. Another key criterion is that Liberty wanted to start in locations that are more accessible first, to focus their resources, and also to prove the concept to DPW and to the market. Liberty's existing build-out plans include making its services available to homes in every location it completes within a matter of weeks after completion. The only constraint currently is the completion of Liberty's core broadband network, after which we should be able to iteratively offer and turn up services area by area as each sub-project's construction is completed. Currently, Liberty has identified approximately 73 fiber-to-the-home projects for the next 2 years. This number will increase as engineers continue their field survey of the entire Virgin Islands. As of April 18, 2023, Liberty has built approximately 59,431 feet of microduct territory-wide. Liberty, with its contractor Atlantic Engineering Group, has submitted permit applications for FTTH construction for approximately 5,403 homes. Of that amount, we have received permits for 1,651 homes. The remaining 3,752 homes are pending in the 13 applications for approval from DPW. In addition, we plan to submit 52 permit application packages covering 11,000 homes in the next several weeks. In terms of mobile coverage, the USVI has 33 sites, all of which have LTE technology, while 18 have 5G technology. These sites cover 99% of the population, according to the last census. Out of these sites, 52% have fiber backhaul, which means that more than half the sites have resilient backhaul with high bandwidth. We also have 37 deployment projects scheduled for 2023, which include the following. 2 5G overlay projects. This will help extend this technology, the 5G technology, to all residents in USVI. 2 site relocations in St. Thomas and St. Croix. This will allow us to move infrastructure to areas where they will provide better service or more coverage. 14 LTE/5G expansion projects. These are to install 5G technology in already existing sites, improving the service speeds for clients using these sites. And 9 new site builds, which are monopoles. We will aim to address coverage and capacity issues with the 9 additional new site builds or monopoles. 2 of these sites, new sites, will be in St. Thomas, 1 in St. John, and 6 will be located in St. Croix. Most of these sites are part of the commitment between USVI government and the FirstNet Authority. As you all know, FirstNet is an independent authority within the U.S. Department of Commerce designed to build and operate a nationwide broadband network in Band 14 that allows first responders to have a reliable communication system in place before, during, and after a natural disaster. For this, it is deploying the first nationwide high-speed wireless broadband network for public safety. The network will give priority to first responders to send voice and text messages, images, video, and location information in real time in case of emergency. After a competitive process, the FirstNet Authority entered into a public-private partnership with AT&T to build the network and deliver the required services to maintain the network. After our acquisition of AT&T's properties in Virgin Islands, Liberty became a FirstNet reseller and agreed to take on AT&T's obligations, build-out obligations in the USVI. That meant building 8 new sites with Band 14 capacity and coverage in specific sites throughout the territory. These towers will provide needed coverage for the first responders through Band 14 in case of an emergency. Band 14 can be seen as a fast lane that provides highly secure communications regularly and in emergencies. Wireless networks can become overloaded and inaccessible during emergencies and in large events. In those cases, Band 14 will prioritize first responder communications, providing that dedicated fast lane to secure and accessible broadband communications. These features are not available in regular wireless networks. These towers will not only allow for installation of Band 14, making the areas more secure in any event, but they'll also allow us to provide service or improve coverage to regular customers in those areas. The Coral Bay site in St. John, for example, will provide improved coverage service to an area of approximately 2.2 square miles, which includes the following wards: Coral Bay, Ada, Palestina, Carolina, and Calabash Boom. Sections of Highway 108 and Highway 10 will also see improved services. The build-out of these projects have been going on for over 5 years, since the beginning of 2018, and has been significantly delayed due to permitting issues and the other community-related challenges. These challenges have not only caused significant delays, but also led to the citizens of USVI suffering from lack of coverage and capacity. The timely completion of these monopole build-outs is critical for not only providing the much-needed access to first responders, but also to alleviate the coverage challenges our citizens face. In addition, I'll address 10 CRAN or small cells. In order to continue to improve coverage, we also have plans to install CRAN or small cell infrastructure in 10 locations in 2023, where traffic is dense and have little coverage. This technology is important because it can help with network densification by shifting traffic from macro cell sites and adding capacity to the wireless network. Now, this technology can be very effective in the USVI and can help us reach our coverage targets, but USVI does not have a small cell law or regulation as of now. Without legislation or specific regulation, there is no clear path to proceed. and implementation of these small facilities will be challenging. More than 30 states across the nation have already implemented small cell legislation that streamlines regulation to facilitate 5G deployment. In the past, we have sent a draft small cell bill to this committee for evaluation. We hope this 35th Senate can move forward with this legislation to create a clear permitting process to improve telecommunication service in the territory. This will enable us to deploy additional small cells in areas that are harder to reach and where larger towers are less feasible. Liberty is committed to providing great service and coverage to all Virgin Islanders. As part of this commitment, Liberty has already installed Band 14 capabilities to 18 LTE sites, providing more coverage than that was included in the original commitment with AT&T. Because of this investment, right now, the USVI has 97% Band 14 coverage and is forecasted to have 99% coverage by the end of the year. Strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats from Liberty's standpoint in the present commercial, regulatory, and environment as it regards to telecommunications in the territory. We see multiple opportunities to streamline and improve certain processes that will allow for faster build-out and better network. First, Liberty has faced significant, serious headwinds with respect to WAPA and the imperative need for a pole attachment agreement. This interconnection must be secured in order for us to meet our federally mandated milestones with the Connect to USVI program. Liberty's first communication to WAPA regarding the pole attachment agreement was sent on June 3, 2022. A follow-up email was sent on June 22, 2022. Then on July 26, 2022, we wrote to Mrs. Dion Sinclair, General Counsel at WAPA, asking to start negotiations on pole attachment agreements. Additional follow-up emails were sent on September 2, 2022, September 30, 2022, and October 31, 2022. Unfortunately, no response to these communications was received. After many months, WAPA finally responded on November 7, 2022 with a non-disclosure agreement and a memorandum of understanding for providing GIS information from a 2009 study. Liberty immediately provided comments to the NDA, and on November 9, 2022, sent WAPA a draft pole attachment agreement for the review. Contemporaneously, we received an email on November 9th that indicated the authority intended to undertake a survey to inventory pole attachments and that blanket authority for Liberty was premature. However, they added that if we had targeted identifiable poles for which data is available as to location and present attachments, then we can discuss. Based on that, we sent individual locations for pole attachments and no response was received. On November 29th, Liberty sent another email to Mrs. Sinclair after other WAPA executives and WAPA legal department asking if they have been able to review the documents so we could discuss. No answer was received. Additional follow-up emails were sent on December 6, 2022, and again on December 28, 2022. The draft agreement was recently sent to Don Greger at WAPA, who has communicated that he would review it, but to date, no progress has been made. Through our legal counsel on the territory, we have also made several attempts, including a formal letter to General Counsel Sinclair, quoting 47 USC 8, Section 224, which it states, a utility shall provide a cable television system or any telecommunication carrier with non-discriminatory access to any pole, duct, conduit, or right-of-way owned or controlled by it. This letter sent on August 29, 2022 quoted additional language from the Communications Act that state that the utility is required to grant access within 45 days of a return request. And if it cannot be granted for permissible reasons, the utility must deny the request by the 45th day. After that, on September 2nd, 2022, we requested a meeting which has not been granted yet. Liberty Management has also had several conversations regarding this topic with various government officials. Simply put, in order for us to meet our federal mandates under the Connect to USVI Fund, the pole attachment agreement is a necessary predicate. Unfortunately, in most instances, WAPA is unresponsive to our communications, and even when they have responded, they've been unwilling to provide the agreement. This is certainly an area where we need assistance from the Senate. Liberty wants to maintain a good working relationship with existing utilities and to improve the communication and responsiveness with those relationships. Due to the vitally important nature of this pole agreement, pole attachment agreement, we respectfully request your assistance in the enforcement of timely interconnectivity throughout the territory, and specifically with respect to the statutorily mandated interconnections such as this one with WAPA. Another area of opportunity is establishing clear permitting processes with DPW and DPNR and allocating funds so that the entities have the required personnel to manage all permit applications efficiently. At the outset, I must commend Commissioner Gabriel and his team and also Commissioner Oriel and his team for their willingness to work with us to try to expedite the permit approval process. But despite the commitment, challenges continue to exist in the permitting process and timelines. Liberty began working with DPW on necessary permits to start the Connect to SCI build-out as early as March or April of 2022. And the first set of permit applications were delivered to DPW in August of 2022. DPW did not approve the first permit in the package until January of 2023. The practical implications of these regulatory delays have direct impact on our ability to meet the FCC milestones, notwithstanding the delays in providing significantly improved mobile coverage and improved broadband connectivity to the citizens. Specifically, although we file permit applications in order to, we wish to perform construction, DPW will inform Liberty which ones they will approve permits for at any specific time. For the first set of permits, this coordination took several meetings with DPW and multiple location changes. Some of the DPW's reasons for the delays are the following. They do not have enough people to review and approve permits. This is a continuing challenge, personnel for DPW and DPNR. Excavating in areas where other utilities plan to do work, WAPA, electrical and water, VI waste management, sewer replacement. Challenges over responsibility for covering the cost of relocation of the Liberty Broadband VI underground facilities when the other government-owned utilities plan to construct and are in conflict. These are to name a few. DPW also requested a warranty of 5 years and insisted on the right to verify every location to monitor exactly how we lay conduits. We have reached an agreement on most of these in the hope that the process moves along expeditiously in the future. We continue to work with DPW to facilitate compliance with all their requests and have significantly improved working relationships with the agency. Nevertheless, the bottlenecks that DPW has, including lack of personnel and continued refinement of requests, continue to impact our ability to progress in our effort to bring better coverage and connectivity to Virgin Islanders. A similar situation has happened with FirstNet construction permits in DPNR. Even though we had a meeting with DPNR to go over the documents required to build interim sites, we had to have second meetings months after to go over the documents again and the exceptions provided in the regulations. Unfortunately, the permitting process has taken so long that Liberty has missed its building deadline with ET&T and the FirstNet Authority. An extension was negotiated, but while the rest of the nation had most of its new FirstNet sites built up by the deadline, in USVI, none were built due to multiple factors. DPNR has also cited lack of personnel for some delays, such as the loss of their groundwater program manager. Other issues have been misplaced documents or applications where we have had to go back with evidence of submittal. We've had simple permits such as soil boring permits take more than 15 weeks, and scheduling a public hearing for a building permit has taken up to 20 weeks. We need a more efficient process to manage these permits so that we can meet our deadlines and to improve the network. These sites are designed and locations have been secured for all but 2. We just need an efficient permitting process to start work. Please note that these issues will only get worse as other major construction projects kick off. We have already mentioned our plans with Connect to USVI program earlier. Apart from that, on 9/30/2022, Liberty submitted its applications for a project under Middle Mile Broadband Infrastructure Grant Program. This MMG is managed by the National Telecommunication and Information Administration, also called the NTIA. Liberty's proposal is currently under review by NTIA grant officers. NTIA intends to make announcements of award winners this spring, but will not commit to a specific date. Update on call before you dig. Act number 7798 is pending implementation from the pertinent authority. Liberty communicates and meets regularly with DPW and other utilities to coordinate construction of our infrastructure. our plans for improving and expanding customer service, connection speeds, and service coverage areas in Virgin Islands. Liberty is currently in the process of recruiting more customer service agents and installation and repair technicians to expand our customer service. Additionally, we are exploring plans to move our telecommunications customer service from outside the territory to Virgin Islands. With regard to cybersecurity, from the standpoint of telecommunications customers, as well as commercial and governmental entities, we believe that consumers should have the right to understand how all companies collect, use, and store their data. We also believe that a company's ability to use and share consumer data can potentially provide a superior customer experience through greater access to information or services relevant to them. In response to other dual imperatives, our parent company, Liberty Latin America, has created a privacy office, appointed a data privacy officer, and assembled a data privacy task force to align our strategy for addressing data privacy issues across all companies. The Privacy Office has the primary responsibility to implement recommendations from the task force, including developing a group-wide data privacy policy, which we will apply across all markets, and provide easy-to-use tools that allow customers to tell us how they want us to use and share their data. Liberty Latin America also established a global information security office and implemented a governance, risk, and compliance program, including security and awareness training for all employees. In addition, the company continues to enhance information technology controls, secure networks, and security monitoring. In our overall cybersecurity program, we implement security technology to protect data, applications, devices, and networks by partnering with many of the world's leading companies to provide comprehensive protection of our networks, products, services to our customers. We believe in digital literacy, and we have sponsored programs to educate and empower people on how to use technology safely and responsibly. This year, Liberty Foundation awarded a $10,000 grant to Y-Teens VI of St. Thomas to support digital education for girls throughout the year. This year, we have also celebrated Safer Internet Day in the USVI for the first time with a conference on cyberbullying and information on how to surf the web safely. On this link, www.libertyvi.com/surfwebsafely, our customers can find more information and tips to use the web safely. As I mentioned in the previous appearances, we hope to partner with this legislature and the government of Virgin Islands as a whole and be agents of change to provide improved telecommunication services to Virgin Islanders. Improving the permitting process will allow us to cover areas that remain uncommunicated or with poor service faster, with the implications that brings during a natural disaster or any sort of emergency. Once again, I thank you for this opportunity to appear before you today. Please let me know if I can provide any additional information or clarification. I'd welcome any questions that you may have.
Thank you so much for that comprehensive testimony. We'll get to you in a few. Next, CEO, Ms. Geraldine Pitt, VIA. You may proceed with your testimony.
Honorable Chairman, Item Marvin Black.
One moment, please. Can you please turn the mic for, and put it closer to your mouth also. Proceed, let me see.
Honorable Chairman, Marvin Blyden, members of the Committee of Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunications, members of the 35th Legislature, the staff, the listening and viewing audience, my name is Geraldine Pitt, and I'm the Chief Executive Officer of the Virgin Islands Telephone Corporation, locally known here as VIA. Thank you for inviting me to testify on the future of telecoms in the territory and the strides that VIA is making in keeping the community connected. In the year since I appeared before the committee, VIA has executed several of the initiatives I previewed for you then, all aimed at delivering improved products and services to the Virgin Islanders. At the center of our strategy is a program called VI Fiber, because VIA, for us, the Virgin Islands, comes first. Under this program, VIA deployed fiber deeper into our network, invested in remote PHY technology, and upgraded the network to DOCSIS 3.1, which is 10 times faster than DOCSIS 3.0. VIA is now offering 1 gig internet speed to most of the territory. Virgin Islands residents does not need to wait to 2025 and 2027. They can have 1 gig internet speed on a VI fiber program today, and so can any other business. In other words, for VIA, the future is now. Even more exciting news for our customers is the increase in our upload speeds to 1 gig and soon to be 1 gig 400 this year. While a number of our nodes are already upgraded, we find ourselves in an unusual position with interference from what appears to be unlicensed spectrum that impacts our network in a phenomenon called laser clipping. VIA has been using spectrum analyzers. We have had the equipment providers on island testing, and just as our team discovered, they too have found the issue has nothing to do with capacity, which we have plenty of, but rather the source of interference, which is also affecting our current offering, particularly at nights. We have also reached out to the FCC for assistance in dealing with the issue. As indicated in my last testimony, VIA is working with VINGN to deploy an additional inter-island capacity to secure redundant and diverse routes between St. Thomas and St. Croix. This will dramatically enhance the resiliency of the telecommunication infrastructure throughout the territory. After 3 attempts to secure E-rates to provide internet to schools and other educational facilities, we are ecstatic to have been awarded the VI Department of Education's E-rate Wide Area Network Least Lit Fiber contract to bring high-speed fiber-based connectivity to all public schools. VIA will collaboratively use our network and VINGN's network to connect these facilities. VIA is and always will be open to collaboration with entities like VINGN to ensure that the territory benefits from a more digitized teaching and learning experience. The project is 100% fiber-based, as I said earlier, to provide the fastest speed and the inter-island links between the 2 departments of education NOC to provide continuous connectivity even during an outage. The Virgin Islands Department of Education will also have real-time access to network monitoring and management tools. VIA has a long history of supporting educational initiatives. During COVID-19 pandemic, the Virgin Islands Department of Education contracted with VIA for almost 5,000 MiFis and mobile hotspot devices. This effort was a perfect example of what happens when readiness meets opportunity. We were prepared for the hurricane season, and then came the pandemic. Because we were ready, we became the natural partner for the VI Department of Education in connecting students to online learning platforms using high-speed 4G network and our MiFi service. Now with the E-rate rollout, we look forward to working with the Commissioner, Dr. Dion Wells-Hedrington, and her team to provide students with optimal digital experience for learning at their respective facilities. Continue on the mobile side of the business. VIA is deploying 5G services to more than 25 locations this year. VIA currently has approximately 40% more cell sites in the Virgin Islands than our closest competitor. Hence, the 5G deployment requires a phased approach to the rollout. Our 5G deployment is part of our continuous efforts to ensure that our mobile network delivers the highest quality service to our customers. And together, VoLTE, Voice over LTE upgrades, our customer can remain connected here, throughout the Caribbean, and the mainland United States. VIA Mobile has made enormous stride in the last 12 months, as customers are experiencing for themselves the speed and coverage of our network. Customers are finally able to connect the dots with mobile and MiFi functionality, both of which run over the #1 mobile network in the Virgin Islands. Further, VIA customers, when traveling to the mainland, will soon have access to not 1, but 2 national carriers. This is a major development for VIA and our customers. As we phase out our legacy cable television platform in favor of a high-definition platform, what we call VIA TV+, Customers will enjoy an enhanced viewing experience. TV Plus provides an all-digital experience for our customers with 4K picture quality plus features like cloud DVR, TV Anywhere, and access to a huge on-demand library. With new technologies, though, comes challenges for both the provider of the service as well as our customers. Notwithstanding those challenges, providers like VIA must keep pace with the rest of the world and constantly strive to find the right balance between choice of technology, new programming choices, price, and customer centricity so that we can deliver high value to our customers. One of the achievements that we are most proud of this year is reaching an agreement with the VI Public Service Commission, PSC, that caps VIA residential telephone rates so residents won't experience a price increase in the next 5 years. This is especially important to us because we understand the role of fixed telephony in the community, particularly for seniors who are on a fixed income and rely on the telephone to keep connected to friends and family. I wish to thank Chairman David Hughes, the commissioners and their staff for all of the hard work they have put into the E-rate case and for delivering a great result for the taxpayers of the ratepayers of the Virgin Islands. Just as we have upgraded our network, VI is diversing the entire customer care experience, making it easier than ever to get service from VIA and to stay connected to the world. Our customers can access VIA in our retail stores, located on each of our 3 main islands, online through our website, email, text, and social media. We are constantly engaging with our customers wherever we are. Even more exciting, VIA is expanding its presence in the community with over 19 dealers, and we are regularly deploying pop-up stores to bring VIA services closer to customers. Our engagement with the community extends beyond our stores. We are the only provider who have a weekly radio program to advise our customers of products, services, and solutions at VIA. More importantly, VIA partners with other stakeholders in the community to discuss the relationship between connectivity and the important matters and initiatives like disaster preparedness, cybersecurity, workforce development, economic development, food sovereignty, and VI culture. VIA can provide impactful support to our communities by collaborating with key stakeholders on initiatives that are important to the Virgin Islands. As a company's representative testifying today, I'm here on behalf of a talented team that is dedicated to delivering the highest quality to our customers. I would like to show appreciation for the families of our employees who support them so they can deliver for each other and for our customers. I would also be remiss if I did not acknowledge and thank all employees who helped to build this company that has been a critical part of the development of the Virgin Islands. VI is investing in new training and equipment for our team. Our trained technicians are in the territory. You see them every day in your businesses and residents. They are always available to help customers solve their connectivity challenges. They are also members of a support team that you don't see every day, but they make the wheels turn to deliver continuous improvement to our customers. Again, to my team and the various contractors and suppliers who contribute to our success, thank you. To our community, your experience to us at every touch point is absolutely important to us. We may not always get it right. In fact, we don't always get it right. But we are laser focused on improving every day. Hence, for 2023, VIA's mission is to deliver on our customer promise every time so that we become the most valued connectivity solutions provider in the Virgin Islands. Not only would you see the changes, but during the months of May and June, some of you would have the opportunity to contribute towards a change as we conduct a series of customer feedback sessions via telephone and focus group. And as we talk about bridging the digital divide, these are powerful words, and they are critical to the development of the Virgin Islands. One of the major initiatives for bridging the digital divide is the federally subsidized Affordable Connectivity Program, which provides residents who qualify with a $30 monthly subsidy for broadband services. That's why VIA has invested thousands of dollars and a significant number of resources in our daily community outreach efforts to promote the ACP. VIA promotes the ACP through the Virgin Islands with our community sales team that you see at grocery stores, cultural events, expos, and strategic locations where our community gathers. ACP is a critical part of our conversation in the community because the costs should not be a barrier to connectivity. Our outreach efforts are extensive, and it includes collaborating with the Department of Human Services to promote the Affordable Connectivity Program. Commissioner Kim Kazi-Gomez is to be applauded for recognizing the opportunity to deliver real value to the Virgin Islands with the ACP. Historically, VIA has always been the market leader in providing lifeline services to make telephone service more affordable. VIA is continuing this leadership with the ACP. As the traditional lifeline program has shown, subscription to these types of programs can remain stubbornly low, and this is why VIA has worked with the DHS to create a voucher program that DHS administers to promote ACP among 26,000 SNAP and Medicare recipients. This has been a huge success as we now have over 3,300 residents sign up to the ACP. This is truly commendable. I thank my team for that we have managed to do this within one single year. VIA's extensive community engagement is critical to the campaign, and VIA has launched an aggressive campaign direct to the community at strategic sites with the Virgin Islands Housing Authority to ensure that everyone is aware of this low-income assistance program. We are grateful to the Chief Operating Officer, Lydia Pell, and her team, who have worked closely with our team to ensure that eligible housing residents receive the communication services they need. VIA is the only carrier actively engaged with Human Services, the Virgin Islands Housing Authority, the Department of Labor, the Department of Education, and other community stakeholders to ensure that eligible participants are taking advantage of the available subsidized program. VIA's experience with the ACP has led us to conclude that the best way to close the digital divide is for government to build upon the success of the ACP. High-speed broadband in the territory presents challenges of affordability that are similar to the housing market. Despite all of the efforts of the government to provide public housing, the cost of housing remains a big challenge to many people. Access to broadband is no different than access to housing. They are both necessities that affect the quality of life. There are many providers of broadband services, but many residents simply cannot afford to pay for higher speed. Over the years, hundreds of millions of dollars have been spent on broadband infrastructure. The Virgin Islands now have 3 main broadband networks, and millions more will be spent on expansion, resiliency, redundancy in the coming years. Allow me to emphasize that these investments in connectivities are absolutely important to future-proof the Virgin Islands economy. Unfortunately, apart from the ACP, not much is being done about subsidizing broadband for the wider population, the same way that we have done for housing. If we keep spending only on infrastructure, there would always be a vast number of households that would not be able to afford broadband without direct subsidy to the consumer or ISPs. In the coming weeks, VIA will circulate a white paper on the subject of subsidy to key stakeholders, including this committee. Our white paper explains how such support can be structured so that all residents of the Virgin Islands can receive minimum 100 megabytes internet speed for a fraction of the cost to government. Were the government to use part of the $25 million available for the BEAD funding, for example, for this purpose, the government could fund this program for many years. It is my hope that we can work together to bring this program to market and close the digital divide in the Virgin Islands. Reshaping the business. VIA's investment in technology and people are part of a larger effort to reshape the business that VIA can keep the U.S. Virgin Islands connected and deliver additional advanced services and solutions to meet customers' foremost needs. The committee knows that VIA's universal service funding have been materially reduced and there is more competition in the territory than ever. To navigate these challenges, VIA has accelerated our investment in technology, solidifying real estate, and reshaping our organization. It is a continuous process as VIA must adapt to market circumstances so that we remain the leading telecommunications provider in the territory. Our competition is some of the largest carriers in the industry with global operations who are able to take advantage of the economies of scale and optimize their cost structure across multiple countries. Yet VIA remains the largest telecommunications employer in the Virgin Islands. We are proud of the team that we have built, and over the years, even as VIA must continue to seek ways to improve the cost structure of the business. In concluding, I'd like to close by saying that I'm very optimistic about VIA's future in the territory because at VIA, as I said earlier, we put the Virgin Islands first. And I'm proud to represent the VIA employees before you today. It is only through their hard work and dedication, commitment to the community that VIA is successful. VIA's mission for 2023 is to deliver on our promises, and we continue to execute as we did in the past. I'm confident VIA would remain the leading service provider in the Virgin Islands. Our future is bright. Our customers can continue to depend on us for years to come. Thank you for providing me with the opportunity to present to my testimony today.
Thank you. I also want to thank you, CEO Pitt, for that most comprehensive testimony. Next, we will have Mr. Mark Hodge, Legal Counsel, T-Mobile VI.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My clients, in particular, Mr. Dan Leary, are on via the Microsoft Teams, and he will be the one reading the opening statement.
What's your client? What's his name?
Dan Leary.
Mr. Leary?
There should be a
Good morning, Mr. Chairman.
One moment, please. Let's get you up on the screen. Very well. We can see you now. You may proceed.
Morning, Mr. Chairman. Members of the 35th Legislature's Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunications. Senators, legislative staff, ladies and gentlemen. T-Mobile appreciates the opportunity to appear before this committee to discuss the current status and the future of telecommunications in the territory, as well as other topics. I want to take this opportunity to introduce the T-Mobile team appearing before you today. First of all, I am Dan Leary. I'm Director of Government Affairs, and I'm based in Washington, D.C., where I come to you this morning. We have Elian Canales, Managing Corporate Counsel, who is on the screen. Mr. Cesar Carrera, Compliance Manager, also on the screen. And you recognized earlier Mr. Hodge, who is there in person.
One moment, please. You're the only one that's on the screen. We are not seeing anyone else on the screen.
Sorry. Well, I apologize. They're on my screen. Anyway, they are on the line. Would you like me to proceed?
Yes, sir.
Okay. As a result of our merger between T-Mobile and Sprint, T-Mobile extended its operations to the territory, including its mobile network in 2 stores located in St. Thomas and St. Croix, and T-Mobile's subsidiaries, including the entity that is operating in USVI. T-Mobile has been working to seamlessly integrate USVI operations into T-Mobile. Last year, we successfully launched the T-Mobile brand in the territory, bringing top quality wireless service, competitive rate plans, and best-in-class customer service to Virgin Islanders. 1, the status of 5G and wired broadband implementation and coverage. T-Mobile offers wireless services for both consumers and businesses through our retail and other channels across the nation, including the USVI. This means that backhaul for T-Mobile is provided by third-party vendors like VIA. It takes a network with numerous components working in concert to transmit data from one device to another. The process where base station equipment at our site sends traffic to the core telecommunications network over landlines or microwave transmission is called backhaul. Traffic continues to move via switches within public telephone network to the final antenna site. The terminating site then transmits to the receiving device. Just over 1 year ago, on April 18, 2022, T-Mobile, the most awarded 5G network in the country, earned yet another win. A new independent third-party report published by Ookla shows T-Mobile is the fastest overall wireless provider in the U.S., with most consistent speeds. In addition, T-Mobile ranked #1 for the fastest median 5G download speeds, and it has the most available 5G network in the country. This is the experience T-Mobile aims to provide nationwide, and we continue to work tirelessly to offer a similar experience everywhere. T-Mobile is investing in the USVI and installing a wireless infrastructure to accommodate growing consumer demand across the USVI. The goal is to improve speeds, coverage, and quality. This investment includes new updates to wireless towers, antennas, and small cells to transmit 5G wireless signals and to form the backbone of next-generation networks. Faster, more responsive, and able to connect to more devices, 5G will unlock innovation and investment. 5G will bring a wide range of economic and social benefits to the USVI, including creating new jobs in technology and access to healthcare and education, issues and opportunities that are often underserved in smaller communities. Number 2, the status of the 3G phase-out, present infrastructure projects, and plans for future development. As the wireless industry evolves to 5G, older technologies like Sprint's 3G CDMA networks have been retired. T-Mobile retired our 3G CDMA and UMTS networks to free up resources and spectrum that will allow us to strengthen our entire network and move all customers to more advanced technology like LTE, 4G, and 5G networks, providing more feature-rich experiences for customers. T-Mobile has been diligently working with our customers to ensure that they have the most up-to-date technology and has run numerous promotions that allow customers to upgrade their phones, in some cases for free, so they can best utilize this technology as a result of T-Mobile's aggressive campaign to modernize the wireless service in the USVI. The vast majority of T-Mobile customers now have 5G compatible phones. To further maintain connectivity, T-Mobile utilizes 600 megahertz low-band spectrum technology and its cell sites for better indoor coverage and longer range outdoor coverage. Speaking of coverage, T-Mobile has expanded coverage on St. Croix in notoriously poor coverage areas, and in InfoPro T-Mobile is currently working on 2 new cell sites in St. Thomas and 1 on St. John, with all new and existing cell sites maintaining high-capacity backhaul. T-Mobile has also invested in excess of $585,000 to update and upgrade its retail location on St. Thomas and plans for similar major renovations in its St. Croix retail location in 2023. Both retail locations are set up as emergency hubs and are equipped with all necessary items to support store personnel to assist customers after a catastrophic event. Not only is T-Mobile investing in its infrastructure, it's investing in customer service. There is now a T-Mobile certified technician based on St. Thomas to ensure an available and qualified person can address any issue with our system in a timely manner. Further, to support our technician and customers, T-Mobile has established a warehouse on St. Thomas with the necessary parts to repair the system to ensure that any necessary repairs are made quickly and properly to ensure as future service interruption for our customers as possible. Likewise, T-Mobile has expanded the customer service hours to start at 6 a.m. and stay open and available to our customers until 12 a.m. And we have also engaged bilingual customer service representatives to better assist our customers. We are happy to report that 100% of our cell sites have battery backup banks, and greater than 90% have generators as redundancy in case of power outage. T-Mobile is committed to safeguarding the interests of our customers, employees, and stakeholders in the event of an emergency or significant business disruption. As a result, T-Mobile maintains an enterprise-wide business continuity program designed to provide effective responses to a wide variety of disruptive events. T-Mobile considers the full range of natural and man-made hazards that could impact employees, customers, operations, and assets across the country. The technology team conducts ongoing site threat assessment in an effort to identify potential impacts on critical sites and properties to plan for threats accordingly. When it comes to active disasters or outages, T-Mobile has a long history of moving quickly and effectively in emergency situations to ensure our customers can stay connected when they need it most. Every day, thousands of T-Mobile associates are dedicated and focused on keeping our customer connections strong and available. We understand the importance of reliable communications and connectivity during critical events. Even when there's no active disaster or outage, we are working behind the scenes to make sure that our network is operating at optimal levels for ever-changing demands. We regularly test and drill our emergency response teams across the nation to be able to help us stay ahead of any situation that arises. We maintain an organized and integrated suite of disaster plans and procedures. T-Mobile has made a significant investment in our network's redundancy, reliability, and resiliency. For times when impacts are unavoidable, we have a fleet of rapid response equipment. That's generators, cows, which are cells on wheels, and satellite technology situated across the country to facilitate expeditious recovery. These multi-layered investments are designed to deliver best-in-class service continuity. 3, customer obsessed. In T-Mobile, we are customer obsessed. That's what inspires us and drives us to look for new ways to keep our customers seamlessly connected to what they love. In 2014, we became the Un-carrier, a business model on listening to the customer and addressing the industry pain points. Our customer service, which we call CARE, has been consistently recognized for its superior service by entities such as J.D. Power. Back in 2018, we launched our team of experts, where dedicated, highly trained individuals handle a wide range of topics, sometimes working with specialists, including local retail and engineering, to solve even the most complex issues. Our approach is customer-centric, where retail stores, engineering, and care report to the same organization. We can identify customer pain points and provide a resolution faster. CARE has tech agents that can evaluate technical issues and escalate with engineering resources as needed. 4, our employees are the backbone of our company. T-Mobile prides itself on ensuring that our training and benefit packages are unrivaled. We currently have 16 retail employees in USVI with benefits packages that include health insurance, 401k retirement savings plan with employer match, restricted stock options, stock grants, tuition reimbursement, generous paid time off, and voluntary benefits, with discounts for MetLife legal plans, Allstate identity protection, nationwide pet insurance, auto and home insurance, Aflac supplemental health plans, Trustmark long care and life insurance, active and fit direct program, and outplacement services and mental health services. Number 5, call before you dig, Act number 7798. T-Mobile does not own any fiber optics on USVI and utilizes existing middle mile networks maintained by other network owners. But it has been impacted by fiber cuts due to poor coordination. Number 6, cybersecurity. At T-Mobile, we work hard to keep our subscribers' information safe with state-of-the-art cybersecurity technology, rigorous monitoring and response operations, and strict compliance to global industry standards. Like any corporation, T-Mobile isn't immune from criminal attacks. As the privacy and security landscape rapidly shifts, standards are continually evolving. We're committed to meeting those standards and being transparent about them. We believe that our customers deserve to know how their data is used, how they can control it, and what we're doing to protect it. Due to increasing challenges and impacts of cybersecurity incidents, T-Mobile has acknowledged the need of enhanced knowledge and increased cybersecurity awareness across the enterprise, expanding its cybersecurity teams and resources, and taking every opportunity to promote education internally and with its subscribers. 5G is the most secure mobile network to date. Compared with earlier mobile network technologies, 5G brings a range of security improvements. GSMA, a global industry organization representing mobile network operators and telecom suppliers, refers to 5G as secure by design. That description reflects a series of principles applied during the concept, design, and development stages to build security into 5G networks. This security-oriented approach helps make cybersecurity contextual and even predictive, characteristics that help to anticipate and close off potential vulnerabilities. The security advantages are greatest with what's called 5G standalone, or 5G SA, which requires that mobile devices and network infrastructure equipment support 5G specifications. By comparison, 5G non-standalone, or 5G NSA, is overlaid on an existing 4G network, only providing higher bandwidth locally where it is available. T-Mobile launched the world's first nationwide 5G standalone network in 2020. And as 5G continues to evolve and improve, we're committed to ensuring that our customers receive the fastest, most secure 5G service and can benefit from the most up-to-date cybersecurity practices. And with that, we look forward to continuing to work in developing our network and customer base in the USVI. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Leary, for your testimony. So we have heard from all of the different telecommunication companies. We have gotten an update on some very good information. So what we're going to do at this time is hear from some of our constituents, in particular, the St. Croix districts, or some of our seniors from the Government Retirees, Inc., St. Croix. We have had a lot of inquiries since we put out the information about the hearing. So I'm going to give them a brief opportunity to basically put something on the record so we can have a better picture of exactly what we're dealing with and how we can respond to those situations. So I have two of those individuals in the St. Croix conference room. I'll start with former Senator Douglas Canton. You're recognized for your testimony, and then we'll close out with Ms. Rhea Hodge. Okay, so you may proceed with your testimony.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman Marvin A. Blyden. Good morning also, recognizing the Vice Chairman is here, Ms. Maurice, Attorney Maurice James, Senator. All the senators that are in this hearing, staff, listening audience. As a member of the St. Croix Government Retirees Group, I get a chance to hear what I see as a diverse group of people and experience when it comes to dealing with the telecommunication services here in the Virgin Islands and in St. Croix in particular. And I want to stress that our comments are geared more to the telecommunications community and not to single out anyone, because what we as the community want is consistency across the various carriers. I listened to the very impressive things that are going on in various carriers in terms of developing their services and so forth, and I commend them on that, but there's work to be done that needs to be done concurrent to those things. Now, Mr. Chair, I submitted a document there that is basically an outline that I'm going to follow, and context is very important. When I talk about decades of demonstrated lack of reinvestment, when you drive in on the North Shore, the South Shore, the Frederickstead waterfront, La Valley, even Christiansted, East Airport Road intersection, Morningstar Hill, we're running into having drop calls. One time I'm going down Morningstar Hill and I get connected to Tortola, their signal that strong, and no signal on St. Croix. And this has been going on for decades. So in that sense, we're saying to the carriers and other supporting organizations that infrastructure is great, but the service delivered is what's ultimately most important, okay? To be connected one moment and the network telling you you're not connected, you know, it just, for us as the end person, it's just not acceptable, and it's something that has to change. And that change in the terms of 10 years from now, it needs to happen now for very important reasons that I'm going to point out now. Okay? 911. What good are the first responders to us if we can't reach them? If you're out East End, you don't have to live out there. You can be driving, you have an accident, and you need to call for help, and you have no cell phone service. The reality is that things have transitioned to where cell phones are almost ubiquitous, an integral part of how we communicate for every aspect of our lives, including our access to first responders. I personally encountered a situation where that scenario of a person having an accident and somebody had to go to another location to get a signal to call so we could get a wrecker and get out there and deal with the situation. These are things that have been going on for decades. So we're asking and imploring the carriers to come up with some type of an interim program to get to the point where we can have much broader coverage. Some of the websites you can go to and they'll show you their dead spots areas, and that's been there for decades. What is the plan? It may be too costly, let's say for example, to put 5G in certain places like La Valley at this point in time, but I do note that one carrier has brought fiber over the hill there. Is there a way that possibly we can get a tower in that area that has a sunset on it, that it's allowed to be there for, let's say, the next 10, 15 years, to allow for the other infrastructure to catch up in the meantime? Because when somebody is trying to break into your house, or there's someone in the neighborhood that the VIPD put out armed and dangerous call about, that somehow or the other you don't know, or when you do find out, you have no communication to call somebody for help. These are real world issues that we are dealing with. Another aspect of it is caregivers. We know that it's a struggle sometimes when you have to take care of someone in your family, and at the same time you have to do other duties in support of them. These days you have ways to remotely monitor your home if you have service. And if you're away and that service goes down, there's no backup, you're in a very insecure situation. These are core issues that need to be addressed. 911, our responders are of no use to us if we cannot reach them. Security and all that the internet allows for us to take advantage of are not used to us if we don't have service. To the carriers in that regards, I would invite you to take a tour around St. Croix and test your service, and then come back to the people and tell them what you found. Don't take it from me. I spent a good bit of time in Washington, D.C., but I want to say whether it's T-Mobile or or in this case, Liberty, via, this is how you do it. You have to get out there and see what the people are feeling. This is not to discount the other very good things that you're doing. This is hearing from us what it is we need, what it is that we want. Okay? In one instance, there was testimony at reportedly at one of the PSC meetings where we have 3,000 people who want service and they can't get it, whether it's location, lack of poles, whatever the case may be. I put some numbers in my presentation here because on average, the household could pay $50 for communications, and you take 50,000 people, although it's really more than that, because now practically every child and baby, when they're born now, they come out with a hand like this, ready to have a cell phone given to them. So the number of phones in our community has exploded. So you take that $50 times 50,000 people, and you come up with hundreds of thousands, millions over a year that we could reinvest. Meaning what? If you got to put up poles, if whatever you got to do to get service into these areas, yes, it costs money. But once you have that service established, that money, just like any other financial situation, allows you to amortize out your investment and see profits. These 3,000 people aren't amorphous. They're real people that want service and can't get it. Okay? And I use those numbers just for purposes of our conversation. WAPA. Okay, I'm not here to bash WAPA or to put WAPA on the stand. The community knows the problem that we're having, and we've even heard some testimony about it today. But when WAPA goes out, what is important for me to say today is that some carriers, within 5 to 10 minutes of WAPA going out, your cell phone service is degraded. Your internet service very often disappears. And so you know if you're in an area like in Christiansted and WAPA goes and your cell phone service is degraded, then what's happening in other places? These are things that need to be addressed. Now the reality is, whether it's the towers or whatever other equipment, there needs to be a backup power strategy. Now, communicating with the community. I listen here today and I hear all the great things that are going on from various carriers, but you're missing a very important point. The people, the majority of people who need to know this and to support you through the legislature, through the executive, through the delegate, through FCC, whether it's right into the FCC, the greater number of people that need to know this are about working right now, maybe looking about putting food on the table. Later on, they're dealing with homework. So all of this will go right by and they never hear it. You need a different approach to communicating with the community. Now, rather than criticize, I'll offer a suggestion. For every carrier here today, as well as for VINGN, I listen to the things that are going on, and Public Works. I listen to the things that are going on, and I'm saying like, wow, wouldn't it be nice if you could just pre-record? You don't have to get away from your job or use valuable time in a way that is one thing or the other. Pre-record some of these things and put it online for access so that you could tell people, in essence, what we are doing and what this means to you. What are you doing and what does it mean to me? Now, I am here today and I have the benefit of hearing everything that was said, but I am the minority. So something has to be done with regards to outreach. Customer service. I have to say that when I go for customer service to the various carriers, and I say that I don't have accounts with everybody, but you know what? I have senior friends, yes, senior friends that sometimes I carry around to take care of business out there. So I see the interaction from that perspective. And when you take a person who can't stand up very long to an office, yes, they want to get out. They want to go out there and do their business too. And there's a long line, and they're waiting forever. Okay, and this isn't true in all places, but it doesn't matter. It's the people that we serve. It's kind of a daunting and discouraging. I will say that when we deal with people one-on-one, the customer service, the person interaction is very good from my experience. So we're not complaining about customer service in terms of customer service training. We're talking about when something goes wrong and you go in, should you have 25 or 50 people, you have to stand outside and wait to come inside, as opposed to being in some place that's covered and air conditioned, as some folks have. This is important. These are the things that make the difference. So the touting of everything that you're doing comes to these ears, but there are thousands of more ears out there that you need to communicate with. Now, where we go from here? First of all, I'm very much excited by the things that I've heard in terms of what's going on, the backup systems that are being put in place to make sure that the first responders can talk to each other. The people who need to reach them can't reach them in the time of need. Then we're missing the boat. So I implore you to come back to the community and inform us of what you're doing and what it means to the community. Where we go from here? You know, we had the real world experience of being without electricity for 3 months or more for some people. I was one of the 3-monthers. I had that pleasure, so to speak. The telecommunications folks were similarly impacted. And what we want to know is that when the next Maria comes, what is the plan to establish communications in short order? I'm in Christiansted. I remember the bypass was lined up with people there so they could get access to talk to their loved ones all over the world. What is the plan to ensure that our systems are resilient to be able to meet the need in those times? Some of what I heard today addresses these points of what we would like to see, a telecommunications infrastructure strategy and plans. I heard a lot about it here, but the majority of people out there don't know. And it's your job to figure out a way, meaning the carriers, to figure out how to bridge that communication divide. Identified fundings. You know, any good plan is going nowhere if you don't have the money to implement it. The people need to know that it's not just a pie in the sky, that the plan has some funding behind it. You know, the things that are going on, I listened to the manpower issues that are saying certain good things that could happen for us aren't happening because of either lack of communication or lack of initiative or lack of sense of urgency in certain corners. I'm not talking about the carriers, okay? Saying this comes back home to us in government here. What's the game plan? What's the game plan to hire people to deal with the processing of documents? And I give the administration kudos for the recognition, the fact that if you got all the money in the world and you can't get it processed to spend it, it doesn't do you any good, and the efforts to overcome those, so we have to work harder, clearly. whenever there is a milestone accomplishment, come to the community and hey, blow your horn. We want to know. If there are outstanding issues, we would rather know why we're upset and frustrated. Okay? It makes a difference. Projections in terms of your plans for the future, things change. Don't take it for granted that because in your bubble, you're aware of what you're doing to mitigate those changes, to advance things here in the Virgin Islands. Come to the people. The community is looking for constructive collaboration between the executive, the legislature, the delegate, the federal resources and private sector engines that make this whole process of quality of life work. We want to hear from you. Not just come here and in this pilgrimage, come back and let us know so that we can be supportive in the ways that we need to be to ensure that our quality of life, especially in the area of telecommunication services and how it impacts us, are addressed. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity to speak here today on behalf of the St. Croix government retirees.
Thank you so much, Senator, for your testimony and line of questioning. But no, very well. I really appreciate the testimony, and we will address many of what you stated as we do our due diligence and do our line of questioning. Before I go any further, I want to recognize Senator Samuel Carrion. Thank you, Senator, for being here. Ms. Hodge, I'll let you do your testimony. Move forward with your testimony at this time.
Good morning, Senator Marvin Blyden, committee chair, all of the committee members who are here, and everyone who might be listening to us. I am also representing the St. Croix government retirees to express concerns that were discussed at our meeting in January. As was said before, many of us are disappointed with the service of Liberty and Via and the other agencies. Phone calls are constantly dropped and the internet connections are unreliable. Technical support is frustrating because they are manned in foreign locations by persons who do not have a good command of the English language, and their explanations are hard to understand. I wonder if technical support is not available on the island instead of us, reaching people that are hard to understand. Because we no longer have landline phone service, many of us, especially the elderly, have difficulty reaching our family or friends during an emergency. I don't know why the landline service was discontinued. I know many people prefer to have a cell phone, but I believe, I remember when the power went out, those of us who had landline service, it remained available. So if it's possible for that to be an option, I think it would help many of us, especially the elderly, because they are having trouble using the cell phones. I'm wondering if there is a lifeline program for the elderly to use during an emergency. We see many things on television that we wish we have access to, but some of us and the elderly, especially if they're alone or their provider is not nearby, if they have a situation where they need help, it would be good if there was a lifeline program where they could just press a button or, ring a bell that would help them make a contact to let someone know they are in need of help. I'd like to speak about WAPA now. I know that many of us can't afford solar service, so I know we have a solar field in what we call Spanish Town, I believe. And I am wondering how many of these solar fields do we have on the island? Where are they located? And what area of the population is served by them? More solar service would help, especially since we still have so many power outages. The education department, especially, is very often interrupted because of power failures and poor internet services. It is disappointing to know that the children and the teachers sometimes have to end the school day early because of power outages. And if we had more generators, if we have generators, I don't know, do we have generators in the schools, which will help the situation, keep them on campus and keep them working, when their power fails. Lastly, I am interested to know when we will see a reduction in our electric bills, because I understand and I hear on the radio and I know the governor tells us about the money that he's sending WAPA every month, millions of dollars. And I think that we know in the territory that the WAPA problem has been here too long, and it's surprising that at this point we still don't have many improvements. And we cannot afford to keep supporting WAPA if the service is not getting better. I'd like to make a comment on what Mr. Canton said. Customer service is important, and more people would like to be able to speak to a person as opposed to being told to log in here and log in there to get help with whatever problems they have. And the general public could benefit more by knowing, as Mr. Canton said, what is being done to help us. And what we heard here today will not be heard by too many people unless they are listening in on their telephone or on their television. So this information that we received today needs to be disseminated in such a way that more people would be aware of some of the things that you in your companies are trying to do to help us. And it seems like too many things are being planned or being done for a future date, maybe a year or two from now. And as Mr. Canton said, we need to know what is being done now to help the situations. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you so much, Ms. Hodge. I know it took some time to hear all of the different testimonies from the different telecommunication companies and the government department, but it's important that, based on what we asked them to present today, was presented, because I think that's very important in terms of everyone understanding what we are dealing with. But before I proceed any further, I want to introduce my 3 interns that have been with me for the last 12 weeks from the Ivana Idoakin High School. Please come forward right quick, so you step forward. Come in front of me. As I stated, these 3 interns have been working over the last 12 weeks they are from the Ivana Idoakin High School. They are in an on-the-job training leadership program for business students. Based on their qualities, I am reassured that we are still producing young people who have what it takes to lead our community into the future. They are all very focused and dedicated to their craft and have excelled in all given assignments. I'll start with Wabina Danger. Please raise your hand for this. She aspires to study business administration and receive a bachelor's and master's at the University of the Virgin Islands. She is also currently a member of FBLA and a rock and roll cheerleader. But she also is a seamstress. She sews pretty well. I'm very impressed with her skill set. Wabina? That's Wabina. Next, we have Alexis Forte. He will be attending the University of the Virgin Islands also, as well as plan to study business administration and social work. I said he, she. She holds a keen interest in the hotel and tourism industry And I must say, Alexis is very, very customer friendly. She deals with a lot of the phone calls. She knows how to basically communicate well, and she has a great smile. Alexis Forte. And lastly, but not least, we have Rowdy Nolasco. He is a member also of the Ivana Idora Kent High School basketball team. He will embark on a journey to become an automotive engineer by way of Universal Technical Institute. He also has been very instrumental in my office. They all have worked well with our constituents. They all have very good customer service skills. And to believe it or not, they have additionally volunteered with my office on other activities. As a matter of fact, they were at the bucket drop this weekend for Victims United, and I really, really appreciate them, and they're welcome back to my office anytime. Mr. Rowdy. And I hope you enjoyed your experience working here in the first branch of government, and I look forward again to seeing you guys do great things within our community. And thank you again. The Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunication will take a 3-minute recess so you guys could do what you need to do before we move forward. We're back on the record. We are going to do some housekeeping right quick. We're going to start with a 7-minute round of questioning. It's going to start with Senator Angel Bolquez, then Senator Carla Joseph, then Senator Ray Fonseca, Senator Dwayne DeGraff, Senator Maurice James, Senator Carrion, and I will be last, rounding it up. But before I go to Senator Bolquez, I just want to put two things on the record right quick. VANGN. I know in your testimony you mentioned the 66 free Wi-Fi locations with 202 access points and counting. But I went through the list. I did not. I know you're supposed to be covering all the housing communities. I do not see Berg's Home there. Do not see Bavone. Do not see Contant Knowles. I'm not sure of the one in St. Croix that's missing. What's going on in that space? Why haven't you guys covered all of the housing communities within both districts?
We have a priority list of how we're building out. All of the locations that you mentioned are on our list. It's just a matter of prioritization of how we build.
Can you please put those at the top of your priority list? I'll appreciate it.
The top of our priority list right now this week is the airport. We just finished St. Croix Airport, and we're doing St. Thomas this week, actually.
Very well. After the airport, please put the housing communities at the top of your priority list, and I'll appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Yes, sir.
Also, when it comes to Liberty, I honestly was shocked to hear in your testimony some of the challenges that you have been facing as a result of some of our government agencies and semi-autonomous agencies. You spoke to many letters you have sent to the Water and Power Authority, no response for some time. And it seems like there is not a priority. You spoke also to DPNR and Public Works. Please, moving forward, I'm the chair for telecommunication, you need to reach out to me. We have the chair for government operation right here, Senator Joseph. You need to reach out to us so we can have a serious discussion, reach out to these entities, and how about us sit down, because how many funds are we speaking to? How much money are we talking to in respect to assuring that the funds are spent within a certain time frame? And is any of this money in jeopardy of being lost as a result of the inaction of certain individuals? Can you speak to that briefly, please?
Sure, Senator. This is Bala Balakrishnan, General Manager for Liberty. We're talking about the grant of $84.5 million from FCC. In addition, we're investing significantly more as well. And
take your time when you speak, please. Take your time. And also, the recorders in St. Croix District, so please mention your name before you speak and take your time when you're speaking. Proceed.
Thank you. So, if we don't meet the milestones that have been committed to FCC, there is a significant risk of some of this money being lost, or all of it being lost, in addition to penalties that we would actually get.
Just slow down for me. You're speaking fast. Just speak slowly.
Too fast, okay. So let me restate. Bala Balakrishnan, General Manager for Liberty VI. So that you asked a question about how much money are we talking about. The total amount of FCC funding is $84.5 million for building out the fiber to the home infrastructure on the islands. This, in addition to that, Liberty has committed incremental dollars for this project. If we don't meet the FCC commitment deadlines, there's a significant risk of FCC penalizing Liberty and also clawing back some or all of the funding.
What's the deadline? What's the time frame we're speaking to? The deadline time.
There are incremental milestones, so the whole project should be completed according to the commitment by 2027. But there are milestones, so we need to have 10,000 homes passed by the end of 2023, and we need to have 20,000 homes passed by the end of 2024 to be able to keep our funding.
Do you see that being realistic? And in order for it to be realistic, how soon do we need to meet with these agencies and have the the proper policy that would have you in place in order to meet that goal? What's the time frame for that? How much time do we have left in order to meet with the agencies and basically have our first step moving forward? How much time do we have?
Well,
for the first 10,000.
For the first 10,000 has to be done by the end of this year. So we need permits approved, and construction has already started, but we need permits for the 10,000 homes given to us in the next 4 to 6 weeks so we can plan our work and continue to move forward.
Okay, myself with my co-chair here for government operation and my colleague will try and see what we can do in terms of having a meeting moving forward so we can basically try not to lose any funds. When it comes to federal dollars, I really kind of see us, whether it be education, human services, to include the telecommunication companies losing a dime because we can use all the help we can get, so. Without further ado, Senator Bolkers, I'll recognize you for your 7 minutes. Point of inquiry, Senator Carrion.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just not quite clear when he refers to permits, the gentleman from Liberty. The permits that you are awaiting or need is from who?
We need excavation permits for laying the underground fiber from the Department of Public Works. And there are two different types of permits typically that come out. One from Department of Public Works for doing the excavation. Second is from DPNR for doing construction as well. We were able to work with the DPW and DPNR early on last year to put a process in place where DPNR has given us a broader blanket permit. But as Senator Commissioner Gabriel said, we are working closely with the DPW on a location-by-location area process to get excavation permits. The challenge that we are running into is significantly, my understanding is significantly because of the bandwidth issue from DPW. Very few, there's like 1 or 2 people that are working on this project in addition to every other project that's coming down the pike. And I think elevating that, basically, if we can get more resources dedicated to this, we can actually move this forward. The commissioner is definitely committed in making this happen, so he's been a great partner. The question is bandwidth.
And I just maybe have 2 follow-up. How long were these applications submitted to PDW? And if this is something, Commissioner from PDW, this could be outsourced if you don't have the capacity within your department.
Thank you, Senator Carrion, for your inquiry. Commissioner Gabriel?
So on your first question, I think we started seeing applications.
Your name. Don't forget to mention your name before you start.
Derek Gabriel, Commissioner, Department of Public Works. So I know that the applications from Liberty really started coming in 2022. We've had some pre-meetings with the Liberty team. We've actually been meeting with them, I think, on a monthly and bi-monthly basis. So far, we've gotten 8 applications approved. I think Mr. Balakrishnan mentioned there's another 13 pending, and I know we also received some more applications as recently as Thursday. And then your second question, outsourcing. So we do use some of our consultants on board when applicable to review. But for the most part, we keep it in-house because we have construction schedules for our major projects. Mr. Peter Gajewski and Mr. Jomo McLean are heavily involved in our utility coordination. So we make sure that there's also some coordination with the other utilities as well. So we do the bulk of the application in-house, and we prefer to keep it that way for right now.
Thank you so much. Senator Bolquez, you recognize for your 7 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning to the listening and viewing audience. Good morning, colleagues. Oh, it's afternoon already. I apologize. Good afternoon. And good afternoon to the technology and telecommunication leaders of the Virgin Islands. Technology and telecommunications are tied at the hip. And each day, technology and telecommunications play a very critical role in the operation of our society overall. And telecommunications has become the foundation of businesses, governments, communities, families, and it connects us so that we can share information. Colleagues, our people should not be behind the 8 ball because this territory has received and continues to receive a lot of funding for telecommunications. From free Wi-Fi deployment throughout the territory from the CARES Act, 582,000 for distance learning, 10.8 million from ARPA for the Wi-Fi telemedicine expansion, 25 million from Broadband Equity Access and Deployment, 7 million under the Digital Equity Act program, funds from the Middle Mile Broadband Infrastructure Program, the Affordable Connectivity Program, which offers subsidized discounts, Connect USVI Fund, Broadband Expansion Project, Fiber to Home, and the list goes on. I'm very anxious to see the benefits of all this funding and the tax breaks that companies receive on behalf of the people of the Virgin Islands. We are still at the bottom of the list when it comes to lowered rates, reliable access, speed, latency, and other key communication advancements. Now, I'm going to start out this way. The U.S. Virgin Islands is the home of the fastest broadband connection in the Western Hemisphere. And this is the truth. All residents, businesses, governments, and agencies of the United States Virgin Islands should be having access to affordable, sophisticated, reliable, and high-speed connections. The American Recovery and Reinvestment Act created VINGN so that it can also work with the stakeholders who are all here today in order to install a state-of-the-art infrastructure when it comes to communications, telecommunications. Now, I'm going to start off with VINGN, not that I'm pointing fingers, just so that we can have a discussion. Now, let's look at it this way. There are about 450 cables under the ocean, maybe 500, and 95% of all the internet traffic goes through these cables. And they are connected to the Virgin Islands. However, the Virgin Islands is not connected to every single continent as well. However, we can broaden our scope and open up opportunities. And Director Adams, I did not hear you talk about Project Sailfish. I did not hear you talk about Diaspora Link. These are important projects that are going to open up the accessibility of the Virgin Islands so that we can start seeing money or generating funds here through VINGN for this community, for this government, for our people. Could you please elaborate on those projects?
Stephen Adams, President CEO of VINGN. I really appreciate bringing up and provide some context on Project Sailfish and Diaspora Link that you mentioned, Senator, because those are pet projects that are one of the reasons why I came to the U.S. Virgin Islands. These two projects that have been mentioned are undersea cables connecting the United States Virgin Islands to both Virginia Beach and New York, and that was Project Sailfish. It's a project that I've been working with Congresswoman Plaskett. Diaspora Link is another undersea cable that I have proposed, and that is connecting the U.S. Virgin Islands to the continent of Africa. There is no single fiber that connects the that connects the U.S. mainland to the continent of Africa. I believe that the U.S. Virgin Islands is a good way station for that, and then it also presents an opportunity for the U.S. Virgin Islands to be the hub for international traffic throughout the Caribbean and between the United States and Africa.
And stop there for me. Thank you, Director. And this opens up the opportunity for e-business, international banking and trading efforts by erecting way stations here in the Virgin Islands to access this information, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So we're talking about generating funds by doing these things for our people through the Virgin Islands. That's one. Now, concerning the $7 million that was provided under the Digital Equity Act program to support the inclusion of partners and nonprofit organizations to repurpose community centers and even public technology centers. What's the status of that project?
Stephen Adams, President and CEO of VINGN. The status is that VINGN had applied with an NTIA a digital equity grant. We have not been awarded that grant yet. That grant comes in two phases. There's a $150,000 grant for
2
planning.
minutes.
And then that planning grant then transfers into the larger grant. We are currently doing planning now.
Thank you. My time is running. So to the telecommunication companies now. There is a $25 million effort which is available through the Broadband Equity Access Deployment Program. How many of you are at the table with these discussions concerning that plan and access to that $25 million? Yes or no?
We are not, and not that we don't want to be. As far as we're concerned, it's at the early stages.
Liberty?
We're not part of that either.
T-Mobile? Okay, while we wait for T-Mobile.
Well, they're online.
They're
on
online.
MS Teams.
Really quickly, please. My time is running, and I have a plethora of questions.
To my knowledge, the answer is no.
The answer is no. So we need to have the stakeholders at the table when it comes to accessing this money, because the money is for the stakeholders to be able to provide the access and the internet and telecommunication efforts for the Virgin Islands. So I'm not sure who needs to be notified, but you have to be at the table.
I'd like to, Stephen Adams, I'd like to comment on that program. If you're speaking about the NTIA BEAD program, which is $25 million, that's being managed out of the OMB. OMB is responsible for those funds, and all of the telecommunication companies as well as nonprofits will be eligible to compete for those funds when they become available.
Okay, communicate with them and let's get you at the table, telecommunication companies. BIT, really quickly before my time expires. What is the status of the Cybersecurity Advisory Council?
The Cybersecurity Advisory Council, we have drafted a charter for the Cybersecurity Council. It's been forwarded to CISA for their evaluation, and I think they're going to look favorably on it, so we just need to be able to get the feedback from CISA. CISA is the Cybersecurity Infrastructure Security Agency.
Okay, and the cybersecurity plan for the Virgin Islands, has that been drafted?
The plan is in draft. It's the funding that we've gotten for the cybersecurity grant program is focused on developing that plan in the first year. We haven't gotten the go-ahead yet for the utilization of that funding, but we've already started drafting a plan. There are other stakeholders that have to put input into that plan as well, and once that funding comes online, then we'll be able to gather that input from them as well.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, may I ask one quick question? Thank you, Mr. Chair. Department of Public Works, when it comes to the infrastructure upgrades that all of these companies will at some point come to you to ask for, what is the challenge in that on your side of things? Because you have to deal with multimodal travel, with people traversing the streets. How are you actually scheduling or assigning these digs so that we can dig once and perhaps schedule so both companies, 3 companies, however much amount of companies come in, drop the lines, and then we all move out? How is that going for you?
So Derek Gabriel, Commissioner, Department of Public Works. So we've been trying with Liberty, at least to give them a heads up when we have our major road construction projects coming up so that they can go in while the road is already open. The challenge is that all the utilities don't have the money available to them at the same time, or else it would be very easy to do the dig once approach. But because you have Waste Management, WAPA, and the telecommunications companies kind of staggered, if you will, it's very difficult to do that one trench, one dig approach. So we are working on alternative methods that kind of dedicates a lane, if you will, to each of the companies so that there's minimal disruption where we can. But even to that takes a lot of coordination.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Chair, thank you for the leniency. I appreciate the time.
Thank you, Senator Bilquez, for your line of questioning. Senator Fonseca, you recognize your point of information?
Inquiry.
Your point of inquiry.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Gabriel, concerning digging up the road that we just discussed, you mentioned there's a slew of different agencies digging up the road. You got WAPA, Liberty, VIA, et cetera, et cetera. I know that Public Works spends a lot of money repairing roads. You can put down a new road, new top, and then someone goes and digs up the road. is there a spec that they have to redo that road so that the road is now secure and intact, and now you don't have to go back and spend money again for a road that you just paid millions of dollars?
Derek Gabriel, Commissioner, Department of Public Works. Each utility is supposed to follow the specifications that we provide. I would say the challenge is that most are not. In most instances, we have been doing, like I said, especially with the public utilities, we have been doing a number of coordination efforts with them. We've been even asking them to share their road repair contracts so that we could speak with the contractors, but it's still a work in progress, Senator.
Okay, and if they're not following the specs, what is your remedy? How do you deal and address that?
So future permits are held back, are withheld until we could get those agreements in place, which I think is some of what's even impacting Liberty VI in this instance. Because I think everybody here knows the challenges that we had in phase 1.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you for your point, Senator Fonseca. Before I go to Senator Joseph, let me ask VIA. It's to VIA and also to all of the different telecommunication companies. I know that St. Croix retirees gave a lengthy testimony, in particular Mr. Canton, on their challenges, and he gave some suggestions in terms of doing a tour, etc. Would you guys be, I saw some of you shaking your head while he was speaking also, would you guys be willing to do a tour of those areas they speak to with the retirees on this island of St. Croix? Let me start with you, Ms. Pitt.
Geraldine Pitt, CEO of VIA. Absolutely. I think for us, as I said earlier, we'll be doing a set of public engagements. Those will be a little more general, but absolutely we are quite open to getting our teams there and checking out those particular areas.
Okay, very well. Bala?
Bala Balakrishnan, General Manager for Liberty VI. We're absolutely open to doing a tour of the locations. As a matter of fact, we did one better. On 18th and 19th of January, we actually brought our team from Puerto Rico, from Miami, and all of us, including me, we actually toured both islands completely. We drove through every road to see where the issues are, and we've captured all the information. We're happy to do that again and talk to the community leaders.
Okay, very well. T-Mobile?
Elian Canela.
Hi, this is Elian Canella from T-Mobile. Yes, definitely, Senator. We would be willing to join that outing in order to visit those specific areas. We certainly do that by ourselves internally with our teams. We will open to join.
And what's your name? And please place your name on the record.
Ileana Cañellas.
Okay, thank you so much, and I appreciate that. Senator Joseph, you recognize for your 7 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A pleasant good day to everyone. I just want to mention that what we are hearing today is telecommunication has emerged as a necessity, and I would even stretch it as far as to say a commodity in the 21st century to conduct business, for educational pursuits, learning, activities, community activities, socialization, entertainment, first responders, and all around, we are in need of consistent and reliable forms of telecommunications. And so, Mr. Chairman, it's very appropriate that we have the discussion, especially knowing that we're coming up with one of our biggest events here in the St. Thomas District, St. Thomas St. John District Carnival. People are going to be streaming, calling individuals. They're going to be talking. And, you know, we want to be able and be in a position where we have reliable communication and telecommunication. So I have some questions, and I am not very knowledgeable. I'll tell anybody relative to telecommunication. All I need is for the internet to work and for my telephone to work. That's it. And when it's not working and I'm getting a recording and saying all systems are busy, now that is not a good thing. And I'm sure it's not a good thing for our elders as well. So it's not a good issue relative to security. Now, my first line of questioning is going to go towards security, and I'm talking about public safety. And this question is for you, Mr. Ross. I noted in your testimony, you mentioned about security, public safety camera initiatives. We just recently had a hearing for Homeland Security, the Committee on Homeland Security, this past Wednesday. And they mentioned they have a grant that is $1.5 million to install cameras, surveillance cameras throughout the territory. Are your agency or your department in communication with our local VIPD?
Rupert Ross, Director of BIT. Yes, we're working alongside with VIPD.
You realize that they have a contract with a entity, a vendor, and this contract hasn't been moving forward. And I don't know if you also had given any input, you and your technical team at BIT, given some input in how and placement with this contract regarding the public safety cameras, the surveillance cameras.
So the first phase of the public safety cameras, BIT was the entity that entered into contract with the vendor to deploy those cameras. We were able to deploy 100 cameras in, I think, I forget the exact number, but the locations between St. Thomas, St. John, and St. Croix. So we were the ones who did that first project.
The first phase, but now they have the 200, so you are not included in that phase?
We are working along.
Not at the table, because it's very vital that, they begin to deploy the camera and spend down the funding. We understand they haven't spent any of the monies from the 1.5, which was awarded in 2020. And I believe the grant expires in 2025. Are your team members involved in negotiating with the vendor on that?
My team is doing project management or assisting with the requirements gathering, the identifying the locations, identifying what equipment to use, providing the technical support. So we're working alongside VIPD on this one. It's the funding that has been granted to them, and we're just providing the support in order to be able to get them.
Well, I hope to see that the actual work with the placement of the surveillance cameras are done sooner than later, and we don't run into a situation where we have to ask for a no-cost grant extension or possibly place those funding in jeopardy. Okay, thank you so much for that. Now, I also saw that you indicated that there's a state and local cybersecurity grant program. How much is the grant?
The first phase of the grant is about $500,000, and the expectation is over 2 years, $2.5 million.
2 minutes.
Over 2 years time. Okay, and then I wanted to run quickly to Liberty, Mr. Bala Krishna. Okay, good. I hope I pronounced your name correctly. Now, you mentioned you had about eight of your permits, 8 of your project permits were granted, and then there was another 13 that you have that was submitted and you're waiting. When did you submit your 13 to the Department of Public Works?
Bala Balakrishnan, General Manager for Liberty VI. I don't recall the exact date when it was submitted.
But if you could get it to the chairman, that would be...
I'll get the information to the chairman.
Because we want to see these projects, move forward. It can't be that you are waiting. The next one I would want to ask you, Mr. Balakrishnan, is where the monopoles, those are going to be satellites poles, are you calling them? We call them satellite poles. What are monopoles?
Bala Balakrishnan, General Manager for Liberty VI. A monopole is like a long pole where you put radio cell towers on.
So are there towers?
They're cell towers. Correct.
Okay, so I understand. And where are you going to be placing them in the St. Thomas district?
In St. Thomas, there are a couple of different. So Tango, what we call Tango, is in Bordeaux area. Is one of the towers that'll go up, and the other one, don't recall exactly where. We are also relocating a couple. I'll get you the exact details of all the 8 locations.
Okay, and finally, to T-Mobile, I know you mentioned, and I'm thanking you for the definition of the backhaul, what a backhaul is. How many third-party entities are you doing business with for the backhaul? Because you mentioned Via.
Good morning. Yeah. Good morning, Ilian Cañellas, T-Mobile. I understand currently only Via.
Only Via. And what about Liberty?
Only Via and Liberty.
But okay, that's what I thought. You're doing work with Via, and is any of the backhaul Liberty you're doing with AT&T still, or even Via? You don't do any backhaul with third-party entities?
Bala Balakrishnan, Liberty VI. Yes, for the backhaul within Virgin Islands, we took control of the AT&T fiber that was laid, so we own that. And then for a backhaul outside of the island, we're definitely working with other entities as well. AT&T, we have Lumen, which has now moved to a different company, and also some with VINGN.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Joseph. Before I go to Senator Fonseca, let me Mr. Krishna, in respect to one of your responses to the senator, I know you mentioned Bordeaux and a tower in Bordeaux. I know there were some issues in respect to that tower. Have you been in communication with any of the community leaders down there? What's going on in that space? Is there any alternative? How are you going to accomplish your goal?
Thank you, Senator Bala Balakrishnan, Liberty VI. We did work with BIT to locate some additional alternatives for the tower, and it was also, unfortunately, we wanted to keep that away from the community, so we had to work with FAA as well, because there was an FAA tower there. We wanted to make sure that there's no interference. We have selected one location, finally working with Director Ross and Deputy Director Tucker. We hope that we'll be able to move that forward. There are some couple of challenges in that particular site. There is no access, there's no road to that site, and there's no power to that site. So that's something that we have discussed with BIT, saying we need power, we need access if we have to build it.
Okay, thank you for that. Mr. Director Ross, I'm going to go to you now in respect to that particular concern, because it's a real concern. I travel over every day, and many times the call, as you know, and everyone knows, the call drops. It's a problem. So where are we at in terms of BIT? What location are you? What alternative location is Mr. Bala speaking to? Which area?
The area, it would be hard for me to describe, but it's on this Rupert Ross, director from BIT. The area is closer to the FAA site. I think it had to be offset from the FAA site a certain amount of feet. I'm pretty sure that Bala can provide you more details of where it is, but it's on the other side of the valley as it relates to where we had looked at first.
Okay, I know the area. Okay, very well. I'm hoping that is done like ASAP, because it's a concern and it's a problem in that area. Senator Fonseca, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Yes. Thank you, and pleasant good afternoon.
Speak into the mic. Speak into the mic.
Thank you, and pleasant good afternoon to all the listening audience, and a special welcome to all of the distinguished testifiers today. What we are learning here today, that telecommunications is very, very important. Today, of course, you know, we're in our Carnival week, and the legislature, the 35th legislature, has approved resolution number 1903, bill number 35-0071. Today, we're going to be honoring Kelly L. Charleswell, Popa Kelly. And as you know, Popa Kelly has dedicated over 27 years of his life in the Virgin Islands Education Department, teaching the youngsters. And so today, at the appropriate time, in recognition and appreciation of his contributions to the people of the Virgin Islands, the president of the legislature or designee shall perform a plaque and present it to him. That's going to be done this afternoon. You know, the internet, we live in an internet age, and connectivity speeds are so important. You know, my one son lives in DC. I'm trying to get him back here, and his main reason why he's not coming back here is the internet speed. Well, you know, look what happened. I call my one son Mario, and I tell Mario, I say, Mario, I want to know what our download speed is. He say, okay, Pops, I'm going to do a speed test. I paying for 100 megabytes. He checked, and the download speed at 12:05 p.m. today was 4.74 megabytes. And this was server number 162.247.27.140. I paying for 100 megabytes. My download speed is 4.74. So I ain't gonna give you a grade, right? But if I paying for 100 and I only getting 5, if you score 5 out of 100, that's a F. Okay, I ain't say that, that's my colleague, but I agree. You know, my son Francisco in DC, I call and he paying $70 a month. Now, bear in mind, I gonna tell you how much I pay now. I got my bill right here. I paying $113.98 for 100 megabyte. My speed is 474. My son Francisco paying $70 a month. He getting 76.33 megabyte. More than 10 times the speed in DC. So you see, this is important. We live in an age of internet. You know, Miss Geraldine Pitt is here telling me that they're now offering 1 gigabyte internet service. Well, let me ask you, Miss Geraldine, when can I get that 100 megabyte speed? Does it have to be Sunday morning at 3 p.m., 3 a.m. in the morning? When is the 100 megabyte speed available that I'm paying for? No answer. Okay, good. I'll go on. You know, Mr. Stephen Adams, on page 3 of your testimony, you're the president and CEO of VINGN. And you know, you stated here, right? And I'm going to read from your testimony. 12 years ago, 10 megabytes per second was considered high speed. 12 years ago, 10 megabytes. I gained 4 now, so we ain't even reached that 10. And you're saying now today 100 times greater, which is a 1,000 gigabyte. So I'm saying this to bring a point. We in the Virgin Islands, right, are paying more and we're getting less. And you know, you go to Via and you pay late, they're going to cut your bill just like WAPA. And Via has increased your bill. Last year, I saw a $4.74 increase on my bill. So folks, I am telling you, we got to get on the ball. You know, I'm going to go on to some testimony here from Mr. Bala Balakrishnan, where he said that right now we're in danger of losing $84.5 million in FCC funding. We want to build out the 20,000 homes. We got to get that done by 2024. This is big money. We are in danger of losing this $84.5 million. So I want to ask you, Mr. Rupert Roth, you're the internet guru. Do you have a timeline to address these proposals? And who is overall in charge of coordinating, of getting the VINGN and all of these things online?
I'm not sure that...
Okay, do you have a timeline to address proposals and bid? Right now, there's a bid proposal for internet for the Department of Justice. I've called your office several times in the last couple months, and we've been back and forth on it, and you have not been able to get to me. I don't know whose desk it's on, whether it's probably a procurement, but the contractor, the person that did the bid, a RFP, called me and he said it's been months. He cannot get a response. So do you have a timeline as the internet guru for the government? Who is in charge? Please help me.
Rupert Ross, Director for BIT. I don't have a timeline for you, but I'll say this. There's some specific rules that all of us play here at this table, specifically on the grant funding that Liberty VI has. They're the ones who are responsible for implementing their solution. As far as BIT is concerned, whenever an agency is purchasing or going through a process of bidding or whatever the case may be, and it's a technology, we review it before they go out to do that. That takes no time. My team works really fast to be able to get it turned around.
Okay, but you don't have a date.
And I don't coordinate it once that time comes.
Mr. Chair, can I? Yes. Okay. So right now, anybody go on your internet and do speed tests, and you will see what your download speed is. I'm paying for 100. I'm only getting 474. So we have to get the pace. We got to pick up. Internet, we live in a wall of internet. No, we got to get on the ball. Thank you very much for the time and your leniency, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Fonseca. Yes, Mr.
Senator Bala Balakrishnan, General Manager for Liberty VI. I have to correct a statement I made. The Tango site is not a tower. It's a 140-foot monopole. So just
repeat that again for the record, please. Repeat that again for the record.
The site in Bodo, what we refer to as Tango site, is not a tower. It'll be a 140-foot monopole.
What is the difference between a monopole and a tower? So the folks can know.
Sure. The structure of the tower is different. A monopole is just one long pole. A structure of a tower is actually, you've seen towers in many places where it's a significantly larger construct.
Okay. Very well. Let me ask Mr. Adams, VINGN. I know in your testimony you spoke to upgrading our core infrastructure for VINGN, and the investment made was significant. What do you consider significant in dollar cents perspective?
Stephen Adams, CEO of VINGN. Significant in that, like the fiber is fiber, right? You know, it's like when you say there's 100 megs, a gig, whatever the numbers are, the pipes allow you to be able to have that flexibility. What's the important part is what's on the end of those pipes, right? So right now, the ends of our pipes from Miami to our landing points is 10 gigs. We are now upgrading those to 100 gigs, which allows far more bandwidth to go through those same pipes without any upgrade. Those routers that are the end equipment, those pieces of equipment are like $150,000, $200,000 each. And we have to buy 4 of those, plus we put them inside our fiber access points, which are called FAPs, that are the little buildings you see on the side of the roads that has our telecommunication gear that gets the signals to homes and to towers, etc.
And you also spoke to grants you applied for to expand your reach. How realistic are these grants, in your opinion, based on, because I know they're competitive, correct? So do you see yourself basically receiving any of these grants?
Yeah, Stephen Adams, CEO of VIGNs. Yes, Chairman. We have applied for a number of grants. The ones that we've just recently been awarded is we've been awarded a $250,000 two-year APC grant, ACP grant. Ms. Pitts spoke extensively about VIA's efforts there. Ours is a promotional grant to help VIA and Liberty and any of the other telcos that support the ACP program for outreach. So we will be doing significant outreach with that grant. Another grant that we have applied for that we're waiting to hear word back is a $24 million grant from called Reconnect, and that is with the USDA. And that is a grant to help us further our infrastructure. We've also applied for another $14 million for ARPA funding to expand community Wi-Fi. And then the last grant that we've applied for and that we're awaiting award was the Digital Equity Grant, and that is working with nonprofits and government agencies and the telecommunication community to be able to build awareness and programs to close the digital divide.
How much is that one for?
That the planning grant part of that is $150,000, and the ultimate grant itself is $8 million, and that's in association with the BEAD, which is in OMB, and that's a $25 million grant.
And the outreach grant, when will the outreach begin?
We're actually already starting the outreach.
Okay, very well. Senator Maurice James, you're recognized for your. Oh, I'm sorry. Senator Dwayne DeGraff, you're recognized for your 7 minutes, and then we're going to go to Senator Maurice James.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers, all viewing, listening, and present. Mr. Adams, before you start, remember Savan for your VIGN link?
Yes, sir.
Okay, good. You know where it is, right?
Yes.
Good. You're making sure.
Yeah.
You know, to all the testifiers, the first thing I'll start off with is thank you, because you provide an invaluable service. I mean, there's going to be ups, there's going to be downs. You know, so I understand that. The issue is the way I see the service versus cost versus profit. And out of all the testimonies I listened to, I am the type of person, this is what I wanted to hear. And for me, this should be the first paragraph for everybody. And this one particular one is T-Mobile, but it don't make a difference to me who it is. T-Mobile prides itself on ensuring that our training and benefit packages are unrivaled. We currently have retail employees with benefit packages that can include health insurance, 401k retirement savings plans, and employer matching, restricted stock options, stock grants, tuition, reimbursement, generous paid time off, including maternal and paternal leave, adoption and surrogacy benefits, and additional for voluntary benefits. We are also happy to announce that in the next week's service, several new positions will be posted. In this territory, when you take T-Mobile, Via, Liberty, multi-million-dollar companies, I want to know what you're going to do for us here, besides providing service for cost, for profit. And if everybody going along the lines that the young generation that we saw, who we put in front here, those interns can say, hey, I could stay here, I could go to school, to university for free, I could come out and get a job that's going to take me through life and sustain me. That's what builds the Virgin Islands. That's what I want to hear first. If you ain't talking that, don't talk to me, period. So now, when we decide on that, and we could provide job opportunity, we could provide a retirement and stuff, we go back to where now we have these multi-million-dollar companies fighting for subscribers. Liberty, how many subscribers do you have in this territory, customers?
Bala Balakrishnan, General Manager for Liberty VI. So on the wireless side, the total number of lines, including prepaid and postpaid, is a little more than 60,000.
60,000. Via, how many do you have?
Are you talking only mobile? If you're talking about mobile...
Ms. Pitts, you don't have to look at him. You don't have to look at him. Speak into the mic, please.
Well, see, I say
Sorry.
total.
Total subscribers, we are talking pretty close to 40,000, but that includes mobile and it also includes internet and telephone. Some of those are the same customers.
Okay, thank you. And T-Mobile? How many customers are you talking about?
15,000.
Y la Cañella from
15.
T-Mobile.
So we got 60 and
More or less.
40 and 15.
15,000 mobile customers.
So we have 60,000 Liberty, 40,000 Via, 15,000 T-Mobile. We have 115,000 customers in this territory from these three major multi-million-dollar companies. We have issues with service and stuff. You cover the population in terms of our last census that we had, we were at 100 and plus, now we're down to 89. So your profit margin as businesses, you have to look at, say, hey, we have 40, we got 60, we have 15. You know these numbers of each. So for you to make money here and not provide the services that you want based on the numbers of people, then to me, the numbers don't add up as a business. You can't make it off of three companies covering 115,000 customers. The profits is going to be but so much. So I think if we have to fix from what we provide in the company first, which is what T-Mobile, I only read T-Mobile, I'm sure Via and Liberty provide the same similar things. So I'm not saying you don't. The issue remains now, we've covered what the companies bring, now the service. I shouldn't have to be hearing, oh, would you be willing to drive around with a company? You're here too long. Every day, public, I don't want to hear from Public Works, oh, this road need to fix, that road need to fix, because you should be driving around every day. And I'm putting out the things that us, the customers, are going through every day. Every day, phone system going down, internet system going down. We paying for 5G. How do we pay for 5G and Liberty trying to put in a 5G infrastructure? How are we paying for 5G without a 5G infrastructure? And I could tell me that we don't have a 5G infrastructure, but we're being touted that, hey, you're paying for 5G. These are the things that the average person on the street hearing and saying, geez, and Brett, you know, we getting gouged. So when we come before these kind of meetings, I'm in support of you. You're multimillionaire, you bring something to the territory. But trust me, I'm in support of the people of here who I represent too. And you're a part of us. So it's mandatory. Don't come back to our next meeting. Basically, I've been here for 7 years. I wanted to believe that the majority of the testimony probably cut and paste. We added in the last couple of weeks and cut and paste. I don't like that. Let's really give what it is we are saying we're giving to 40,000 customers, to 60,000 customers, to 15,000 customers, and what we're offering for that young generation to see. I can stay here and have a living here in the Virgin Islands, in one of these companies here. So if you're going to talk to me and come and think you want me to support you, think on that, look at it that way. Every day you should be, Frederick said, Christian said, St. Thomas, St. John. These are the things that are happening every day. People don't have internet, they don't have phone, but paying the money for it. And as comical as my colleague may have sounded, that's a reality. When we do a speed check and how fast my internet is or whatever, it don't add up to 100 gigs. But I'm paying for it. So before I close, I would just like to ask, in terms of, I don't know if we could ask a profit question in terms of percentages, but on an annual basis, what kind of profit does Via make, Liberty make, and T-Mobile? And I close it out. I don't need numbers. I need a percentage. Do you have an increase on a yearly basis, 5%, 10% increase on profit? Via, Liberty, T-Mobile. And I will close with that, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Senator Graff. Ms. Paspan.
Me?
Senator Graff, Can you repeat your asks, please, so they can respond? And in which order?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For Via, Liberty, T-Mobile, I don't need dollar figures. I'm not asking to put you on no spot. I'm asking your profit margin on an annual basis based on 40,000 customers, 60,000 customers, and 15,000 customers. What percentage do you increase in profit on an annual basis? 1%, 0.5%, 6%, 1%? If I have, I know the
Flat for
political
me.
answer.
This is Geraldine Pitt,
Yes.
CEO of Via. Our profit margin has been very flat for the last few years.
Percentage and flat?
Yeah.
No? Okay, so 0%.
Pretty much.
Okay, Liberty?
Bala Balakrishnan, General Manager for Liberty Mobile. Our profit margin has been relatively flat as well, if not declining to some extent.
And anybody from T-Mobile?
Did you all get here?
I don't have that information with me, so I wouldn't be able to provide you a
Thank you, everyone. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. Everything remains flat. Let me ask a question. Because I had this question to ask anyway. Let me ask you, Ms. Pitt, in respect to Via, and I know, based on the census and etc., I know we have lost some individuals to the territory, and I know that have affected your bottom line in respect to customers. What are you doing to basically stay above water when it comes to your customer base, etc., in that regard? Because I know you're doing a lot in the community in terms of different activities, outreach programs, and on and on. But what are you doing to basically keep that core base based on many individuals who have left the territory and or no longer live there for whatever reasons?
Geraldine Pitt, CEO of Via. Indeed, for us to think after the hurricanes, but also just the migration, yes, we've lost quite a lot of telephone customers. I heard one of the testifiers spoke earlier about not having telephone. It's a puzzling one, but I think we can touch base on that afterwards to have a greater understanding of it. And I think it was Mr. Adams who said, or somebody noted, that the world of telecommunication is really moving towards mobile. And so for us, I think if you see the emphasis we've placed on ensuring that we can get to the communities to make sure that they have the services that they need. But I think above all, for us, the big emphasis would have to be on customer experience. And as I said before, we are not perfect. But my team understands that the only advantage we can have in this business would have to be the way we treat our customers and our team, internally and external customers, by that I mean. So yes, that's what we're doing, is a lot of engaging, and we have engagements coming up in May and June, as I said earlier. And into the question of going into the community, we do that every day in terms of checking our sites. The invitation was extended, and we're glad to accept the invitation to do the walkabout as well.
Okay, very well. And before I go to Senator Maurice James, quickly, I just wanted to add that we do appreciate your outreach in the community, especially during the carnival season. I see your name everywhere, sponsoring many activity. And I challenge, good afternoon, I challenge the other company to really get involved in the community, to be community oriented, because that's our culture, that's a big part of who we are and what we do. So I look forward in the near future to see the other companies be taking part in these most respected activities here in our community. I want to recognize the president of our president, Senator Nova Francis. Welcome. Sharp, man. Oh, my God. Point of inquiry, Senator Balsaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I wanted to follow up on the question, because when you asked about the profitability, you said it's flat. So, just imagine you are 10% profit, 10% profit, 10% profit on a graph that is flat. So I want to ask Ms. Pitt, Ms. Geraldine Pitt, and Mr. Bala Balakanan, if your company, and also T-Mobile, is your company currently profitable?
Geraldine Pitt, Via, CEO of Via. Yes, it is. It's a very low profit margin relative to telecommunications in general.
Thank you.
Bala Krishnan, General Manager for Liberty VI. Yes, we are profitable.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you. Senator Maurice James, you recognized for your 7 minutes.
Good afternoon, Virgin Islands. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers. Good afternoon, staff and everyone. I want to start by saying that the two testimonies that jumped out at me were those of CEO Pitt and CEO Adams. And I think I just lost the page with Adams, but I'm going to find it. I'm going to start by saying that I appreciated what the CEO of VIA said, because it seems as if we're missing one of the most salient issues that we face as a geographically isolated place with a low population. But more important, what she talked about when she said that really access to broadband is no different than access to housing, which we're facing now, and that we've spent millions of dollars on broadband infrastructure, but yet there is a low demand from those in the community who are really what would be called now the information underclass, because telecommunication is a double-edged sword. On the one hand, it's important as a driver for economic, social, and cultural development, while at the same time it generates a profit for the service providers. And Carnival, of course, is showing us how important telecommunication is to tourism, because tourism is not feasible without telecommunications. My concern really is the poor and the technologically disadvantaged, because then we will continue to create in this community and allow telecommunications to widen the gap between the rich and the poor, and the highly educated and the less educated. So that's where I'm focusing on today. And I want to ask CEO Adams, because the telecommunications should not be, let's say, promoting development. That's the responsibility of the government of the Virgin Islands. So I want you to tell me, what is your development strategy that incorporates telecommunications in this territory, specifically with driving the economy in terms of, for example, service producing industries that we can definitely use here in the territory? Can you please respond to that?
Stephen Adams, President and CEO of VINGN. Thank you, Senator, for your question. Very thoughtful question, because I'd like to actually start the question with my answer to that question with the how many people we serve. Right? Liberty said it's 60,000 users. I mean, and VIA was 40,000 and T-Mobile 15,000. We have 10 customers. 3 of them are here. BIT is one of our customers, VIA is one of our customers, and Liberty is one of our customers. It's through those customers that we touch the community. However, one of the things that I would like to state is something that happened on one of my first board meetings that my chairman, Honorable Governor Bryan, asked me. He says, what can you do to move the needle in the community? And we had a spirited conversation, and he just threw up his hands in frustration and said, you can't do anything because you don't touch the end user. And he was right, we can't. But what we can do is we can touch the community in different ways. Government has a role to play, and government's role is to get out of the way of the private sector, support the private sector where we can, and also encourage the private sector to do things that government wants. One of the things that Governor Bryan...
Let me interrupt you with that, because that was a very disappointing response. Very, very disappointing. Government, government has to take care of its people. You are actually focused on what would be a competitive market approach. Simply saying, help the telecommunication providers that are sitting there with you to make more money. What are they going to do? They're going to invest in high volume, high profit areas, urban areas. The Virgin Islands is a rural area. So you have to come up with a development strategy. And you know, I want to point out that CEO Pitt said something, and I don't know if it went over your head, but she talks about the fact that we've spent so much money, but yet, and for my colleagues on page 10 of her testimony, she talks about not much is being done about subsidizing broadband for the wider population. That's where the government has to play a role. And I was very happy to see that paragraph because she talks about working with government to bring this program to market and close the digital divide. Did that go over your head, CEO Adams? Because it didn't. It caught me straight on, and I thought it was an excellent piece for me anyway in the presentations today. We are going to continue to create a population of haves and have-nots if we do not address how we're going to approach development through telecommunications in this territory. So can you address what she pointed out there? What do you think about what CEO Pitt said concerning a direct subsidy to consumers, especially since we have ARPA money? How about that?
The Stephen Adams, CEO, President of VINGN. The subsidy question is a very interesting one, depending on where you think the role of government plays. But as far as VINGN goes, we're not in control of those dollars. You know, the federal government sets some very strict guidelines on how the BEAD funding that she made reference to can be applied. But to your earlier question, I would like to complete my answer because I believe in my answer gets to what you were asking, which is our role in moving the needle and touching the community. The community Wi-Fi project that VINGN is undertaking and is going to be much more extensively deployed touches every Virgin Islander. So if you go into the 62 places that have, or I'll be very specific about one place that I'm keen of, Kramer's Park, and so it's not just nebulous. Kramer's Park in St. Croix, which is close, which is a place that I go to. When you go out to Kramer's Park, before 2 months ago, you would go out there, there's no cell service and there's no Wi-Fi. Now you can go out there and VINGN has one Wi-Fi hotspot, but there's 3 access points out there. You can walk the entire beach of Kramer's Park for free and have bandwidth that's greater than 100 megs. And you can have a party out there and everybody would have more than 100 megs for free. That is something that we can do to be able to offset the profit motives of the private corporations, which is to use government monies, government infrastructure to deploy free Wi-Fi ubiquitously throughout the territory. And that's our objective.
Mr. Chairman, may I follow up on that, please?
Yes, you may.
Because I believe that CEO Adams is not seeing where my concern is. My concern, I'm happy that it's going to be on the beach. I'm happy about that. That's good. What I'm trying to get across is that I'll give this example. The telecommunications is great in the VI, high-speed internet. You know what that means? That an accountant in New York can serve local clients better and know how to do that. If our population does not understand the costs, the benefits, the uses of telecommunications. So what we're doing is we are bringing outside competition to the Virgin Islands through telecommunications instead of the reverse, which we should be focusing on using the telecommunications that these providers are going to give us in the VI to make our people more business driven, understand the use of this telecommunications, to make our people wealthier, to improve the quality of their lives, not just for social media, but for marketing, for farmers to find out about data that they wouldn't otherwise have access to, for service-oriented industries here, for example, businesses that have back office functions that can be done here in the VI. I would like the government to pay more attention to using telecommunications to give our people a better quality of life in terms of how much is going into their pockets, not just simply social media and being able to talk to somebody from the beach in Grimace Park. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for your leniency. I appreciate it.
No problem, Co-Chair James. Senator Carrion, you recognize for your 7 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to you, my colleagues, testifiers, and the people of the Virgin Islands. I want to thank Mr. Chair for bringing this very important committee hearing today, because I think this is a topic that we really need to continue addressing as we continue to hear that a large sector in our community are defranchised when we should be the head and not the tail. And I hope that will change, and hearing Mr. Adams, CEO Mr. Adams, gives me a bit of hope, but I think we're not moving as fast as we should. So I hope to see some improvement. But let me take this by steps. Let me first start with DPW Commissioner Gabriel. So I'm hearing a lot about the permits and how the permits are holding back the process. Let me ask you, have you increased the permit fees?
Derek Gabriel, Commissioner, Department of Public Works. So we've added an impact fee, and we've also added an additional fee for Liberty VI as well.
Share to us what that is. What's the impact fee, and what's that additional fee you're talking about?
So the impact fee that's there is really, again, we're doing a significant amount of road work. So we did increase our impact fee a little bit. It is on our application that's on the website. Forgive me, I don't have the number off the top of my head. And then for Liberty, there was actually an agreement that we had with...
You have Mr. Jamomid back there. Is he familiar what the fees are? He's not. Can you please submit that through the chair?
Yeah,
because I remember last time you came before us, it was a ridiculous amount, about $25 for excavation fee for breaking up our roads in the territory. And to me, that's ridiculous.
Right. I can email that to you. That's no problem.
Please, through the chair.
And then if I may, just for Liberty, there's an agreement that existed with Broadband VI that we've pulled out, and that we are using that as well to recuperate some of the money that we have for the damage that we have on our roadways.
I'm glad to hear that. What's the turnaround period for these permit applications?
I'm glad you asked that question. So typically we're seeing about, I would say, like 60 days, but the applications that Mr. Balakrishnan mentioned, the 13 that are pending, have been with us for the last 30 days. So really, we're not really outside of any ridiculous period or time frame. And there has been consistent back and forth with the Liberty VI staff to get the information that we need.
And with regards, I think you mentioned something about compliance, and that when contractors or individuals that apply for these applications don't comply with some of the standards required, permits are held. Do you currently have permits that are being held for lack of compliance for any of the telecommunication companies before us?
So the telecommunication, well, in the case of Liberty VI, like I said, we have put a more stringent review process in place for all their applications for phase 2. So we are, for phase 1, I think we did some blanket for phase 1, we did some blanket permits. For phase 2, we're doing it more on a case-by-case basis.
I'm glad to hear that. So that's part of the failures that you mentioned, previous telecommunication failures in phase 1?
Correct. That's correct.
Okay. But do you have any applications that are held for lack of compliance? I don't think you answered my question.
So some of the applications that are still in my court, we have requested some additional information from Liberty VI. I don't want to say for lack of it's not for compliance on an existing project. It's just because we haven't gotten information. I hope I'm making sense to you.
For your they're missing information and that you're
Correct, for the application, not in the actual construction.
okay. Mr. Director for BIT, how are you, Mr. Ross?
I am well, thank you.
Good, good, good. I saw in your testimony you mentioned about expansion of the public safety cameras, and that's good to hear. We know that's coming online. We have some and others that are coming. But you mentioned initiatives with collaboration of the APD and Sports Park and Rec. I'm curious to find out, are there any collaborations also Waste Management Authority? Because I do know they have cameras in their dump sites, and sometimes you have illegal activities that are taking place there. What type of collaboration are you having with them?
Rupert Ross, BIT. We don't currently have any collaboration with them. I do know that VIPD is working on their real-time crime center, and they're focused on being able to take feeds in from the community cameras that are out there already. And I would imagine that they would include the waste management in that. I don't know where they are in their process, if they already have cameras out or not, but just, just that I know that VIPD is taking that into consideration.
Okay. Please do reach out because I know they do. And are you familiar with the IDEA Act? And do you believe it's something that the Virgin Islands can benefit from? I'm moving legislation to ensure that that takes place.
The IDEA Act, yes, I'm familiar with the IDEA Act. It's a federal act that talks about how the government interacts with their citizens and the ease of use of the interactions on the on computer services or services that are provided online.
2 minutes.
Your second question is whether or not I think that's beneficial.
Yes.
Yes, most definitely. I think that something along that lines would be very helpful to the Virgin Islands. I think that we listened to some of the testifiers earlier today talk about wanting to be able to still interact with a human being, but definitely consolidating the service delivery of the government is an important aspect to.
Well, thank you for that. We'll be reaching out to your office to have further discussion on that proposed legislation. You were talking about customer service interaction. I want to ask the telecommunication representatives that are here today, when it comes to customer service, and one of your customers requires that assistance, when they make that call, who and where are they communicating to? Via?
Geraldine Pitt, CEO of VIA. Our calls are answered at our call center in Guyana and also at our call center in the Virgin Islands.
T-Mobile? And Liberty?
Ilian Cañellas from T-Mobile. It could be, depending on the nature of the call, it could be a national call center in different locations in the U.S. or Puerto Rico.
I'm sorry, couldn't hear you clearly.
For T-Mobile, Ilian Cañellas, depending on the nature of the call, how it's routed, it could go to a national call center in different locations throughout the U.S. or in Puerto Rico.
And Liberty?
Bala Balakrishnan, General Manager for Liberty VI. Our broadband calls go to St. Croix. We have a call center in St. Croix. And for the wireless side, we're still handling it out of Puerto Rico. But we're in the process of, once we get our new systems up and running, we are starting to move the call center to St. Croix.
Mr. Chair, if I may just wrap up. Okay, you guys heard the concerns of the customers, right, regards to that. The lack of understanding, communication, the language barriers are a challenge, and those are the customers that you're servicing. So it is our expectation that in order to provide a better service to those customers, which is your first priority, you need to then address that because you're having some issues in that regard. I have some other questions, but my time has been called. The other thing I want to encourage, or I think the last question I would like to ask is regard to community partnership. It is essential for large corporations like yourself to have a strong community presence. what community-related activities you have been sponsoring and supporting in the territory, because you are making a profit from the Virgin Islands. So we want to know what type of partnership are you making in Virgin Islands. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So if they could answer on the chair's time.
Very well, you may proceed. Thank you, Senator Carrion.
Geraldine Pitts, CEO of VIA. Would be a time-consuming question when it comes from VIA point of view. We are all over in terms of culture, carnival, community outreach, going to every housing community. VIA is deeply rooted in the culture, and if you see what we've done around our current carnival and how we connect it to our culture, that's what we do. And Jennifer Matarangas-King is a champion here who constantly reminds me the deeper we go into the community, that our success is going to be hinged on a community. So I think that's where we are focused, and the list is really long. Education and everything else. So I'll leave the rest of the time to someone else. Thank you.
Bala Balakrishnan, General Manager for Liberty VI. We take this very seriously as well. We've started investing very heavily. We are in the carnival. We are in all the different events that are happening. Plus, on top of that, we have a Liberty Foundation through which we are actually supporting a number of charity organizations. We were on Friday, for example, we were in St. John for the Earth Day cleaning the beach. So, and we are working with, we've started dialogue with the government as well to talk about how can we train people, how can we bring more jobs. So we are very deeply involved. In Liberty VI, we started something where we say, I am Liberty VI. I'm not Liberty Puerto Rico. I'm not Liberty something else. We're Liberty VI. That's exactly what we're trying to push.
Lilian Cañellas from T-Mobile. We have a team that supports community outreach. There are initiatives that are done more of on a store level, limited level. There are other initiatives which are sponsored by our marketing team. We are the newest, I think, member from the industry to the territory. So we're still establishing those relationships with the different communities, and we are certainly welcome to any new opportunities that may arise.
Thank you so much for your responses. Senator Nobel Francis, you're recognized for your 7 minutes. Please recognize Senator Nobel Francis's mic.
Mic check, 1, 2. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to everyone. And thank you for the opportunity. I got in a little bit late. I attended the funeral service early this morning. And then, of course, I did the inaugural flight of Whale. And also, I just got in. But, today's discussion is a very, very near and dear, conversation, and certainly, something that requires us continuously, having this conversation, but more importantly, to move the needle, as been mentioned before. How do we move the needle on this particular issue? As we continue to have this dialogue about digital, transformation, telecommunication, it's almost like a new world order. Everything we do is about digital transformation and telecommunication. One thing hinges upon the next thing, so it's important that we're able to get this right. And we can't get this right if we're going to be working in silos. We have to come together collectively and, stay within your lane, perhaps, but still we have to come together collectively to be able to address this particular issue. We have various spectrum. Certainly we have the young people that's interested in the gaming aspect of it and making sure that they, that when they turn on their computer or the games, that it works. And if it's not working, parents hear about it. We also have the issue where they utilize these very same telecommunication and connectivity for the purpose of being able to do their work, or do their studies and their education. And then we have this major void when we talk about our seniors. Whatever we do, we need to really have this conversation of how do we train up our seniors to be able to embrace telecommunication. And additionally, provide them with a lifeline. I have calls all the time where a senior, may have fell in their home, and I have had this discussion with you, Ms. Pitts. where, what can we do to provide some type of a lifeline for our seniors? A lot of them are living at home by themselves, and telecommunication is critical. When they pick up their phone, it needs to work. You only have one chance. It needs to work on that first initial call. So it's important that we're able to really come together and this time around, we continue to have this discussion, but I'm not sure that we're really talking about how collectively we're able to move the needle, because I don't believe that the head could operate without the tail, that the middle could operate without the head. We need to really have a collective discussion in regards to that. Liberty, I wanted to ask you, do you have an English representative? When you call for service with Liberty, even to pay your bill online, do you have an English-speaking representative?
Bala Balakrishnan, General Manager for Liberty VI. Like I stated, for the broadband side, on Broadband VI, it's only English-speaking, the base out of St. Croix. For the wireless side, we are in the process of setting that up in St. Croix as well. So my goal is to essentially have all customer service as much as possible out of the U.S. Virgin Islands, and it'll be only in English.
So why is it taking so long to be able to have a English-speaking representative for the wireless? I mean, a lot of your customers, to include me, is English-speaking.
Mm-hmm.
So when you pick up the phone to even pay your bill, for example, you have to go through this prompt. And thank God for me that I learned a little Spanish during the course of my studies. I could really not be able to navigate it. But the individuals that really can't, they wouldn't even pay their bill because they can't. They don't understand what's going on. So what is it they're going to take for you to be able to get an English-speaking person or representative on board?
Bala Balakrishnan, General Manager for Liberty VI. The challenge that we have is we acquired the property from AT&T, and because AT&T is a nationally run organization with their own systems, we had to really set up our own systems and move everything from AT&T. That's not a trivial exercise. It's taken a very long time, and we are in the process of, this year, we anticipate moving all of the AT&T systems to our system, and along with that, we will set up our own call centers.
Very well. So we got a commitment from you that this year we'll be able to close that gap.
Correct.
Okay. BIT Director Ross, in regards to our senior centers and getting those up and running as well as VIGN, what is the collaboration going on to make sure that our senior centers have the necessary connectivity in place? Are you doing any collaboration to make that happen?
Not directly, Rupert Ross, BIT, not doing any direct collaboration. I do know that working with OMB on the grant, the Community Foundation grant, that there are some locations that they're looking to be able to connect fiber to those entities through the VIGN network. But I would imagine that CEO can talk more about that.
Yeah.
Mr. Adams?
Senator, Stephen Adams, VIGN. There's two grants that are predicated for senior connectivity, and every single senior home will be connected with VIGN fiber, and then the actual service itself will be for our ISP partners.
What's the timeline on that, please?
We've already started the planning process for it, and we're working with OMB on the actual grant. It's a Treasury grant, and I believe we actually submitted
2 minutes
last week that grant. So we're looking for another month or so for the award from that grant.
Very well. So do you have a timeline when you believe that you'll be able to get those senior centers connected?
Hard to say, Senator. I wouldn't want to make a commitment and then be wrong. But our hope is that as soon as the award is made, we have fiber in the areas of all we know. We've already done the architectural work. So it's a matter of weeks once the grant has been authorized and OMB gives us a green light.
Very well. And Mr. Ross, Director Ross, in regards to the surveillance cameras and the connectivity there, we've been at this for quite some time, but recently I got some calls about individuals that had some incidents, throughout areas that believe to have surveillance cameras, and then they're being told that they're not working. What is being done to address that particular issue?
Rupert Ross, BIT. There should be no cameras that are offline. We pay service and support on that contract, and if there are specific cameras that you have concerns about, then definitely I can address it. So.
Very well. So I'll have my staff forward you a list of a number of cameras that I'm hearing that happen. Department of Public Works. I know we got you in the second round as well, right? So we're not going to focus too much. But in terms of the one dig and that whole issue of one dig, where are we with that in terms of connectivity and broadband access?
Good afternoon, Derek Gabriel, Commissioner, Department of Public Works. So for this application, we've invited our telecommunications partners to our utility coordination meetings, and those happen regularly, weekly, and then monthly as well. We have some larger meetings. So that's been helping. The challenge to the one dig approach right now is that each of the utilities gets access to their federal funds to do their undergrounding at different times. So right now, just a quick example, the Waste Management Authority, typically, like I said in my testimony, they go the lowest in the trench because they're gravity fed, and they are just in the design process. Whereas the telecommunications partners are actually ready to lay their fiber optic lines. So it does present a bit of a challenge. We are able to do it where we can with WAPA. We've been actually doing some of the design services for some of our major projects, so that's been helping us in that regard.
Oh, very well, Mr. Chair. If I could just wrap up with a final question that could be responded to in your time.
Please proceed.
CEO Adams, what is your assessment, your overall comfort level in regards to connectivity, broadband connectivity within the Virgin Islands? What is your assessment? What needs to be done? Where are we with that?
Stephen Adams, VINGN. I'm actually quite comfortable with where we are with connectivity. Connectivity is not the issue in the Virgin Islands, it's affordability. So we're actually overbuilt as far as connectivity. We don't, a lot of the infrastructure is overlaid on top of each other. What we need to do is to start to diverge. I think Liberty's doing a pretty good job of expanding their network in places where it wasn't before, and that will help. But the central issue to me in the Virgin Islands is price. And part of the pricing issue was from this question earlier about how many users that you have, right? Each of them, it's hard to make money here because...
CEO Adams, in regards to your response, can you also speak to reliability? Because I don't think people have a problem with paying if it's reliable. So in that discussion, please also address reliability.
Reliability is based upon the equipment that's at the end of fiber. So it's like a water hose. The water hose carries the water, and depending on what's the type of spigot you have on the end depends how much water flow you're going to have and how reliable that water flow is going to be. So when you have a fiber optic network, whether it's Liberty's network, VINGN's, or Via's, it's what's at the end of the spigot that matters. So if you have an old router, you're going to have poor service. You have an old router, you have poor service. Older and slow router, it doesn't matter if you're on top of fiber. So the real issue with reliability is based upon really the equipment more so than the infrastructure itself.
Thank you, Senator Francis. Quick question, Commissioner Gabriel. I know earlier when you were responding to the former senator in respect to the permits, and you said that you start off with a blanket, then now you're doing case by case. Based on the time crunch and our understanding of what is necessary and the amount of funding that can be lost as a result, is it possible to go back to a blanket, and what is stopping you from doing a blanket instead of a case by case in this instance?
Yeah, so Derek Gabriel, Commissioner, Department of Public Works. So last time we gave Liberty's predecessors, which was AT&T and BLDM, a blanket permit, and it just allowed them to be able to address whichever area they wanted to, whatever was on their schedule, whichever one came up. What we saw is there was significant interference with the road construction that we had going on but also some interference with what some of the other utilities had going on. And also, we didn't have things like warranties. So really, I think everybody remembers, I think in 2021 was when we issued a stop work order because of the real bad work that the current contractor was doing. A lot of those lessons learned, we've gone back to doing case by case. I would be willing right now, we are looking at doing we are in review for a memorandum of agreement with Liberty, as well as a warranty letter that gives us a 5-year warranty on the work that they do. Once we have those in place, I think we could go back, we could look at broader permits so we could get it going. But right now, until we have those safeguards in place, we really need to keep it on a case-by-case basis.
I appreciate that, and that makes sense. But whatever it works for me. Thank you so much for that response. Senator Fred Gregory, you recognize for your 7 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to the testifiers, and good afternoon to my colleagues. So I came in on the heels of two things: one dig and the reliability of the connection. And I'm going to start with Mr. Adams, my good friend. So you spoke about, when the Senate President asked the question about the reliability of internet service here in the territory, you spoke to equipment. So whose equipment? Is it the leasor or the lessee's equipment?
Stephen Adams, VINGN. It also depends on, it depends. When somebody makes an order, like we sell wholesale. So since we sell wholesale, we basically sell what is essentially the light. And then
I understand that part.
Okay.
I'm talking about when you get to the end mile, and then it gets to my house or to the legislature, if you will. So you spoke about equipment in particular. So what equipment are you referencing? The equipment that we own? I'm going to just use the institution for the sake of this discussion. The equipment that we own here in the legislature, or the equipment of the provider?
Again, it depends. Usually, like with the legislature here, we had this issue a couple of years ago where it was slow, and it was because of the equipment and the actual service agreement that you had with your ISP.
Okay, so we've upgraded our equipment, and we still have issues here. So I believe that at some point we need to have an open conversation with you as to exactly, or whomever, exactly what the issues are as it relates to why we can't get our service that's a stand-up service, if you will.
Well, the service could also mean how much of the bandwidth are you sharing with other neighbors?
Understood.
Right. So, as far as to this building itself, there's a gig circuit at this building. So, depending on who else is on it with you, you should always have a gig at this building. This building, there's no reason why it shouldn't be any lower than that.
Well, I'm not sure if we do, but we could find that out, Mr. President. Okay, Via. So I'm one that I work late. And when I say late, 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, sometimes the service is just down. Why are we experiencing services moving up and down in the early AMs?
So in my testimony, I pointed to the fact that we've discovered, I think it's sometime in November, but it moves from one area to the next. We seem to be having some interference with a 10 megahertz spectrum. Okay. Could be unlicensed. We've brought in the company who sell the equipment to make sure it was not an equipment from the upgrades that we're doing. It turns out not to be the case. And they're on the same page with my team that says we need to escalate this to kind of figure out where is that unlicensed interference
so you're aware
coming
of it?
from. Yes, we're aware of it.
So that's good to know, because it could be, it becomes challenging at times. Yeah. The Commissioner of Public Works. I missed you the other day. We have to talk about that.
Yes, ma'am.
It's a serious matter. Again, going back to one dig, I think your response to my colleague that spoke before me, you said yes, that you all are actually working together, but I didn't really get that there's a true commitment. So my follow-up question is, so who's responsible for signing off to proceed on any project?
So,
you are, right?
The Department of Public Works is responsible for signing off on all excavation permits.
Okay, so if one is leaving the next, how do you balance that? Because I think you sort of said that there's some challenges where one entity maybe ahead of the next, and
Right.
that could create some challenges. So
Right.
how do we deal with that? Because we know our challenges with the roads here in the Virgin Islands, and we know that when our roads are digged up, that they're not put back the way they were before the dig.
Right.
And that's also a challenge. So I also want to ask you about that. Help me to understand how you would approach that, because it was a challenge I know about 2 years ago with the former commissioner. But how are you looking at that now? And then you can also answer me around, this situation with our roads once the one dig occurs, and the importance of, or how do you ensure, because I'm not seeing that the roads are in fact put back to the original state, if you will.
So I'm going to beg your indulgence because this one going to take a while.
No problem. If the chair would allow me.
So currently, what we've been doing is we've been issuing permits for areas that we know we may come back to do road reconstruction in the future, whether it's a public works project, a federal highway project, or we know that the other utilities will come back to lay their utility lines in that area. So we do know that, let's just take Williams Delight, for example. We know that not only do we have a really extensive FEMA project, but we also know that the other utilities will be coming back to lay their lines in that area. So that's one of the permits that we've been looking at giving Liberty VI immediately, is a Williams Delight permit. So that will address, it will, once they go in and do their laying of their infrastructure, we should be able to come back at a later point to put back the road in a condition that we want to see it in. Now, moving forward, we have been speaking to both, or I should say, we're working on pulling out the money for paving from a lot of our other utility project worksheets. So Public Works will actually manage all of the paving in the territory associated with the undergrounding projects. Well, what that will do is it'll allow us to put the roadways back to our specifications that we want to see.
At whose expense?
It'll be we're removing it from that portion of the project worksheets that FEMA is providing.
At whose expense, though?
Well, I mean, at FEMA's expense.
Yeah, but once the dig occurs, is there some compensation to the government from these entities to support the resurfacing of the road?
So on the private side, we have the impact fees and we have our agreements that we do. On the public utility side, they're actually providing that money that's inherent in their project worksheets to the Department of Public Works. So putting it in one project worksheet so that we will manage all paving. I hope I'm answering your question.
Okay, no, I understand what you're saying.
Okay.
Okay, because these are projects, some of this work that they're doing are related to
the disaster recovery project. That's
Got
correct.
it.
Yes.
Got it. Okay. Thank you for your response. And of course, this is my big question of the day. And this is for Liberty. My good friends. I live in Frenchman's Bay, and I need to understand why in the morning, when I need to call my 90-year-old mother, that I'm getting SOS on my phone. I can't call her.
Apologies. Bala Balakrishnan, General Manager for Liberty.
I'm unable to hear you.
No. Is this working? Can you hear me now? Okay. I sound like the Verizon commercial. Bala Balakrishnan, General Manager for Liberty VI. I'm not sure exactly which location you're talking about. So, but what we can look at is the particular location that you're talking about. We can look at exactly what's going on from a capacity standpoint, and we can address it. The part of the challenge as well is we recognize that there are a lot of places where we have coverage issues and capacity issues. The capacity issues we are addressing in most of the areas by adding incremental radios, and we're also looking at getting incremental spectrum. Coverage is a bigger issue. What happens with coverage is when the radios don't go far enough, you do have these kinds of issues. That is contingent on that will be solved as we get the 8 new towers poles we talked about. We are working very diligently.
When are you slated to get those 8 new towers?
I'm sorry?
When are you slated to get the 8 new towers? Because this is a real issue.
The goal was to essentially get everything done. We've been working on these sites for the past 5 years.
Give me a date.
We don't have a date.
So
Unfortunately,
you don't know when you're going to get them.
The reason why we don't have a date is because we're waiting on permits. It's primarily because of that.
Okay. So let me ask you, Mr. Chair, I beg your indulgence. So you made reference to needing permits. So this is my issue. So when we were with AT&T proper, I didn't experience those challenges. And a lot of others did not experience those challenges. So I'm not certain. I know that we had the storms of 2017. I don't know that if that storms of 2017 is associated with creating that the impact that I'm talking about, or the situation rather that I'm talking about. But this is a real life situation. There are times when you don't even see SOS. There are no bars, as if your phone is not working at all. And I'm like turning my phone off and on. Sometimes it lasts for half an hour. So, I mean, this is a real life situation that we have here. And, you know, we have elderly people in our community.
Thank you, Senator. We recognize that, and we want to solve that issue. Consequently, we're asking for your help to get those permits going so that we can
answer the first question.
This, right?
When we were with AT&T, that wasn't an issue. Straight AT&T, proper. What's the difference? What's the reason?
There is no difference. We have the exact same facilities that AT&T had. We just took over the facilities, and we're building more. So consequently, I can't answer why. Sometimes it's a question of how the population is moved. So at this point in time, I can tell you where we know where the coverage issues are. We know where the capacity issues are. Okay. And for coverage, we have the plans.
Well,
we need permits.
This is what I'll say. These issues need to be resolved. There's a conversation that, you know, the Virgin Islands is, as far as our telecommunication when it comes to our cell phone systems. And I have one more question to ask Mr. President, Mr. Chair. But it's as if we are like moving backward, like we're moving to a third world situation with our phone systems situation. And then one last thing, and I'm certain if somebody asked it already, I'll go back and look at it. But I never received spam for all the years that I've had a cell phone until Liberty took over. Why am I receiving spam telling me that my Netflix account is suspended? So my mother gainda, she going right to Totting to go pay her Netflix. I know better. You see what I'm saying? We have some challenges.
Senator, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the leeway.
May I address that?
Sure.
Bala Balakrishnan, General Manager for Liberty. The timing of this is not because of Liberty. I have a T-Mobile number from the mainland as well on this one, and I get spam about my Netflix expiring on that as well. So it has got nothing to do with Liberty. It is unfortunately the nature of the world that we are in today, where you have significant number of spam. The FCC is working on that. You can actually go and see on FCC website about this spam.
I'm going to be done with this, but I have a Via phone too, and I don't get no spam from Via. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Senator Gregory. Who asked a point? Point of inquiry. Point of inquiry, Senator Marie James. You recognize.
Sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is to follow up on with Commissioner Gabriel on specifically just asking him, what does a 5-year warranty in the permit cover? Does it have to do with digging up again, or does it cover something else?
So, Derek Gabriel, Commissioner, Department of Public Works. So the 5-year guarantee has to do with the road work that they do after they finish the excavation. So once they cover back the trench, it will cover us with any sinking, any damage, any further deterioration of the roadway that we saw. And that came as a direct result of what we saw with phase 1 when they installed the junction boxes. We had a lot of asphalt failures around those junction boxes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Colleagues, that concludes the first round of questioning. We're going to do a rapid round. If anyone has a question, I'll let them move forward with a question because we have a second round to go to. So with that being said, a second block to go to. With that being said, I'm going to start with you, Senator Joseph. But before I go there, let me ask T-Mobile quickly in respect to them not being or participating in the ACP program, which we know would help many of our Virgin Islanders here in the territory. Can someone from T-Mobile answer that question for me, please?
Hi, this is Ilean Cañellas from T-Mobile. Yes, we are currently not participating in the AC program in Puerto Rico and the USVI. It's due to different reasons. We are certainly working towards being able to participate in that and many other programs that will benefit the territory.
So your plan is to participate in a program. You're working on a plan to participate in a program and other program. That's what you said, for the record?
Correct.
Okay, very well. Thank you so much. Senator Joseph, you recognized for your burning question.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I do have a question, and it's regarding the FirstNet construction permits for Liberty, and I also understand BIT, you're involved with that. At DPW, you're also involved in that avenue, because Liberty indicated on page 5 of their testimony that that has been a challenge. But I recall and my notes may be a bit off, but I recall in a PSC meeting that took place in, it would have been either March, that you had mentioned, Mr. Balakrishan, that there was a blanket approval by DPNR for some of the permits. So how is this impacted if DPNR, in your testimony, is saying that that DPNR has delayed approval and that you needed to get an extension, and a negotiated extension? Could you explain that?
Yes. Thank you, Senator Joseph. Balakrishnan, General Manager for Liberty VI. There are multiple permits and 2 different projects that we are working on. When I mentioned the blanket permit from DPNR, that is for the fiber construction. So there's a fiber to the home construction that we're doing, for which we will require permits from DPW and DPNR. DPNR gave us a blanket permit for several of the areas. We are working on case-by-case permits with DPW. On the FirstNet construction, we need, every case, we need multiple permits from DPNR. And the blanket permit does not cover that. So we have to do soil boring, and for that we need permits. We have to do building of the FirstNet sites. We need permits from DPNR. So those are the permits that are taking longer, in addition to just getting a few other things like leases from the government and so on moving.
Okay, and if I can, I just wanted to ask, you mentioned that an extension was negotiated for you to get these permits in your testimony. What was the extended date? What was the date of the extension?
30 seconds.
Balakrishnan, General Manager for Liberty VI. The extension that was negotiated with FirstNet, between FirstNet and the government of VI, is in 2025.
Okay, thank you. One last burning question I do have, and this is in regards to T-Mobile.
Time.
With your outreach, how many employees do you have here working in the Virgin Islands locally?
We have 2 retail stores where we have, I think, a total right now of 16 employees and one technician. And we are opening, I think it's 6 more postings for the retail stores.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, for the leeway, and thank you so much, testifiers.
Thank you. Senator Fonseca, you recognize for your burning question. You have 2 minutes.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon. Okay, so, you know, it's very important, you ladies and gentlemen before us here today, this IT telecommunications is extremely important for the Virgin Islands to move so we can be competitive. You know, there was testimony where Liberty has about 60,000, Via 40,000, and T-Mobile about 15,000 clients. And, you know, both of you are profitable, Liberty and Via, and then Mr. Stephen Adams for VINGN also testified that they're self-sustaining and nearing profitability. So that's good. I wanted to go to Mr. Balakrishnan on page 3, paragraph 4 of your testimony, where you mentioned that you have 33 sites which have the LTE, and 15 don't have it, the LGE. Because, I always wonder, sometimes when I'm on my phone in the United States, it come up 5G, but here in the VI, it come up LTE. So I guess that's it. So you have 37 development projects. Give me your timelines when you plan to complete that, and also how many local workers do you have on the payroll? Mr.
30 seconds.
Krishnan.
Thank you, Senator. Bala Krishnan, General Manager for Liberty VI. The timeline for this, our hope is to get everything, all the new sites built up by the deadline that we have negotiated with FirstNet, which is now extended to 2025. Now we want to do it much faster, so a lot depends on the ability for us to get the permits and get the leases so we can move forward. In addition to that, we are working on other types of improvements. We are putting on more. This year alone, we are addressing several sites where we're increasing capacity by adding more radios, and we are looking to add 10 small cells, assuming we can get the small cell legislation moving forward this year. So there's quite a bit of work that's being planned, and we are also already looking at what improvements we can do for next year. So every year we're making improvements.
And what's your total local workforce?
So I'll give you an approximate number. Approximately we have about 125 people between St. Croix and St. Thomas.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Fonseca. Mr. Balakrishna, this from a constituent. They asked in respect to Bank of America and them not being able to receive security codes because they said AT&T worked perfect to access stateside accounts. And it said the bank sends security text to verify identity. Can you clarify that?
Apologies.
Bank of America and bank accounts.
The two-point verification, yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you, Senator. Bala Krishnan, General Manager for Liberty VI. Part of the challenge that we are seeing, and we are working on resolving this, is any time there is a IP-based system on the other end, like for example, if Bank of America has an internet-based voice system or a data system that they're using, for some reason, it's not recognizing the 340 number with AT&T here. And it's not just here, it's also happening in Puerto Rico. The systems in their switches, they have coded 340 and the Puerto Rican numbers as international numbers. Consequently, it's not sending out. And it's on a case-by-case basis. So we're looking at every case and trying to figure out how we can solve that. It's not something that will just impact us. I think any 340 number will have that issue from the mainland. So
since it's on a case-by-case basis, how does that individual get it corrected? What number do they need to call? Who do they need to speak to?
They will need to call us, and they will tell us exactly where that's coming from. And we are working with the likes of Verizon to see if we can update it at a broader switch level to resolve this issue. But the challenge that we are going to continue to have is if there is a smaller provider in the U.S. that someone is contracted with, that smaller provider you can address with fixing things with the likes of Verizon. So this is going to continue to happen for a while. Just the nature of the 340 number, 786, and so on, or 939 and so on, being looked at as an international number by some of the carriers in the U.S.
Very well. Senator DeGraff, you recognized for your burning question. You got 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To CO Pitt, I remember one thing you mentioned in terms of having fiber run to individual subscribers to the residential homes. Is that in play right now, where they can opt for fiber link versus the way they're getting it through the router and stuff now?
Yes, you can. That depends on how far our fiber is from the particular residence.
Okay.
Commercial is much easier because they're in concentrated areas, of course. But that depends on how far you are. But you make a request, we come out, we do a survey, we get a sense of the run, how long we will have to get to your house, and then we make a buying decision then.
Okay, thank you for that. And then you and I, we had a conversation about the senior and the alert process, the whole infrastructure, putting that in. And I know it was mentioned here again today. Are we any further along with providing that type of service for seniors in the territory?
I won't say that we are. One of the things I like to recommend, though, is that from a government in terms of dealing with the seniors, is to sort of partner with somebody like a Life Alert. We can provide the telecommunication SIMs for that. But in terms of the overall infrastructure and that kind of nature of programs, I think, is needed that you shop for a provider like a Life Alert, for example, who can do the bracelets and all of that, and we can do the communication aspect of it. So it's going to be a combined effort, ourselves and government.
30 seconds.
Looking towards already established provider, and we provide communication.
Because
So
I know
we can speak of
ADT
that.
told me they had the system in place and they offered it.
ADT,
But
you said? Sorry?
ADT was one company I spoke to in regards to it. So again, then you say they can probably foster with you or Liberty or T-Mobile to expand it more?
I will think so. I think depends on the communication that's required to take it to the individual customer itself. If that's a communication protocol that we can do, we'll be
Time.
happy to partner. But I think that's something that needs to be explored at a more governmental level, especially for that initiative, and get some funding in that direction as well.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator DeGraaf. Senator Fred Gregory, you're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I took the opportunity, I'm not a member of this committee, but I took the opportunity to read a testimony. And there's a very profound statement that was made in the testimony of Mr. Stephen Adams. And you said, and I quote, it says, "It is important to note that some telecommunication companies in the territory have and continue to receive bountiful federal subsidies and generous local tax benefits. Yet, the territory, woefully lags most other poor areas of the United States in terms of internet speed and affordability." And my question to that is, how do we, and this is not necessarily for you, Ms. Adams, I mean, you can be the first to respond, but how can we address this issue collectively? It continues to be an issue, and I think that we continue to talk around this issue. And is there light at the end of the tunnel? Is there resolve? I wish that the PSC was here, but they're not. But is there resolve? Because this statement is very profound as to what's occurring here in the Virgin Islands.
Stephen Adams, BINGN. Senator, I actually struck that from my testimony, but it was in my written.
Oh boy.
I decided not to pick a fight, and I took it out of my testimony. But it was.
30 seconds.
It's a statement I believe in, and I'd like to give a very quick of why this statement I believe is true. And the reason why this statement is true is, yes, our ISPs are profitable, barely. And the reason why this is the case is because we're competing for 80,000, 87,000, or 89,000 people on a good census day. But the infrastructure investments, when we listen to the testimonies of Via and Liberty and T-Mobile, they're making tens of millions, hundreds of millions of investments, and it's hard to amortize that investment over 10, 15, 20 years. So that's one of the reasons why our internet services are high. It's not because I cannot talk to gouging, but what I can say from an investment standpoint, it's very hard to amortize off these investments when you have 3 fiber optic network rings, all of them in the ground. So that's part of the problem itself. So
we created that.
We created that there.
Absolutely.
So we need to coalesce around, and they're around. We have to coalesce around a strategy. And this is where the private sector's profit motive comes in a serious clash with the service requirements of government. right? Because VINGN, one of the things that's also in that testimony is that if VINGN goes away, the VI taxpayers are going to be on the hook for a $36 million bond. So if you factor that into the amortization issues that the private sector has, we have a serious issue that we have to figure out how do we solve this.
Vaya.
Thank you so much.
I would like to hear from all of them because this is a collective
Very well.
issue that we have that needs
Very
to
well.
be addressed collectively.
Next.
Geraldine Pitt, CEO of VIA. So I'm fully in agreement with the direction that Stephen's response is. It's really about economies of scale. It's the size that we are. We are who we are in terms of size. We've started in a round where we have private sector and to some extent public sector investment as well, all coming together to create what I will consider sometimes a perfect storm of who is in charge of what and whether the government is serious about having private sector development and public sector and what is the role of each of them in that situation. And so as I said even in my testimony, the money that we are all getting or we've gotten or getting, all is important to future-proof the VI economy. The question though becomes what would happen as with housing, as I said in my testimony, broadband connectivity is now a need, it's a basic necessity. And part of it can only be fulfilled through some level of subsidy. The ACP has proven that so far. And I think as we look at that big pot of money that's somewhere out there in different shape or form, we must read the fine prints carefully and say which one of those does allow the necessary authorities to use part of that towards a direct subsidy for the bigger part of the population. Because it's one thing to say SNAP, Medicare, there's people outside of that realm that still probably would never be able to approach broadband, and it's expensive to build in the Virgin Islands. It's very expensive to do business. It's sometimes I hear the comparison to national, and I wish we could be. I think we all wish we could be, but we have our own realities of geography, of size, a series of things that come together to be where we are today. But I think a subsidy is probably going to be your best bet, honestly.
Bala Krishnan, General Manager for Liberty VI. I cannot comment on the past, but what I will tell you is this. The money that we have received from FCC is earmarked specifically for connecting every household, every business with fiber and be able to provide 1 gigabit minimum speeds if they so choose. Now, what I will also tell you is in addition to that, we are a profit motivated company, but we are very careful about how we spend, where we spend our money. And ever since we got to the island, since last year, you can see the internet speeds have gone up significantly, right? Even we put money into our existing broadband facility as well. The money that's earmarked from FCC will go to building and delivering the broadband services that are required. And as soon as we get all the permits and as we get the cadence of construction going, by 2026, 2027, VI will have world-class speeds, without a doubt.
T-Mobile here?
T-Mobile?
Yes, this is Ileana Cañellas from T-Mobile. We don't currently receive any federal funding for the USVI. However, I must point out that we do have the fastest 5G network in the USVI right now. So we, regardless of the FCC funding, we are investing in getting that in the network as it should be.
Thank you for your responses. I really believe that the responses from both Mr. Adams and Ms. Pitt is spot on. I think that we are at the place where we must figure out how do we come together collectively and look at this. And the question is asked, who's in charge? Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Fred Gregory. Colleagues, we have exhausted our time with this set of testifiers. We're going to do a 30-second closing.
Hello.
I'm sorry. My co-chair, Senator Maurice James, you're recognized for your 2 minutes. Senator James, I'm sorry. The screen's got me on me. I apologize. Sorry. You're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to ask through the chair for each provider. I'd like to request a copy of the wireless coverage maps that indicate both service delivery and the specific no service area and the date the maps were created. And my last question is to CEO Adams. On the line before the last, you said VINGN has a valuable role to play empowering all Virgin Islanders the opportunity to participate in the global digital economy and connected society. And I'm going to stay focused on the economy, education, and our people not only as consumers, but as producers, and how telecommunications, and it's the government's responsibility to develop a strategy. So I wanted to point out to you that the words were your words about empowering us to participate in a digital economy. And if you have anything to respond to that, I would appreciate it.
Stephen Adams, VINGN. Thank you, Senator. Of course, those are my favorite words in the testimony, the end there. And the VINGN's role here as a wholesaler is to be able to provide the lowest possible wholesale pricing for those ISPs that choose to use our services. All three of the ISPs that sit with me today use our services, but different degrees over time. One of the challenges with the broadband monies that are coming out of Washington is that Washington has pitted the private sector and the public sector against each other in the competition for these dollars. So unlike some places where most of the monies would come through the public sector and then they would dole it out, here I'm actually competing for some of these grants with my colleagues here. So anytime VINGN secures federal dollars, we have to be able to say these are the only dollars we might get, and then one of my peers here might get a grant that I don't get. So in that case, anytime VINGN gets a grant, we're first and foremost thinking about the community. So the three areas that we're focused on from economic development is, first of all, the safety of our seniors. That's why our first dollars will go into making sure fiber is at every senior citizen and rehab center. And we're working very close with AARP on this program. And then we're also making sure that our businesses actually have this ability. But we do not provide the last mile connectivity. The ISP partners do. So we have to make sure that our infrastructure is robust, that they want to use, so that they have a buy-build decision. And in some cases, it makes sense to use VINGN network. In other cases, for their own business reasons, it doesn't. So one of the things that I can do to be able to make sure that we are moving the territory forward is wherever VINGN's fiber is that it's offered at the lowest possible price for the ISPs to pass that savings on to our businesses and to our institutions.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator James. Maurice James. Colleague, testified, I'm going to give you 30 seconds to make a closing statement. Starting with Commissioner Gabriel.
Good afternoon again, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on this very important topic. The department does stand by. This is one of the few places where we are a major regulator, so we do take our role seriously, and but we do stand by and willing to work with all of our telecommunications partners and our utility partners. Thank you.
Thank you. CEO Adams.
Thank you, Stephen Adams, CEO of VINGN. I think the party message that I have today is that a collaboration between the private and public sector is well overdue. The competitive and profit motive of the private sector is important, but I think it's also important that the government and the executive and the legislative branch work together about the direction of where you guys want us to go. Right, because we are an extension of the government. And so as that extension, more clarity from the executive branch and the legislative branch of where you want things to go will make it much better, so we don't have the wild, wild west that we currently have and the squandering of millions and millions of federal dollars.
Thank you. Director Ross.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. I'd like the opportunity to just recognize that I have with me today GVI Fellows, Anijah Phillip and Brittany Peterson from my office. And I just wanted to kind of mention that they were here here today with me as I did my presentation. I thank you for the opportunity to provide some information about what we're doing at BIT and answer your questions. So thank you again.
Thank you, Mr. Balakrishnan.
Good afternoon. Balakrishnan, General Manager for Liberty VI. From a Liberty standpoint, this is an extremely important topic, and we are very encouraged to see everybody focus on making sure that we are able to meet our commitments, we are able to really bring excellent speeds and connectivity to the island. So we look, and from my partners as well, Commissioner Gabriel and Commissioner Oriel, we have made great strides in making things to move forward. So we are very encouraged, and we look forward to continue to working with everyone.
Very well. Ms. Pitt, CEO.
Geraldine Pitt, CEO of VIA. Today, I think we've heard quite a diverse discussion on everything that really affects the community, especially from our testifier online as well. But as we look at that, I think some of the key things that stand out is words like collaboration, public-private partnership. How do we do this together to make it better for the Virgin Islands? In my testimony, I've included some diverse way that we can do that, and also look forward to providing a white paper that says, here is why subsidy, just as in housing, becomes especially important for broadband connectivity. Nobody disagrees that it is the future. Nobody disagrees that even the future is now. The way we have changed since the pandemic, post-hurricane, and then the pandemic, it necessitates for us a broader conversation about who is in charge of what. How do we use the fundings that we get? How could customers access, no matter the millions we put in the ground, how does that work? But also importantly, when we start talking about connecting the Virgin Islands, I hear a lot of testimony today that talks a lot about speed and speed in the future. For us, that speed is now. That speed is 1 gig today, 400 in most areas, and by the time we get to the middle of the year, it's going to be fixed. I heard your concerns as well, Senator, and we look into those concerns. They're genuine concerns, all of which we need to agree on. We need to get issues that resolve them, because there's no way any of us will remain in business, and certainly VIA, if we don't put our customers first. Our customer experience is going to be what's going to set us apart from the rest, and that's our determination. It's our mission for 2023 to keep the promises we make to our customers, and that's exactly what we intend to do. So I thank you on behalf of the entire VIA team. Jennifer, who's left early, she had to go back to St. Croix, but always my right hand and my support, who really does get us into the community deep, and all of the rest of my team who supports, who turns up to the events at the community events, whether it's sales events or simply promotional, and the ACPU that made us, I think, put a big smile on the entire team's face, the fact that we are able to connect with the persons who are generally harder to reach, but also who have less income but needs connectivity. So again, thank you on behalf of my team.
Thank you. And T-Mobile.
Lilian Cañella from T-Mobile. We thank you for the opportunity of participating of this discussion. We are definitely committed to the territories, to identifying those funds available federal funding, also investing our own funds for infrastructure and for development in the USBI. And we are also committed to bringing to the USBI the full sense of the on-carrier philosophy that dictates T-Mobile, bringing the most competitive rate plans, the most competitive benefit everything that is available to the customers on a national level, bringing that to the USVI, hearing the customers' pain points, for instance, lack of coverage in certain areas, or the frustration that they have in terms of speeds that they're getting from their fixed wireless providers, and hearing all of that and basically providing the service that the residents in the USVI deserve.
Okay, thank you so much. And Mr. Ross, Director Ross, I'm going to give you 1 minute to properly introduce your fellows so they can be recognized.
Yes.
You can speak to
Yes.
them.
So thank you for the opportunity. I just wanted to introduce Ms. Brittany Peterson and Mr. Nigel Phillip. They've been working at the BIT as GVI fellows for the last about 6 months. Brittany has been a very strong advocate for service for the entire government, as she fills in as the role of service desk manager, and also in providing us with the proper governance notes and the governance meetings and the agendas that we need to do in order to be able to execute on our IT mission. And Anaija has been working very closely with our ServiceNow team. She's been a programmer, and she has delivered on some of the programs that we've recently did for the Bureau of Motor Vehicles. So thank you both for being here and seeing the government in operation.
Thank you. The Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunication stands in recess for 10 minutes.
10 minutes.
We're back on the record. Madam Clerk, please read Block 2 for the record.
Remember to send block updates that we go on.
Block 2, an update on public transportation and on road construction and repairs from the Department of Public Works. I invited testifiers, the Honorable Derek Gabriel, Commissioner, Department of Public Works.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I see we have our commissioner again still here with us, so please introduce yourself and your staff there with you, and then you can proceed with the testimony.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Senator Marvin Blyden, Chairperson of the Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunications, committee members, all other senators in attendance today, as well as those in the listening and viewing audience. I am Derek Gabriel, Commissioner of the Department of Public Works. With me today is Mr. Ruben Jennings, Assistant Commissioner for the St. Thomas St. John District, Jomo McLean, Highway Program Manager, and Andrew Ray, Transportation Planner. We also have with us today two of our GVI Fellows, Mr. Andy Jean-Baptiste and Ms. Shaniqua Venzen as well. Thank you for the opportunity to provide an update to this committee on the status of road projects across the territory. Debt Service Reserve Excess Funds, Act 8454 and ARPA. Between 2021 and 2022, the department received over $40 million for milling, paving, striping, and drainage improvement projects in over 50 locations throughout the territory. I am happy to say we have completed all the identified projects with a few exceptions, and residents throughout the territory are now able to enjoy smoother commutes. Project areas include Campo Rico, Estate Mandal, Centerline Road on St. John, Estate Peters Rest, and Altona, just to name a few. The department has not seen such a huge investment in our road infrastructure in almost 15 years when the territory received American Recovery and Reinvestment Act funding. Thank you to the members of this body for your continued partnership. Many of these projects are a direct result of funding from this body. Others involve your direct input as well as your recommendations. So we look forward to continuing to work with you in the future. The Clifton Hill Connector Road Project is our current marquee road project, which aims to provide a safer connection between the Melvin Evans and Queen Mary highways. It will also provide a widened intersection on the Melvin Evans Highway to accommodate dedicated turning lanes in both the eastbound and westbound lanes. The existing roadway has a steep incline, which has caused many vehicular accidents. Once the new road is completed, most of the existing roadway will be demolished. The project began in April 2022 and is approximately 50% complete. The scope of work includes major road reconstruction, asphalt paving, striping, new drainage, signs, signalization, guardrail, raised pavement markers, water line relocation, and utility pole relocation. The base asphalt placement on Clifton Hill Road and Melvin Evans Highway was completed. The contractor is now connecting the side streets and driveways to the new roadway. This project is currently scheduled to be completed by July of 2023, and the total contract amount is $9,587,505. The final phase of the Melvin Evans Highway Pavement Preservation Project from the Good Hope intersection to the Williams Delight intersection is underway. This project was divided into 6 segments, and 5 of them are now complete. The scope of work for this section of the highway includes road reconstruction, asphalt paving, milling, striping, drainage rehabilitation, signs, guardrails, raised pavement markers, vehicle detection replacement, and other miscellaneous work. The street light repairs, which were added later, will be paid for with local funds. The 158 streetlights installed will illuminate Hannah's Rest to the Williams Delight intersection. Leveling of the roadway is 75% complete. All concrete light pole bases have been installed, and the sideway construction at the Williams Delight intersection is complete. Contractors are currently working to improve drainage at the Good Hope and Carlton intersections. This project is scheduled to be completed by summer of 2023, and the total contract amount is $12,865,506.41. The Clearview Apartment Emergency Road Repair Project was remobilized on July 25, 2022, and deemed substantially completed on August 17, 2022. The contractor completed the concrete pour for the remaining 30-foot extension of the east retaining wall and swale. The scope also entailed roadway reconstruction, grading and paving of the roundabout in the residential area, thermoplastic permanent striping, milling, as well as roadway paving. Punch list items were generated during a pre-final inspection meeting that was held on August 22nd of 2022, and all tasks were completed before the final inspection on September 16th of 2022. The contractor is awaiting the installation of the guardrails and the completion of striping by his subcontractors to close out this project. The total contract amount is $1,222,741. The Mount Welcome Road pavement reconstruction and drainage improvements project is complete, except for a few punch list items and additional signs that were ordered at the request of the Virgin Islands Police Department to restrict parking along that roadway. The project began in June of 2021 and ended in March of this year. The scope included major road reconstruction, pavement markings, signs, pavement marking and signs. Sorry, I think we seem to have a slight typo. The First Avenue project was solicited as a design build project through the Department of Property and Procurement. It is currently in solicitation with contract award expected in May of 2023. Phase 1 of the Frederickstead Roads project is completed. That scope included repairs and drainage improvements to Queen Cross, Hill, Hospital, New, King, Customs, Lagoon, and Market Streets. The project was funded by the U.S. Department of Interior. The total contract amount for Phase 1 was $1,483,843.75. Phase 2 of this road project is under construction. The scope for this phase includes drainage improvements and sidewalk repairs to Prince Street in the vicinity of St. Patrick's Church and Elementary School. It also includes road repairs to King Cross Street, East Street, Veteran Shore Drive, and Route 702 from LaGrange to Frederickstead. Repairs to King Cross and East Streets, as well as the segment of Route 702, are completed. The total contract amount for Phase 2 is $987,266.10 and is also Department of Interior funded. The scope for the first segment of the Christiansted Roads project entails repairs to Queen, Hill, Market, East, and Prince Streets. This project went out for resolicitation and is currently in evaluation. We anticipate a notice of award to be issued to the contractor by the end of April 2023. The scheduling of the construction will be coordinated with the Virgin Islands Waste Management Authority to coincide with their current wastewater line repairs in progress. This project is also DOI funded. The department has several disaster recovery projects in the construction phase. Their scope of work consists of road repairs and drainage improvements to the various sites. The Water Island Watershed project is approximately 90% complete. Sites include the parking lot, Honeymoon Beach, Overdown Road, Flamingo Road, and Providence Hill. The total contract amount is $2,805,562. The St. Thomas Watershed project, which also includes slope stabilization and the replacement of retaining walls, is about 50% completed. Sites included in this project are in Estate Fortuna, Estate Frenchman's Bay, and Estate Nazareth. The total contract amount is $2,493,575. There are 13 sites in the St. John Watershed project. Construction began in a few locations: Susannaburg, Pocket Money, Francis Bay Hill, Coral Bay, Adrian Hill, and Pastory. The overall project is about 30% complete and has a total contract amount of $3,942,078. The Mount Pleasant project is currently in the final stages of design and is expected to be advertised for bid in June of 2023. The scope of work consists of road reconstruction and drainage improvements. The ferry transportation program continues to grow with the receipt of 2 awards totaling $6.8 million in grant funding to purchase a new 300 passenger capacity ADA accessible ferry vessel. This 100-foot ferry will serve the St. Thomas-St. John route during passenger peak hours and is currently being solicited as a design-build project through the Department of Property and Procurement. Bids are due on April 28, 2023. Earlier this year, we also applied for a RAISE grant in the amount of $25 million, which will allow us to secure ferries for the St. Thomas-St. Croix route. We anticipate receiving feedback on our grant application later this summer. The department recently completed the purchase of 10 new buses and paratransit vans. The Division of Transportation is pursuing other options for the procurement of fixed route buses. We are in the process of finalizing quotes on a few options, including hybrid, diesel, and electric buses. Obtaining maintenance parts for the current bus fleet continues to be difficult since the COVID pandemic. With an aging fleet, keeping buses on the road has proven to be a challenge as well. Vitran's current territorial fleet has a total of 55 fixed route buses and 88 vans. Of that number, 31 are operational. 5 are waiting to be disposed of, and 19 are non-operational while waiting for repairs. DPW remains on the move, as our popular slogan says. I have challenged our team to elevate our service for the people of our territory, and they have delivered. I want to thank each person that works in this department for their commitment to service and going above and beyond their normal call of duty on a regular basis. The projects mentioned in today's testimony would be impossible without their hard work and dedication. The department is fully committed to transforming our territory's infrastructure through the myriad of projects and programs in various stages. My team and I are ready to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Gabriel, for your testimony. Before I go to my colleagues for a round of questioning, let me ask you in respect to your testimony. I heard you mention many roads in the St. Croix district. There's no road project going on in St. Thomas St. John district. I haven't heard anything from St. Thomas or St. John.
Yes. So recently we finished the Long Path area within the last 30 days.
Continue.
So recently we finished the Long Path area. As I said in the testimony, we just did the solicitation for First Avenue. We have a number of road projects in the St. Thomas Watershed project as well that are ongoing. We recently did some concrete road work in Smith Bay. There's a number of areas that we have going on in St. Thomas.
What's going on with the avenue? Because you spoke to funds from this body, and that was one of the projects we allocated funds for. What's going on with the First Avenue?
That's actually the last. I think that's the last project. That's the last one from 8454. So that one we just they just did the evaluation. It should be wrapped up, I want to say, in the next 2 weeks, and we're hoping to go to award. So that is a design build project. So it does include not just roadway reconstruction, but also drainage improvements along that area, to include the gut that runs between First Avenue and the PMP community.
That gut has been
so that will be repaired. So I want to just take a moment to tell the community, look out. Once a contractor is selected, we do anticipate doing a town hall meeting pretty soon to talk to the residents in that area, because it is an extensive project.
So once that's done, we won't have that issue in Percy Garden anymore?
We shouldn't. That should take care of that issue.
And the 10 new buses, how many for the St. Croix district, how many for the St. Thomas St. John district?
Even, yeah, 5 and 5.
Very well.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll go to a round of questioning with my colleague. Senator Bolquez, you recognize for your 5 minutes, but before that, I want to recognize Senator Kenneth Gittin, the Majority Leader. Welcome, sir. Good to see you. Sharp, like a blade. Senator Bolquez, you recognize for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon to the listening and viewing audience. And good afternoon, Commissioner Gabriel and administrative team.
Good afternoon.
Excellent. So, Commissioner, tell me about guardrails. As I drive through the territory, I'm noticing that guardrails that need to either be replaced or elevated or even installed. Is an assessment being done or conducted by the department to identify where guardrails need to be required?
Yes, so we do it 2 ways. Number one, guardrails are typically included in any new project that we have going on. So we do it that way. And then secondly, we are procuring actual equipment to start to do it in-house. So we could repair the ones that exist, and then we could also replace some of the ones with some of the equipment that we have down in our operations yard.
Okay, and for instance, you've been doing an excellent job with the paving as you continue to do that. One of my concerns with paving is once we continue to pave, we sort of see the grade go up. And what happens is our guardrails go down.
Yeah.
So for instance, when we, let's look at Drake Seat in St. Thomas.
Okay.
I know that road was elevated right past Drake Seat going towards Holby. And the guardrail that was there once upon a time is now at the same as the road. Are there any efforts to replace that guardrail? Or others such like that?
Yes, so we plan to, and that's why we're trying to buy the equipment in-house as well, so we can minimize the cost of using contract labor.
Okay.
Yeah, but we do plan to do all those areas where the guardrail needs to be replaced or repaired.
Okay.
Or raised. Sorry, raised,
okay. Because we want to be proactive, right?
Right.
Concerning flooding mitigation across the territory, for instance, at the Department of Labor on St. Thomas, when it rains, it floods there. And the Department of Labor is there, daycare is in the area, and other businesses are there as well. And when it rains, they become inconvenienced. Even on the island of St. John, the Fish Fry Road, even at Starfish by the tennis court, that's an inconvenience there as well. Even on St. Croix, Frederickstead Town, by the vegetable market area, on the back street, on the road leading to LaGrange, coming out of town. Also Panbush Road in the area of the old legislature building. They're all compromised. These are historical flooding mitigation areas. What is the department doing to mitigate those areas?
So it's like a puzzle, right? And I know your time is of the essence. We have a number of hazard mitigation projects, FEMA projects. We actually have a ARPA-funded stormwater drainage project for both districts, and then we have the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers projects, all of which fit together like one big giant puzzle to address all of our stormwater issues that we have across the territory. To name the one that you first referenced, the Department of Labor, it's a number of projects that are all coming together to be able to fix that one problem, to include Veterans Drive Phase 2, because we need to do some real proper like cleaning out of that entire culvert, possibly fixing it, reconstructing a new one to allow for all the stormwater to make it out to that phase of Veterans Drive.
Okay, thank you for that. And of course, I want to commend you on your efforts. You know, it takes time, and I understand that, you know, you even changed the sub-lane at Gallows Bay, which was historically another area that used to have a lot of flooding as well. So I commend you in that effort. And concerning hurricane season, which will be upcoming in June, as you know, it lasts between June and November, December, depending on the hurricane year. But are services being advertised for hurricane contracts and the services that are required during that time? How many different type of services are required? And are you already in the contract phase with some of those contractors?
Yes. So we have a number of emergency contracts, territorial emergency contracts that we let. This is actually the last year. We're getting ready to re-advertise them, as I think most of them expire in November. So right now we have contracts for emergency roof repairs, debris monitoring, debris removal, generator repair, and I think there's one more.
Okay.
Yeah, there's one, but we have a number of contracts, and we're also the roadside contracts.
And I know it veered away a little bit from transportation, but I was just curious.
Yeah.
However, Vitran, the route by Megan's Bay, you know, we have Lovingland, we have Megan's Junction now, and we have more people living in that area now. Are we going to expand Vitran services to those individuals?
So thank you for that question. That's a goal. It's part of the reason why we're looking at, I don't want to say shrinking the fleet, but looking at shifting to more medium-duty buses, because the heavy-duty buses really can make that, the inclines, make it hard for those buses to access those communities. So we're shifting to more medium-duty buses that'll give us more maneuverability and more flexibility in those areas. But also, I do want to caution the public, because whenever we do route changes, it does take a while, because we have to go to the Transit Administration. We have to show we've done a number of studies like turning radius, that kind of stuff. So even when we added, a couple of years ago, when we added the Celestino A. White homes behind the hospital, it took us a few months to get that effectuated. But we do have a really good track record with the FTA. So as soon as we get the buses to accommodate that portion of the route, we are moving full speed ahead.
I'm looking forward to that. And lastly, Mr. Chairman, thank you, Mr. Chair, I appreciate it. I know that you mentioned that you're going to have some efforts to have a boat between the St. Thomas St. Croix run, and I think that that's very important, especially with the challenges that we're having with inter-island transportation. Luckily, we had a ribbon cutting for Fly the Whale today, so that also helps. But I know that you will be able to do that as long as that grant goes forward. We will see more transportation on the maritime side of things. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much. And Commissioner, 1 second, Senator. Point of inquiry, Senator Gittins. No, I can't. Senator Gittins, mic, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to all. The good at large senator just spoke to guardrails. Last week, we had the Virgin Islands Police Department before the Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety. And one of my concerns was about the guardrails. So what I wanted to ask you, who's responsible? When there's negligence involved, who's responsible for replacing these guardrails, stop signs, stoplight, government-owned property that's being damaged? And not just tell me who's responsible when there's negligence, but are we actively going after these private owners?
So the law allows us to go after the person that was deemed negligent in that case and actually fine them up to $1,000. We have been actively meeting with VIPD and their traffic unit to create like a pipeline, if you will, so we get those reports expedited. We have had a few successful instances where we've been able to go after the insurance company and it's yielded funds. I think we actually, last time I was here, you had a point of information, you asked the same question, we provided that information to you, but we're creating the pipeline so that we could start recouping because, I mean, it does have a cost. Each time we go out with guardrails, signage, the whole nine.
Well, when you say you provide the information to me, I'm a document person, and I haven't seen any document. I'm going based on your word. And I have no reason to, excuse me? I have no reason to disbelieve you. I'm just saying I want to make sure that there's aggression going on because they come to me like every time this government put up a guardrail, somebody find to knock it down. They don't touch the old ones, but they don't knock down the guardrails.
And the palm trees.
Well, we ain't got no palm trees in St. Croix just yet, so I'm speaking to the guardrails. Probably when they come to St. Croix, I'll see. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner, I know you spoke to Celestino White Home, which I advocated for some time, and now also Loveland, which I advocated for. But you spoke about the bus. The bus goes to Bodo. Over Loveland, don't have the kind of hill Bodo have. So I understand, and I agree that we need more smaller buses, but that shouldn't be a reason because it's not a steep trod as going to Bodo. It's not.
It's a transition to get into the housing community, if I'm not mistaken, because there has to be like some clearance. And if you look at it, we could talk about it offline, but yeah, we did look at it.
Very well. Senator Joseph, you recognize for your 5 minutes.
There you go. Agreed.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. A pleasant good day to you and my colleagues, the listening audience and viewing audience. Testifiers, I really want to, of course, commend the Department of Public Works for the hard work that you're doing. I know you are short-staffed, and you have a lot of projects that require your attention and your review and approval. So I'm hoping that you're working diligently to beef up and ramp up your staff, your technical staff with your engineers and the like. But I won't ask you and probe into that today. I wanted to really talk about the public transportation system. Specifically, I wanted to look at whether or not you are and your team have taken a deep look into getting a schedule and putting together a schedule for the buses, meaning when the bus is going to be available or going to be at a certain location for a certain time, because that's one of the things people can count on, that level of reliability. Right. So has that been a discussion with you and your team?
Yes. So, I mean, we do have a schedule. I want to say that. Now, whether we stay on time is a different thing.
I'm so sorry to interrupt. Is it publicized?
Yes.
At the bus stops?
Not at the bus stops. And I know we do have it on the buses, and I know we do have it on our website as well. But we are, a large part of why we're looking to add more buses is so that we could stick to the schedule as closely as possible.
I really would recommend that you have it publicized at a bus stop so that those persons who take it can know what time to expect the buses so that they can plan out their day. That helps them. Now, relative to weekend transportation, public transportation, and now we're having Carnival this week, the public transportation is not going to be running, correct?
That's correct.
How can we bridge that gap? Because people still have needs to be able to actually go about our islands and do their business. So how are we looking to bridge those needs? Is that a part of your discussions with your team?
It is. So I know up to last year, one of the governor's mandates to us was exactly that, to look at expanding our service to weekend service. The ADA route, the ADA paratransit service does run on the weekends.
I am familiar with that. I'm just talking about the regular.
Fixed route.
Yeah.
So I know we have, we did give a proposal. We do need some additional funding to do that. I want to say it's in the neighborhood.
What's the funding amount?
So it's a little over $500,000 for the year to be able to accommodate the routes on Saturdays.
Okay. All right. Saturdays and Sundays or just Saturdays?
Just Saturdays.
Just Saturdays and holidays too, or not?
The analysis we did was just for Saturdays.
Just for Saturdays. Okay, so my next question is regarding the guardrails. I really think you should include the Saturday and the Sunday as well as the holidays. Look into just, breaking it down based on those things. But also, let's look at the guardrails. I have been in conversation with you regarding this guardrail up by Windberg.
Mm-hmm.
It's a major accident ready to happen. Somebody could just fall over the precipice there and get injured. Where are we with that?
So I did, thank you for that question, Senator. We did ask one of our contractors to make the guardrail replacement, and I know they were waiting on ordering supplies.
But this is over like 3-4 months
Yeah, it's
now,
been a while.
And the project that they were actually doing has been completed, right?
So
and
correct.
This is in the Dunu area.
That's correct. And I don't know if in our testimony, we talked about a couple of projects that are missing the guardrails because of the supply chains. I mean, Clearview has been done since last year, and that's one of the things that they're waiting for is more guardrails. So I do recognize it. I mean, we've been waiting for equipment as well to start doing guardrails in-house. I'm hoping to have some major movement in that area this summer.
Okay. This summer. So when Mr. Chairman calls you back at the end of the year, we should have already received those. So you have already placed the order?
Yes.
That's your representation?
That is correct.
Okay. Now, I was the senator who made an appropriation of $2,300,000 for a public roadway in Estate Crown and Hawk that was passed. Where are we with that? Because that's a major issue. It have a lot of elderly people up there, and I had spoken to your project manager, Mr. McLean, just to verify the location, and I've been getting calls from those homeowners there. Where are we with that project to get it paved?
I know that I don't think the amount was enough, and I know that we had an issue with the asphalt plant being down for quite a number of weeks as well. The asphalt plant that we typically use was down. Yeah, we have to. I mean, we're still in the very early phases of our project.
Okay, so you don't have any timeline when you're going to be able to get the boots on the ground there?
I will. So what we could do is, I know I do need to. Let me get back to you if you don't mind. What a better timeline?
Certainly.
Okay.
Certainly. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, for the leeway. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Senator Joseph. Next we have, I would like to recognize the President of Senator Dan Capehart. Welcome, the Senator. Next we have Senator Dwayne DeGraff. You recognize for your... Senator Ray Fonseca, you recognize for your 5 minutes.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. And once again, good afternoon to the listening audience. Happy Carnival to everybody. This is a real important time. Commissioner Gabriel, you're one of the stars in this administration. You is the road paving king, brother. I see so much road pave in this place. You know, I gotta congratulate you. There's couple roads in Bavoni by the pauper shop and thing. You ain't get to them yet. I know the honorable senator from Savan, and he claim he's a Savanero, but he pushing the Bavoni road, etc. But we'll walk together. Quickly, our crucians, right? I want to put something here to you, because our sisters and brothers from St. Croix, right? Right now, they cannot take a boat from St. Croix to St. John, right? So what happened is they have to take a boat from St. Croix, they come to Intong, and then they got to take a taxi.
Correct.
Okay, the boat dock downtown, right, was started, and I want to show you how we got to think differently. Back in the 50s, 60s, our parents and stuff time, most people were living in the Savan, Frenchtown, Down Street, Up Street, Pallyborg. Estate Thomas was country. Hardly anybody was in the country. So the only place to get to St. Croix was to take the boat from Intong, go to St. Croix. But as we all know, St. Croix is the easternmost place in the United States. I think it's Point Udall or something like that, they call it. Mm-hmm. So here's what I'm recommending, right? If we was to leave the boat from Red Hook to St. Croix, we will save a lot of time. Because remember, a major reason why people don't take the boat to St. Croix is it's long. I take the boat, it's 2 hours. And then, you puke up and all of this kind of thing go on. So consider having the boat travel from St. Thomas to St. Croix. I'm told it will cut 30 minutes off of the boat trip, because when you're leaving the boat, you're going southeast to get to Christian said. You're not going south, and Red Hook is east of downtown St. Thomas. We will cut the time off, and then the Crucians them could go to St. John. Right now, the Crucian them can't take a boat to St. John. So I'm recommending that. Now, also, I want to talk about your raised grant for the $25 million. What's the specifications you have for that boat?
So we really, it
2
really
minutes?
isn't. Well, I'll let Mr. McLean answer that question. Yeah.
Good afternoon, Senator Jomo McLean. So it's a design build project. So we gave some basic specifications. For example, the capacity that we want, which is 300 passengers, 100-foot vessel capacity, and I think we also specified the draft depth, because the boat has to be able to dock at the existing facilities.
How fast will it travel?
For the St. John,
St. Croix, yeah.
Or the St. Croix, St. Thomas.
Yeah, you said, hey, you got a $25 million for the Secures ferry for St. Croix.
So
how fast would that boat go?
The speed, well, I think we gave maximum time, which is 1 hour.
Okay, get back to me. How fast the native sun boat they travel? How many knots? Do you know?
I don't know, but I think most of the
check
vessels...
that out, because your new boat, it would be good if it goes faster than the native sun. I'm telling you, 2 hours on that open sea. Let's try to cut it down. Okay, one thing, remember them 4 roads out in Bavoni. I've been talking to my constituents now, it's 5. Where are you with that in your platform? Where are you with paving those roads?
So there's 2 projects that we have for that area. One, which is a FEMA project, which includes some hazard mitigation, is a further ways out. We still have to do some property acquisition, some easements, etc. So that one we're anticipating is about 12 to 18 months away. We have identified some money on the local side, which we're looking to do some temporary repairs, because those roads are really bad, and we're hoping to address those in the summer, I would say. I think it's by summertime. We've already identified the funding and identified our contractors just to get it mobilized and moving.
Okay, that's That's great because, you know, a lady had an accident the other day on the road, you know, about it going up Papa Shop. She sent it to me, and I sure, you know, we can get that mitigated. I know they have some drainage problems because I know there's a drain down there. But a little asphalt, like I said, you know, you're the pave king. I ain't never see so much road paved. So put a little bit of asphalt on them 5 roads out there in Bovoni for me, please. And thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for your time.
Thank you, Senator Fonseca. We speak in roads, Commissioner Gabriel. Let's speak to the paving of those roads, the crosswalks within the communities, and reflectors. Speak about those 3 areas for me, please. What's going on in that space?
Yeah, thank you for that question, Senator. So I want to start off by saying that in each district, there is only one striping contractor that is approved to do business with our department. So each paving company in each district uses the same one contractor to do all of their striping work. So most times, that's one of the last pieces, like the striping and the guardrails is the last piece to trail, and it comes. We have been doing, there's been a number of projects. We've included crosswalks and striping in all of the neighborhoods. So especially in St. Croix, I know for the most part, you've seen a lot of that restriping go down. Here in St. Thomas, we focus with a lot of our major, and in St. Croix, we focus with on our major intersections. Some of the school zones, we're going back and restriping. We've been doing it not only as part of our projects, but also on a case-by-case basis. And then I've been speaking to Dr. Wells Hedrickton, and she's trying to identify some money to help with striping and signage in all school zones. We're looking at doing some of the illuminated signs by the crosswalks, so it grabs people's attention so that they know that, you know, you have to slow down and adhere to the school zone speed limit.
Okay, thank you for that. Senator DeGraff, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers, all viewing, listening, and present. I'm going to start off first with thank you, Commissioner. One, for you and your staff for what you do. I know it ain't easy, but especially in regards to, I did a 2-week cleanup project in Savannah, and you had some crews there. They were excellent. We cleaned so much garbage out of Savannah, boy, I'm ashamed. But I'm just saying, with hurricane season coming up, even though I know we concentrate on the roads, the Dion Gut, those gentlemen clean out tons of garbage out of Dion Gut. And Dion Gut has the gut that goes under the street, out to the ocean, needs to clean. Because there's so much debris that's going to go out. Mm-hmm. You know, it's going to cause a major problem, back up that gut and major. But again, thank you for your team, for what they did. I highly appreciate it.
Thank you.
But when we will get Savannah paved, the roads are atrocious, how they're doing the projects in Savannah. So, you know, some people say it from Savannah, but going to ask about other places, but not me. I ask about Savannah. So when we could look at getting some kind of relief in Savannah because of how the construction had been done in Savannah.
Yeah, so we've been trying to coordinate with waste management as best as possible to wait for that project to be complete before we do the paving.
Okay.
Because a lot of that area, I know that they still have to reopen some of those trenches, and I don't want to come back and pave and then we run into the same problem that we've talked about.
Excellent for me. I wanted my colleague before me know you from Savannah. Maybe, I don't know if you know, but from Savannah, Regerian Gada.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
Okay, for the Vitron, again, I want to hear about advertising, but in terms of buses, I'm a mechanic by trade. Buses are built. You build the buses according to the specifications you want, turning radiuses, rear end gear ratio, engine sizes. Who is that person in Public Works that is doing that for Public Works for going to smaller buses that you're looking at?
So we have a number of mechanics. Let me just say that. But the issue is a lot of times we have to get in with the supply chain issues that we're seeing. We have to get in line because remember, to accommodate our left-hand driving, they have to change some elements in the assembly chain. So it's not every bus manufacturer that bids on our projects. And then most times you have a inflated cost. So that's why what we've been doing is going to the medium duty buses. We're looking at those because it's less adjustments that have to be made to accommodate our left-hand driving. So that is something that our transportation planner, Mr. Ray, our deputy commissioner, Ms. Carol McGregor, and our mechanics team is really looking at, because we want to be flexible and able to serve our community.
Okay, I'd like you to also look into a bus route for the north side. Because I know years ago they had a bus route running in the north side, and since I'd stopped. But I think that'd be an area to look into. Also, is there any discussion in regards to looking at electric buses?
Yeah, so that's a really big thing that we've been talking about.
2 minutes.
And not just talking about it, we're actually moving in that direction, which is why our next bus procurement is going to allow for hybrid buses. So we're exploring how to begin pushing in that direction, because the other thing is, when the buses need to charge, there's a lag, there's a downtime. So you have to have another bus to put into the rotation to accommodate for that downtime. So it is something that we're extensively studying. But the first step you'll see is hybrid buses.
Okay, good. So definitely like to see that go. Main Street project that was done, again, another great job. There's some areas that sinking need to be addressed. The lights in Main Street, all the lights in Main Street on, but Main Street dark in the night. You know, we're trying to push, especially now Carnival, we want people downtown and stuff. The lighting is very, it is romantic lighting, but then again, when you think in terms of safety and stuff, you need some brighter lights. So I don't know if there's a change out that we can get, because you check it for yourself and you'll see the lighting in Main Street.
We could look into it.
Western Cemetery, we know, again, we know it's transportation. I jump in and everything again in public work now. Western Cemetery Wall, where are we in terms of any movement and that to get that done?
That project is in procurement, so we're just waiting for it to be awarded, and then I'm hoping to do not a big ceremony, but just something small to begin it, because it is a very, to enhance our cemeteries is a really big thing for all of us across the territory. So hopefully summertime, you'll see some movement on that one as well.
Okay, the Krong Mountain corner, the striping in the Krong Mountain corner, if anybody hit my car in Krong Mountain, they're coming after Public Works, because Public Works striped the road wrong. I said it from the beginning. You cannot stripe a road to go straight across into oncoming traffic. You have to make the half a turn, put a yield sign there with a right-hand thing, saying yield to who making the right hand and the turn on the left-hand side of the road. If that's not done, I told them I know traffic as a police, but I'm saying it's going to cause a major accident. It has to be redone, because you put up a sign say dangerous corner, you asking for a lawsuit. So address that for me, please, again. And I heard my time call. Mr. Chair, I would just like to wrap up in terms of, one, the four Bovoni roads. You know my sons are now for years we're working on, at least grade them off. And finally, I had a meeting with the WAPA's CEO, and there are lights on the Judy Gomez Highway going down that are out, that have been, the Krong Mountain, the Krong Bay Road, all those roads, lights are out. He is telling me that some of these lights belong to WAPA, some of the lights belong to Public Works. What's the problem on Public Works, and at least then to get your lights fixed?
So, Senator, respectfully.
You can answer in the chair. Thank you for the time, and really with Mr. Chair.
Respectfully. I don't know where in the Virgin Islands Code WAPA is getting this delineation from. The only delineation I've seen in the Virgin Islands Code is that WAPA is responsible for the street lights across the territory. There is no delineation between local lights and federal lights. Now, what I think WAPA should say is thank you to us for putting up the lights on the highway as a part of our project. What I think they should do is say that we've been trying to work with them to get as many lights on as possible in the territory, although it is not our mandate. But I know that the motorists of the territory need those lights, because when you drive certain areas, they are in darkness. We've actually invested a significant amount of money here as well on Veterans Drive. And because of other challenges, the lights keep going out. But we've spent a lot of money, Senator. We'll continue to do that because it is our mandate. But I think that to say that there is a delineation that does not exist is really, it's just not right, especially when you look at the men and women at Public Works. The same way that they have funding shortages, we do too.
I had asked one earlier.
Please.
Yeah, thanks. It was just in regards to the advertising and the buses. I know last year speaking about the contract. If you could give an update on that.
So
thank you.
I can. Thank you. Sorry. Thank you, Senator. I know we are close. I want to say this is the last, hopefully the last back and forth. There's been a lot of negotiations with the contractor. And I've even gotten involved lately. I think the last thing we're waiting for is just, I think it's one more document and we should be done. It's one last document. The procurement process is a little tricky sometimes. But we are close. We are close.
All right. Thank you for that. Commissioner Gabriel, let me ask you, Ms. McGregor, where is she? Is she still? Oh, how come she's not here?
She actually, today is her first day of her leave.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, she actually had leave today.
Okay, very well.
No.
Let me ask you very quick then, in respect to...
But I think, Senators, I do think, I know I did ask for our transportation planner, Mr. Andrew Ray, to be online. I'm not sure if he is.
Is he online?
I'm not 100% certain.
Because in respect to Vitran, I wanted to ask about where we're at in respect to we have had discussion in terms of transfer station and also an app for the department. Because I know my colleague asked about a schedule, but we were speaking about two app and more advanced technology, which will basically assist the department with timely schedules and also with more ridership. So can you speak to that?
Yeah, sure. Hi, Andrew. How are you doing? So just real quick, I know as far as the app goes, we did invest significantly with a company called Route Match, and then Route Match was subsequently purchased by Uber. And as you know, Uber doesn't service this part of the country. So since then, we've been feverishly looking for a replacement. I think we found one. I know we've been going back and forth on the procurement methodology, but we hope to be able to secure a contract with them pretty soon. That should get us back on track to be able to have the app where you could track the bus more accurately, if you will. And then the first question that you asked was transfer stations. So summertime, we are looking to we have a design that we need to update for the Lorraine transfer station in St. Croix. That's going to be the first one that you see. So right now, we're actually engaging the design consultant to update the design and get the design finished so we could put it out to bid.
So the Lorraine will be the pilot project, basically?
Lorraine will be the first one. And then we're looking, we've been speaking to both government entities as well as private landowners in the Sugar Estate Thomas area as well to acquire some land to do one up there.
And finally, were there any funds allocated with the app situation? You say you got someone else. Were there any funds exchange or anything, or it was just in a
for Route Match? I know there was an adjustment there to the contract because they couldn't. Well, let me ask Andrew. Do you mind speaking to the Route Match contract? The question was if we had spent any funds on the portion to allow them to track the fixed route buses.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. This is Andrew Ray, planner with DPW. So our previous contract with Route Match did fall through right as it was nearing the completion of the procurement. So those funds are what we're leaning on now in looking at a replacement software. So those were American Rescue Plan funds that we programmed for that, and we're staying within our existing budget to move forward with the new software.
He needs to be more clear. I cannot really hear him.
Andrew, I think they need you to repeat. But I guess I would ask the media room to turn him up a little bit. Yeah, or Andrew, maybe you need to get closer to the mic a little bit. Okay.
Yeah, sorry about that. So we do have funding that we originally programmed for the Route Match software with American Rescue Plan funds. And we still have that budgeted for paratransit software and scheduling software. And that is what we are looking at using for the replacement software that the commissioner mentioned. So we're staying within that same original budget and just looking to move forward with a different company.
What the time frame, what the time period are we looking at?
We're very close to having that submitted to procurement. I think just possibly in the next month or so.
Right.
Very well. Thank you so much. Colleagues, the majority will have to go deal with something. He asked for leniency, so I'll let him go since I'm not seeing Senator Maurice James. So you may proceed, Senator, with your 5-minute line of questioning.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to all again. Special good afternoon to you, Pupa Kelly. Congratulations. All right. Commissioner, I want to say, that you and your staff, you're one of the agencies that I really say I see progress happening. I don't know if it's because you got a whole team of young people here, you're just bursting with energy, but thank you for all you do. I know that things are a bit slow at times, but we're seeing some progress. So I want to say thank you and hats off to you and the entire Public Works team.
Thank you.
Now, I'm going to ask you, going back to the guardrail, I'm going to just ask you, for you and your staff, to at least do a drive-by survey, territory-wide, to see where these guardrails are actually needed. I know on the east end of St. Croix, heading towards the casino, I've been receiving a lot of calls that those guardrails are literally rotten out.
Yeah.
Even if you were to go out there to take picture and just sit down on it, it might go down with you. So let's take a look at that. I asked before about the signs. These signs that are posted just before the bridges on St. Croix, they're all in the wrong position. By the time these big trucks read the signs, no vehicle over X amount of pounds or X amount of tons, there's no place for the trucks to turn because it's just before the bridge. So I'm not sure who's putting up these signs, but tell them, please, use some common sense in doing that. Every one of those signs. This has been quite some time I've been talking about this. I prefer to see those signs done right about now. So hopefully the next time we have the conversation, I could say at least the signs look like they're done. But they need to be removed. Now, you spoke in your testimony on page 6. It's not numbered, but the 6th page, not including the cover sheet, that you spoke about the Mount Pleasant project. Where exactly is this? Which Mount Pleasant? Because you know we got about 3 Mount Pleasants on St. Croix.
Yeah, I was getting him up. I gonna ask Mr. Jomo McLean to answer you that.
You like to throw McLean under the bus, right?
Yeah.
You remember?
So it's not the one out east.
Okay, ain't Mount Pleasant East.
No, that's what I know too.
Yeah.
So is Mount Pleasant West, and you got another Mount Pleasant. So which one is it? Okay, we'll get back there.
Thank you.
In one of your responses to the at-large senator, you made mention of, and excuse me,
2 minutes.
I ain't got my glasses. You made mention of equipment in your operations yard. When are you going to actually fence your yard, and especially your backyard there on St. Croix in the Anna's Hope area? You know, there's a gentleman that lives back there that every time he sees me, every time he makes it his business to say, how much more property out there, Public Works yard I want people to just walk away with? So besides walking away with property, the vandalizing property, when can we see some work to at least secure the back area of Anna's Hope?
So, Senator, that's a really good question. We actually, a couple times, we've actually gone out to bid and secured fencing bids. And when you look at how much money it is, it's a lot. And when you look at the fact that we're months away from starting, hopefully, to demolish the temporary space that we have behind the building, we're about to redo Anna's Hope.
So we on cut it short. Okay. You're going. That's a project that you're looking at.
It is something. Yes.
Okay, I know we under some time management here.
Okay.
Sidewalk accessibility, a real concern, especially for our disabled community, especially for our children traversing from the housing community to the schools. I sent you pictures, the one in Mars Hill. Besides tearing up the private property system, that thing tore up the whole sidewalk, that the tree is leaning in the road. Mm-hmm. And only because I didn't want to cause any traffic accident or anything like that, I actually was driving there the other day and saw some children walking and how they had to come out into the roadway to walk because of how the tree just tore up the whole sidewalk. I'm asking Public Works again to look at this. The chair spoke to crosswalks. Remember, you and I had a good, lovely conversation about a crosswalk initiative. Man, you gave me goosebumps. I thought you were going to be on it. I'm just reminding you again, especially as summer approaches, please let not see the school year reopen, and every one of our crosswalks are not properly marked out. Again, thank you for the work that you guys have been doing. I'm really excited to see between Good Hope and Hannah's Rest well lit at night. And I'm looking forward to see the rest of the Melvin Evans Highway looking like that. And thank you for putting it on the record that it is WAPA's responsibility to keep our highways lit. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the latitude, and to the committee members. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Gittins, for your line of questioning. Senator Carrion, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, and good afternoon. Commissioner, I hope you got some lunch, because I know we've had you here all day.
Coffee or good, man. Oh, Lord. You got good coffee. Oh, Lord. You did.
All right. Assessment of our shanties, because I know we have shanties that don't have benches. Some of them might not have roof. You know, what's the process? Do we know exactly how many we have, and where are we with that?
Thank you for the question, Senator. So right now, we're actually doing that assessment. We've identified a number of bus shelters on each island, on all 3 islands, and we plan to put out island-specific procurements to allow smaller contractors to repair those the bus shelters. So you should see that also this summer. We already have the funding in place for that.
Good. I'm glad to hear that. Also, in regards to some of these private roads, I've had calls from residents trying to figure out why the roads are not being paved. When you find out the roads haven't been passed over to the government, there was a development that took place. What's the process for that?
So Senator, we actually have a 1-pager that we share with the public to tell them the process. It does involve the legislature. You do need to get a petition and petition a legislator to sponsor legislation to turn that road over to the public. What usually happens, just so everybody knows, is whenever these areas, these large plots are subdivided, it's typically on the property owner to do that subdivision. And then eventually, sometimes those roads are turned over to the government. But that's why you have private and public roads, especially in St. Croix.
So we have a clear listing of all of the public roads to know which ones are private. Because some of these, the owners don't even know. And they might be blaming the government.
Right.
Because years have passed and their roads haven't been paved. Some since Hugo time or maybe before. And don't realize that, their neighborhood, their roads haven't passed over to the government.
Right. So we've been doing that as we find them. I know a number of people, especially now that you see so much paving going on, a lot of people have been inquiring with us as to if their roads are public or private. And then sometimes those roads will actually have a road plat number, which means that they're actually private. They belong to somebody.
Good. With regards to public transportation, let's go back to that. I know you have some Vitron buses that are down and so forth. Do we have clear data of the amount of individuals that you're servicing through our public transportation?
Yes, we sure do. We have each bus records the amount of riders that they have each day, each route. We have pretty good data with that.
Have we seen an increase, decrease?
So we've seen, I know that we're doing assessments. So we've seen increases on certain routes. We've seen decreases on certain routes. Especially as the traffic generators start to move, you see those routes shift. And I will tell you, I know we've seen a significant decrease in the Bordeaux route. And here we're at the point where we're trying to assess if it still makes sense. I mean, that's a route that some people do depend on, but you're not seeing as many people as before.
And in that assessment, then, we're identifying maybe new routes, especially in the district of St. Croix?
We are. That's correct. And we're looking at routes to serve, like I said, as the schools change, as your traffic generators change, trying to create routes that not only go through certain neighborhoods, but service those generators.
Okay, now a few roads. Let's go back to the roads. In the Frederick City area, you have Hannah Rest, Midfield, Wheel of Fortune. What's the status with those roads in those neighborhoods, like Clifton Hill also, which is terrible. Some of those holes in those roads look like the moon with those. So what's the status with those type of roads?
So I don't want to throw the utilities under the bus, but I know that Clifton Hill area, WAPA is doing a lot of utility work in there.
But before that, so if some roads look like you have to pass through a lagoon to be able to get through.
So
for years, and the residents been crying out.
So there's a number of projects. We have FEMA projects, we have HMGP projects, and we also have what we call our utility coordination projects. That when a lot of these areas do get the undergrounding, we do plan to come back and do paving. I mean, it is. I just want to tell the
we have
public,
to
you hear
wait.
us talking about this is like a 7 to 12 year process.
And especially those roads, you know, we market as a tourist destination. Tourism is our number one product, right?
Mhm.
And then we have roads like the North Shore Road, Ham Bluff Road, the Cynic Drive, Mahogany Road that are important roads to our industry and are in terrible shape. I mean, I think those should have some sense of priority.
You're correct. And I do plan, we do also plan to do Mahogany Road by this summer, hopefully as well. We have been trying to handpick a few of those roads because it's a balancing act. Some of them have long-standing federal highway projects, others have FEMA projects. But right now, as St. Croix has several cruise ships coming, we do need to invest in some of those roads to get them passable.
Well, I hope to see that moving shortly. What about bridges?
So
We
yesterday,
have a number of bridges that, you know, with the red, the orange cones and stuff blocked. What's the status with all our bridges? On St. Croix, we have a number of those.
So they're moving. I know yesterday we had our first public meeting for the Altona Lagoon Bridge, which was pretty significant. That one, we should begin that by this summer, right, Jomo? Yeah, that should start construction by this summer. As you know, not only is it's a big area for our fishermen, but a lot of kids also, and with summertime coming up, we're taking the time to do a lot of public education. And then the next bridges you should see after that.
East Airport, East Airport Road, Midland Road Bridge. The Eastern Federal Lands just recently did a solicitation for the other bridges, the one by agriculture on Route 669 and also on Queen Mary Highway. So we're just in the bid evaluation phase of that. So there's a lot of activity in terms of solicitation.
Okay. And then we have one, I think, for Welcome to Lipan, also
Time.
going up to the Adventist Church.
Yes.
That has been with a temporary thing on
Right,
it for a long
right.
time.
Yes.
When is that scheduled to?
That one is scheduled for some temporary repairs because the final design for that project is still ongoing. So we're just going to keep doing some temporary shoring up of that bridge in the interim.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Cardion.
Mr. Chair, if I may just add, just so you know, that bridge is a part of a larger project for the whole Spring Gut Road area. So, I mean, that is something we're trying to, as much as possible, we're trying to expedite it because it is significant for the people in that area.
Commissioner,
Thank you.
Gabriel, in your testimony, you have a territorial Vitran fleet, right? You have 55 fixed route buses and 88 vans. You have 31 operational, 5 to be disposed of, and 19 non-operational. The 55 fixed route buses and 88 vans, you have a number in terms of district-wide?
I do. You don't have it, would you? Andrew, by chance, do you know the breakdown of buses district-wide?
Yeah, I might be off by one, but I think we're at 29 vans and 21 buses for those operational units.
Do you have it broken down by district between St. Thomas, St. John, and St. Croix?
Not in front of me, but I can get that.
Okay, very well, you can get it back to the chair. Also, when it comes to your non-operational buses, 19, how many mechanics do you have?
Yeah. I'm going to ask Assistant Commissioner Ruben Jennings to answer. I think it's 5.
Ruben Jennings. Mic check.
Mike, please, for Mr. Jennings.
Hello.
Yeah, try the other one.
Mic check.
No?
This one.
Maybe they didn't want you to talk.
Hello.
Yes,
Okay, there we
yes.
go. Ruben Jennings, Assistant Commissioner, St. Thomas, St. John District. We currently have 5 mechanics on the island of St. Thomas, 1 on St. John, 3 on St. Croix in the Vitran.
So are the issues with the 19 buses that down has to do with parts being ordered, or what's the issue?
So mostly it's a matter of parts. I mean, we've really been seeing some significant supply chain issues, even with simple things like AC parts. You know what I mean? And of course, our 88 buses, some of them are down for simple parts. So mostly it's parts.
How long these buses been down, average?
I mean, in some cases, months. So we started in preparation for this hearing. I was looking at the last 6 months of our maintenance reports, and some of them have been down for about 3-4 months. Some we've gotten up and running. A lot of them, a significant amount we've gotten up and running, and then others break down because they've been having to burden that load.
Okay, based on the issue with the supply chain, we need to find a way to be creative. Whereas probably those that's online, you look at those as offline and work on those, and that way we keep our buses on the road, okay? Senator Novella Francis, Mr. President, you recognize for your 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and good afternoon to everyone.
Good afternoon.
So, Commissioner Gabriel, when I served as the Senate President in the 33rd Legislature, we cut the ribbon of the maintenance building. We have since had the 34th, and now we enter the 35th Legislature. What is the status on the completion of that, the Vitran maintenance building?
So, I know it is a sore thumb, and I just want to say it, and it is something that we're really focused on. We're hoping to get it done this summer. The fact of the matter is some of the supply chain issues we've seen is like nothing else we've seen on any other projects.
We can't still be using supply chain as an excuse. It's been over 2 years.
Got you.
Do we have liquidated damages included in that contract?
We do. We do. I would just say that I think for that project, we did also have some blame for some of the delays on that project as a government.
Very well. That's the same contractor that's also on the Pearly Joseph Stadium, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. I hope we're taking notes. Because frankly, I mean, we have issues with the completion of projects on St. Croix. So we want to make sure that we're holding these individuals accountable for these projects. They're getting the jobs, then they need to be able to complete it, otherwise give up.
I agree.
What about the transfer station that we had that you had planned to do over at the State Lorraine? Have you disbanded that idea, or what's happening in that space?
No, we actually so we had to revisit the design because it really didn't fit for future plans that we were looking at. I just asked our chief engineer to really spearhead getting the design for that project redone so that we could resolicit it hopefully by August, September of this year. That's so I don't know if you were here, but that's part of I wanted the crown jewel in our revitalization of Vitran, especially for the district of St. Croix.
Very well. And let me commend the fact that the lighting on the Melvin Evans Highway is starting to go up. I'm getting a lot of positive feedback in regards to that. They can't wait for the entire stretch to have light, and they'll be able to see on that area. The Clifton Hill Road project, the crossover between Lorraine over to Hovensa, that's going well.
Yes.
And again, we appreciate seeing those projects moving along. In regards to pedestrian crosswalk, I heard several of my prior colleagues spoke about pedestrian crosswalk, but I love to see the day, and I have brought this issue up with highway safety back in my days at the Virgin Islands Police Department, where I like to see that our pedestrian crosswalk is supported by lighting.
Yeah.
We should have, I sent you a letter in regards to that, especially in the North Shore Road, vicinity of 2+2 and that area, where we really want to see the flashing light because, crosswalk is just one thing, but if you have that flashing light, again, it'll give an extra indicator and support. So I'd love to see, and I believe that there may be some grants money available through highway safety to support that type of initiative.
2 minutes.
We got to take this to a different level there, all right?
Yes.
Lighting on North Shore Road, we just had another vehicle fatality on that road. We had two previously, and this is the third one within a reasonable amount of time, perhaps 6 months to a year. When are we going to put some lights on that road?
Can we get into that? Okay. So so right now we're actually doing the redesign for that road to include utility undergrounding. So that's what we were just talking about, making sure that we add lights to the design for that so we could get that done. I'll make sure we do that.
Okay. Well, something needs to be done in the interim. I know we do have, we do have poles and everything in that area, but we do have, lighting. We should be able to get. Are you responsible for that lighting there?
So no, Senator. According to the Virgin Islands Code, the Water and Power Authority is responsible for all street lights. So we've been, like I said, we've been doing it because it is something that needs to be done.
Yeah.
So we'll see if we can do something on that one sooner versus later.
Very well. We'll get some status on that. What is the possibility of getting bike lanes in this territory? We have a lot of riders and enthusiasts that really riding bikes throughout the island. I know that we have been talking for quite some time about walkability, sidewalks, and those type of things, but bike lanes, I think that is so critical because it presents some safety issues We're having we're happy to see the riders out there, but we also want to make sure that they're safe and pedestrian, don't get caught by surprise and injure one of these riders.
So I personally have been having conversations with Aaron Hutchins, which was here for as part of VI Trail Alliance, with how we can really start including bike trails as much as possible in our roads where it's allowable. I know one of the things I've asked our current designer on Veg Drive Phase 2 is because the promenade is so wide in certain spaces, if we could do something similar that they did in like downtown Baltimore to like delineate like a red lane and a green lane for pedestrians and bikes. So we are looking to address it where we can in our projects. I know I've been talking to Mr. McLean possibly about Mahogany Road once it's done. So hopefully that's something that you'll see more of in the future, especially in the district of St. Croix.
Very well. Well, thank you. I'm not going to extend or ask for any additional time today. It's about we want to recognize Mr. Poopa Kelly. It's Carnival, baby. We need to get to the next level and get moving here. So thank you again for your response, and we look forward to recognizing him shortly. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Francis. Senator Capon, you recognize for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, people of the Virgin Islands, testifiers, and all who are here today in the well. I want to say, Commissioner Gabrielle, you've been doing a great job.
Thank you.
With getting a lot of these projects moving. And one thing I am concerned about is, as you mentioned, you have a lot of disaster recovery projects in construction phase. You stated the scope of work consists of road repairs and drainage improvements to various sites. 90% completed in watersheds. My question is, when you are doing these projects, I've seen no swales, no culverts in some of these projects. Some of them. So tell me how you are working how is these renovations or improvements with disaster recovery. I don't see when we have a very big rain event, and this is also my second question to this same question is, on a rainy day, do you have staff that go out and look at these areas to see where may need more attention? Because, during dry area, you don't know how water to flow.
Right.
So do you have people that go and make an assessment to see how some of these projects are going?
We do. Especially in projects where we know it was prone to flooding prior to, we make sure to make those assessments during and after any major rain event. To go back to your first question, so all of our disaster recovery projects, all of our FEMA-funded projects have that hazard mitigation, that drainage improvement element. Some of the ones that you may have been talking about were like the ones that were ARPA-funded. And even in those cases, what we did is we tried to super elevate the roadway. So you wouldn't notice it, but slightly. You super elevate it so that the water immediately goes off and it doesn't pond. So that's what we've done. We've really been trying to be prudent with the monies that we have to make sure that the roadways last as long as possible.
Okay. Let's talk about Williams Delight. On a heavy rainy day, there is a lot of flooding in the Williams Delight area. How are you addressing that stormwater issue?
Yeah, thank you for that question. That's a really good question. So right now we have a major FEMA project for Williams Delight. It's currently in it's in EHP review, right? Environmental and Historic Preservation Review.
Okay.
It does address drainage. I would say most of the scope of that project is to put the drainage underground so that the water gets off the roadway. Right now, I know we've been talking to the Office of Disaster Recovery because the design is robust. So we are about $2 million short based on the engineer's estimate. So we are trying to find that fund because what we don't want to do is to do that project and the drainage isn't addressed because it's just wasted money.
Well, I will make one recommendation because sure. I'm very aware of some ponds that actually should help to lower the impact of water in affecting the Williams Delight area. So this is on the north side. Where those ponds need to be cleaned. So I think, working with Department of Public Agriculture to clean some of those ponds would help even with that flooding. But I'm going to go to Hogansburg Road. We need attention on that road. That road, a lot of cars are dumped on that road because individuals feel like nobody live here. So with grass cutting helps to defer individuals from dumping their garbage, their cars, and even to minimize crime on that road. So if you can please pay special attention to that Hogansburg Road. And then I wanted to ask, the street lights that you've been installing, the 158 street lights, are they solar lights?
No.
They're not solar lights?
No, they're not.
Oh, okay. So that's going to be a cost that we could have worked on. So are we at any time thinking about doing solar lights where there would be no cost?
So I know on some of our projects, right, on some of, especially the federal highway projects, that's what we're looking at. I know on Veterans Drive, I've been challenging this gentleman to my right to be as energy efficient as possible on that project. So it is something that we're looking at. It's just that for the streetlights on Melvin Evans, we just try to fix the ones that were there as opposed to starting from scratch. So that's why we didn't do solar lights there.
Okay, so we have some unfinished business to do as we need to have that meeting that we talked about to address certain situations. Mr. Chair, thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Senator Capehart. Colleagues, that completes.
Man, you late, man.
That completes. Senator James, thank you for being here. You want to go on record? You recognize.
Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can't really hear myself. Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Like Papa Kelly has said, work, we are work. So we come to work. With the Lumacol Elementary School, I sent you several correspondence regarding the crosswalk. It's a gift and a curse having your child attend a school, a public school, as a public figure. It can cost a lot. So one of the things I don't mind getting cursed off is the safety of our children, but I really want to make sure, what is the situation with the striping of the crosswalk?
So I believe it should be scheduled soon because I know I signed off on an invoice to get that done. So I want to say, just give me 2-3 weeks and we should get it done.
Please.
Yeah.
I'm getting costs left and right.
Oh, okay.
And then at the water gut, there's a crosswalk and there's some stop signs there. Individuals like to speed coming down that area. They're going down by Seaborn. What can be done to make sure that we paint the crosswalk, number one, erect proper signage, letting individuals to slow down? What can be done?
Yeah, so we could definitely do the striping. We could do signage. And I will speak to Mr. McLean to see if we could maybe even add in some speed bumps. I think that's a decent candidate for speed bumps given the housing community. The speed bumps are typically the last thing we like to do as far as speed control. I just want to put that out there to the public. But I think given that area and given the proximity to housing communities, we could look at it.
Okay, because my whole line of questioning is about our youth and getting them to and from school. So I know in certain areas where we have the grass on private property that is being overgrown, I know you can't really tell people when to pave, or not pave, but cut the grass. But when it becomes a public safety issue, is there any way we can intervene at least and make sure that the grass is being cut so it's not interfering with the traffic? Because we have a lot of those situations where children have to be going in the road to avoid these high grass and what have you.
So I know in some areas, especially where, to your point, if it's a high pedestrian area, highly trafficked and high pedestrian area, we've been cutting some of the grass so that you could access at least a shoulder, right? In other cases, we've been reaching out to like the Department of Health, even the administrator's office, for assistance and appealing to the homeowners to prune back their area. I've been having conversations with some of them as well. If you bring them to my attention, we're more than willing to try to address them.
Thank you. And you know I don't really call you like that because I don't believe in micromanaging, but I have been taking blows from the residents within my neighborhood for over a year, going on 2 years. All we simply ask is for 4 feet of road to be paved. I asked Dot St. James a million times, and up to now that St. James can't get back to me. He keeps.
Where's your neighborhood?
That's in Estate Tamarind. I'm not asking for a favor. These are from my constituents.
Say it again.
Estate Tamarind.
Estate Tamarind.
If I was in the road by myself, you could leave me right there by myself. But these are from my constituents, and I'm tired asking, and it look bad as a public figure that I can't even get individuals out there to pay me road. Thank God they still voted for me in the election. But in all seriousness, what is the role of that St. James?
What is the role of it? He's the Deputy Commissioner of Operations for St. Croix.
For St. Croix. And you have a Deputy of Operations for St. Thomas?
Yes.
You want to swap? And I'm being very serious. That's indeed to pull your socks up. But in all seriousness, on the island of St. Croix, I really want y'all to have somebody out there to patrol all the schools and find out what areas need to be dealt with or rectified when it comes to grass, sidewalk, and whatever the case may be. And my last question to you, do you have like a checklist where you have, okay, this school, that school, this is this X, Y, and Z crosswalk, you have these stop signs, specifically for the schools?
For the schools. So we've been, I would say since last year, and a previous member mentioned it, we have been paying more attention to the school zones. Typically, prior to last year, we've been focusing on the actual physical plan to the school. But last year, I asked them to look at the traffic zones in those schools as well. So the first thing, I know I've asked education to also identify some funds so we could do the lighted signs in the school zones, do the crosswalks, and just add more traffic safety measures in those areas. So I want to say, again, we've been pushing on them. We've ordered some. Hopefully you'll see that deployment this summer.
Children first, deal with the schools, get a maintenance checklist, get that rectified. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time. And like I said, you could swap deputy commissioners if you want. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator James. Colleagues, that concludes our telecommunication update on the status and future of provider, operation, and services, the status of broadband implementation, and future of telecommunication in our territory. And of course, we just wrapped up an update on public transportation and on road construction and repairs from the Department of Public Works.
Mr. Chair, thank you for a really robust day. With 2 blocks where we had some good conversation on some things that will push the territory forward for years to come.
I think so also though, before we go, I want to thank media, the stenographer, security, my employees, staff, central staff, and I'm going to give you a minute to have your fellows come forward right quick.
Thank you.
And introduce them and basically speak to what they have been doing at the Department of Public Works.
Sure. So, Senator, we've had the opportunity. You up in front. Oh, they going to sit down here? Okay. Okay, yeah, that's fine. So, Senator, we've had the opportunity to host 4 fellows since earlier this year. So, in the St. Thomas, St. John district, we have Ms. Shaniqua Venzen to my right, and we have Mr. Andy Jean-Baptiste to my right as well. Shaniqua has been focused on working with our communications team. She's been really, really fantastic. She's been working with a number of our outputs. So a lot of the outputs that you see, Ms. Venzen actually produces. And there's one that we're really proud of. She actually did the new signage for our electric vehicle parking downtown. To the right, again, we also have Mr. Andy Jean-Baptiste, who's working with our project management team. He has been working on our database, our Sylaxis database. So a lot of the project updates that you saw were generated from his work. And in St. Croix, we have Ms. Shamika Fredrickson, who actually did our testimony for the first block of today. So I want to thank her for that amazing work, as well as Ms. Akiva Fontaine, who's also working with our project management team. So she does a number of she's responsible for the rest of the updates that you saw today. Thank you, guys. We are really investing in the next generation. I want these men and women to come for my job. I say it all the time. We have a lot of work to do at the Department of Public Works, and we're looking to remaining on the move for the people of the territory for years to come. Thank you very much.
Very well, thank you. And our future looks bright based on what you have presented. And thank you so much, okay?
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Colleagues, we are about to transition because we all know we have the plaque ceremony for Mr. Poopa Kelly, Charleswell. Congratulations in advance, and of course the village is named after him also. So we're going to take a brief recess. The Committee on Housing, Public Work and Transportation stands in recess for a few minutes.
Sometimes I think it's all too good to be true.